Lin Wujing bowed his head slightly and said, Buddha Lord, he's defiant. Even under the torture of the 10-directional karmic fire, his skin and flesh have already festered, yet he still refuses to divulge anything. He stayed at Heavenly Gate Pass for quite some time and also had a close relationship with the Fist Saint of the Li family. I suspect he may have handed the item over to the Li family. The Li family? The Buddha Lord's eyes seemed to emit golden moons, like the collapsing of stars into a river, brilliant yet profound. If the Li family has obtained the saint relic, they would not perform the soul-scorching ancestral rites in their first attack on Qingzhou. Lin Wujing's eyes flickered as he said, is it possible that they regard the item as a treasure beyond those of their ancestral heroic spirits? After all, it was left behind by a saint. Glimpsing even a fraction of it could lead to enlightenment. Had it not been for that youth, Li Changfeng would have studied under me for a decade and could have descended the mountain to seize the true dragon throne, spreading the incense fire of our Buddhist order throughout the great state guarded by the Li family town, and converting all living beings. The Buddha Lord sighed lightly and said, but everything was disrupted by the rise of the demon star. When Li Junya perished, a star fell and the demon star rose to the heavens. This is the calamity of our Deu divine dynasty. Lin Wujing's gaze grew intense and after a moment of silence, he said, if the saint relic is not with the Li family, it is most likely at Heavenly Gate Pass. However, after the demon star's incarnation dissipated, I investigated Heavenly Gate Pass and did not find the relic, unless it lies with that demon star itself. Thieves consorting with demons, the glory of the divine general mansion fading, demons lurking all around. In the face of this impending calamity, retrieving the saint relic will allow our Buddhist order to come forth from seclusion to save all living beings, the Buddha Lord declared. Lin Wujing nodded slightly, I'll go enlighten him again. After bidding farewell to the Buddha Lord, Lin Wujing left the spirit realm of the Buddha Lord and headed towards a secret location in the mountains. Behind Mount Wuliang, a winding path extended into a cave dwelling, where dim light filtered through. Following the damp stone slabs straight down, one could hear the sound of dripping water penetrating the stone. Upon reaching the deepest part, there was a dungeon with the clinking of chains, and the air was oppressively hot. There, in a rock pool resembling molten lava, was a figure in tattered clothes, his hands bound in shackles, legs similarly wrapped in chains with a heavy black iron ball attached to the end. The muscles of his legs were torn and fissured by the chains, as were his arms, and his hair hung disheveled. In the magma pool below, red serpentine figures swam back and forth, with spurts of scorching lava occasionally splashing onto his body, searing the flesh to emit white steam and pits. Upon seeing Lin Wujing approach, enveloped in Buddhist light, the largest red flood dragon in the magma pool clambered out, its scales glistening as it uttered in a woman's voice. Salutations, Bodhisattva. It lay prostrate before Lin Wujing, its voice delicate and mellifluous. Lin Wujing looked indifferent and gazed toward the chained figure enduring the scorching, saying, still not willing to confess? Even the 10-directional karmic fire cannot redeem you. Do you understand the gravity of your sins? The chains shifted slightly, and the disheveled figure lifted his head, revealing a pair of bright and mocking eyes. Don't waste your efforts, you'll never get that item. The Buddha Lord has promised that if you return it, you may join our Mount Wuliang, convert to Buddhism, and he will personally cleanse your misfortunes. Lin Wujing said icily, you're a lone wanderer, having committed various foolish deeds in your youth. It's not too late to realize your errors now. With the Buddha Lord intervening, even the Emperor would grant some face and absolve your past sins. Renouncing the world and entering monastic life, you'll no longer be among the secular. Ha ha. If I wanted to be an official, why would I have waited until now? If I wanted to be a general, I would have already become a first-rank lord. The figure in chains laughed loudly. Have you ever heard the saying, wealth and rank are like passing clouds, fortune and glory but dust? You monks pretend to be so upright every day, but isn't it all for a bit of incense money? You say your Buddhist order does not compete, yet you fiercely vie for incense offerings. You claim your Buddhist order enlightens the world, but if there was no incense money, who would spare a thought for your intentions? You build golden bodies for the Buddha, yet leave corpses exposed in the streets, pa. Hearing his insult, Lin Wujing gave a cold laugh. The Buddhist order enlightens all living beings, that is the Tao. The suffering you speak of is nothing more than them being entangled in their own karmic fire, seeking out their own sufferings. It's the calamity written in their fate. I don't blame you for not understanding the barriers and illusions, but now you have the chance to transcend the sea of suffering, and yet you do not cherish it. How are you different from those common fools? I am a common fool. Why should there be a difference? The figure in chains sneered, your sermons may deceive those with wavering hearts, but there's no need to flaunt them before me. Each of us understands this world in our own way. If I was still deluded by you, I would have lived in vain. Lin Wujing's expression chilled. A mere thief boasts of seeing through the world's illusions. How laughable. If you did not desire rank or wealth, why go about stealing? Flaunting your lonely pride while committing theft, choosing the most despicable path among thousands. How is this not delusion? What is it if not falling into the path of demons? The figure in chains burst into hearty laughter. I delight in stealing, I revel in plundering, so what? This world has always been like this. Some succeed and become emperors, while those who fail are deemed bandits and outlaws. I wish to live my life as I please, and if you see me as a thief, so be it. I regard you all as prostitutes. Let the world judge right from wrong. What do I have to fear? Lin Wujing took a deep breath and said, I've long known you are steeped in your demonic nature, beyond redemption unless reincarnated. You collude with the divine general mansion, trying to find a safe harbor for future troubles, but you are wrong. The divine general mansion is so preoccupied with their own troubles now that they would not tarnish their ancestors' millennium-long glory for a mere thief with a tarnished reputation. The laughter of the figure in chains ceased abruptly, and he looked intently, asking, has something happened to the Li family? Lin Wujing sneered, you're too busy worrying about yourself, yet you still worry about them? There's no need to feign deep affection in front of me. There are no members of the Li family here. Li Changfeng is a direct disciple of the Buddha Lord. If he knew of your existence, he would regard you as a disgrace to the divine general mansion and be the first to execute you. The chained figure's eyes flickered, but he asked no more. He knew the other party would not answer. Although you are a thief, you indeed have good taste. You've stolen only the finest items. You valued highly the demon child from the divine general mansion for his exceptional talent and got close to him. But so what? Since the battle at Liangzhou, he has been honored as a third-rank duke, promoted to a high military commander, and holds a first-rank official position. Lin Wujing sneered, such a young man, holding a position supreme among subjects, may even influence the emperor's succession decisions in the future. With such an existence, enjoying glory across generations, do you think he would give up his honors and titles to plead for you? The chained figure paused and then chuckled softly, not bad at all, a position supreme among subjects, truly befitting him. All you need to do is hand over the saint relic, and you can be liberated immediately. Don't be delusional, no one will come to save you, Lin Wujing shouted fiercely. The figure in chains lifted his head, let out a soft laugh, and said, I don't need them to save me. What's death but a departure? I've experienced the delights of this world and tasted the finest wines and the most beautiful people. What harm in death? You say he is a demon child, haha, you better not let me escape, or I'll let the world know who the master of the ancient demon palace really is. Lin Wujing's expression slightly changed, his eyes turning chilly. Burn it for me. In the magma, flames surged, intense fire engulfed and scorched the figure in chains, searing his flesh. Yet, there were no cries of pain, only bursts of laughter could be heard. Lin Wujing's eyes grew colder, knowing the stubborn old bone wouldn't easily give in without intense pain. In Qingzhou City, after leaving the divine general mansion, Li Hao strolled the streets, buying some delicacies for Xian, Candle Flame God, and himself. Then he climbed a mountain to visit an old friend. At the Tan Palace main hall, he shared a pot of tea with Song Yufeng. By Emerald Pond, he cooked a barbecue for Song Chiumo. He also played several rounds of chess with Shen Yunqing and others. Many disciples from Tan Palace came to seek advice, and Li Hao responded casually, still seen as a teacher of Tan Palace by the disciples of White Hall. This trip to Qingzhou pleased Li Hao greatly. He ate well, drank well, visited old friends, and when it was time to leave, he didn't ask for a farewell gathering, simply bidding farewell to Song Chiumo quietly before leaving. Passing by a bustling brothel, he saw on the door a plaque still hanging with a pair of verses he had spontaneously composed when he was drunk. The youthful spirit in the verses brought a slight smile to Li Hao's face, and he left without lingering, flying into the sky. Upon leaving the city and not far into his flight, Li Hao's gaze suddenly fell on the official road, pausing slightly before descending. He landed not far from the road and walked over with Candle Flame God. Ahead was a tea stall where an elderly man was busy cleaning up used bowls and wiping the table. Tied under a nearby tent were 3 fast horses, with 2 youths and a middle-aged man having tea. Sirs, would you like some tea? My tea here is affordable, and the steamed buns taste quite good," the elderly tea seller called out upon seeing Li Hao approaching. The other three also looked at Li Hao, and upon seeing Candle Flame God transformed into a young, stern, and imposing figure behind him, they averted their gaze. They knew well that when out in Zhonghu, one should not offend those who look formidable. Li Hao glanced briefly at the tea stall owner and said, "I travel frequently to Qingzhou. How come I've never seen this tea stall before?" "That's interesting, sir. Just because you haven't seen it before doesn't mean it won't be here later," the tea stall owner chuckled. "When did you set up shop here?" Li Hao sat down at a nearby table. "Just a few days ago," the tea stall owner smiled. "I used to be in Liangzhou, but these days, my granddaughter also wanted to help out, afraid of the long journey, so we moved back here." While he spoke, a young woman stood up from behind the stack of bamboo steamers at the stall. Dressed in a light blue tunic, she resembled a summer blue butterfly. She seemed to be bending over to search for something.
"Grandpa, I can't find the paper liner. It's under that basket," the tea stall owner turned and said before smiling at Li Hao. "What would you like to eat, sir? Would 2 baskets suffice?" Li Hao looked at him, then glanced at the young woman who had found the greased paper for lining the baskets and smiled.
She noticed his gaze and looked at Li Hao, her eyes bright as moonlight on a rippling stream, her skin snow white and luminous, her small delicate nose giving her a spirited and intelligent look. Standing there, she possessed a noble air wholly unlike the humble tea stall, resembling a young lady from a respected family, yet her smile was friendly, with a touch of the girl next door's casualness. "All right," Li Hao, during the exchange of glances, felt as if he was being seen through, stirring a strange feeling in his heart. He withdrew his gaze and nodded. Previously in Liangzhou, he had encountered this old tea vendor, who claimed that business was good in Liangzhou. Li Hao hadn't uncovered anything, so he let it be. Now, encountering him again in Qingzhou, Li Hao, even if numb, sensed that something was amiss. However, what astonished him was that although he wasn't earnestly probing, when he tried to discreetly sense the man, he couldn't detect any aura at all. The same was true for the young girl. Compared to the tea vendor, the girl's attire was obviously much more casual. Her outfit, though not extravagant, was by no means shabby, and the color coordination and demeanor suggested that even if she wore rough hemp clothes, she would still stand out like a snow lotus in the mortal world, refreshing and extraordinary, easily attracting attention in a crowd. She definitely was not the daughter of a country tenant farmer. After all, with wind and sun exposure, how could one's skin remain so fair and tender? "Old gentleman, this tea is crisp and refreshing, it's quite good," Li Hao commented as he sipped his tea. The tea vendor chuckled lightly. "This is clean spring water, naturally fragrant." The word, clean, in his statement seemed to carry a slightly emphasized tone. Li Hao's eyes flickered subtly. The old man had neither the aura of demons nor a murderous vibe. Although strange, he seemed not to be a villain. Let it be. He was too lazy to delve deeper. In wandering the world, not everything needed to be scrutinized thoroughly. As the tea vendor went back to his stall to knead dough for steamed buns, the young girl dressed in aquamarine clothes, with a confident yet lively stride, came over and sat down at Li Hao's table. Wearing a natural and comfortable smile, she said, "Sir, Qingzhou City recently had a gathering of monsters. Weren't you scared?" "If you all aren't scared, why should I be?" Li Hao glanced at her and continued to taste his tea. "We are scared too, but now that the monsters have been dealt with, we dare to set up our stall," the girl laughed. "The monsters have just been cleared out, and you dare to set up a stall, that's quite bold. Grandfather always said, fortune is found in danger. In business, you must compete with heaven, earth, and people. The timid can never succeed." "That's rather high-strung, isn't it?" "Of course." The girl lifted her delicate finger, pointing upwards. "You have to observe the weather. Coming out in wind and rain means losses. You also have to watch people. Even with a small business, as long as there's profit, there will be competition, right?" "That's true." Li Hao finished a cup of tea and nodded in agreement. Yet what kind of heaven, people, and profit she referred to was debatable. After some idle chat, the unfamiliarity at the tea table seemed to dissipate quite a bit. The girl asked with a smile. "My name is Ying Xiaoxiao, Ying, as in, destined by fate, and Xiaoxiao, as in, carefree. How may I address you?" "You may call me Haoshan." Li Hao looked intently at her. That look was to gauge her reaction. If it were anyone normal, a random alias would suffice. Upon hearing Li Hao's name, the girl didn't react much but simply continued, "And what's your last name?" I have no last name. How can someone have no last name? Ying Xiaoxiao laughed. Seeing her natural expression and calm eyes, Li Hao smiled slightly and said, even without a last name, I can still live this life well. If he really had to claim a surname, it could be Li, but that was his surname from a past life. Since he had died and come to this place, it was also a farewell to his past life. Born in this world, he would use the name of this world. Hearing Li Hao's words, Ying Xiaoxiao slightly froze, and the smile on her face slowly faded. Here comes the dumplings, be careful, they're hot. At that moment, the tea stand owner came over with the steamer, billowing with hot steam. You try and see, my grandfather's cooking skills are very good. Ying Xiaoxiao immediately said, her bright eyes filled with anticipation, as if waiting for Li Hao's review after tasting. Li Hao smiled, I've already experienced it. He picked up the chopsticks from the holder, aligned them on the table, and then started eating. The taste hasn't changed, it's good. As long as the guest likes it, the tea stand elder laughed. Li Hao nodded and ate the dumplings while drinking tea. He ordered a portion for the candle flame god and had the elder pack another portion to go, so he could let Xian try it later. After he had eaten and drunk his fill, he looked at the girl who had been sitting across the table and sizing him up. Getting up and scattering a couple of silver coins, he said, perhaps we shall meet again if fate wills it. I hope I can still taste such delicious dumplings. The tea stand owner accepted the silver, casually wiped the table, and smiled, if the guest visits often, you can have them anytime. Li Hao smiled, waved goodbye, and then headed along the main road. Meanwhile, the other few people at the tea stand had also nearly finished eating and left on horseback, heading towards Qingzhou City. The tea stand was now left with only the grandfather and granddaughter. The tea stand elder, watching the direction of Li Hao's departure, sighed softly. This is a young hero, who would have thought that even in this place where divine power is sparse, such a monster could emerge. Otherwise, how could he have received the favor of the saint realm? He does have a saint's mark on him. Ying Xiaoxiao gazed thoughtfully, murmuring softly. The tea stand elder was startled, then took another look, soon shaking his head with a sigh. I don't know what the situation is, this boy resembles a child I once knew. That child was also a monster, but seemed to be slightly less so than him, and their names appeared to be the same. What's odd is that the aura and appearance have completely changed. Oh, Ying Xiaoxiao said with interest, are you talking about the one from Heavenly Gate Pass? That's right. We went there to see, but the person wasn't there, only an incarnation, which seems to have dissipated as well. Ying Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered, saying, since their names are the same and their ages similar, do you think it might be some kind of transformation like a rebirth, but even more thorough than rebirth, leading to the change in aura? The tea stand elder thought for a moment, then said, that's indeed possible, but such a feat is difficult to accomplish, unless someone from the saint realm intervenes. On one's own, I can't think of any cultivation technique that would do that. Even if one's divine soul were to take over another body, the divine soul would still carry the original aura. Hearing him say this, Ying Xiaoxiao immediately decided, then let's go see what the situation is. The tea stand elder was stunned and hastily said, Miss, it's not advisable. He already sensed something was not right by your being here. But he didn't take action, which suggests he's not the kind to meddle in others' affairs. Ying Xiaoxiao said with a smile on her face, besides, even if he does, it doesn't matter, we are not afraid of him. We are merely curious. We have already collected the resentment from the killings in Qingzhou City, it's time for us to leave. The tea stand elder gave a wry smile, knowing that the young lady was whimsical and hard to persuade. He had no choice but to say. Although he recognized that we are out of the ordinary, we still need to maintain good appearances, we cannot make it difficult for him. That works as well, especially since there have been claims of people impersonating our name in the great wilderness heaven, slaughtering the scions of the ancient holy clan. So let us also impersonate the ancient holy clan for a bit of fun. Ying Xiaoxiao said with a laugh, that makes sense, doesn't it? Sensible. The tea stand elder gave a bitter smile and glanced at her. Which scion of the ancient holy clan could compare to you, miss? At that moment, when there was no one around, the tea stand elder made a sweeping motion with his hand and stowed the tea stand into his sleeve. The elder and the young girl too disappeared from this main road. Qingzhou, a fortified city amidst chaos. The city was infested with demons, corpses scattered everywhere, their blood spattered on collapsed buildings. Some demons gnawed on the remains of soldiers on the ground, disemboweled them, leaving organs and severed limbs strewn about. A few of the surviving city dwellers were herded into the open spaces of ruined buildings, cordoned off as if they were pigs in a pen, shivering in fear. Porters, traders, scholars, and Jianghu martial artists were all crammed together, indistinguishable from one another, all just fish on the cutting board for the demons to slaughter as they wished. Weak and delicate young ladies from noble families wanted to cry but had their mouths covered by others, afraid to anger the demons. Their grief was nothing but noise and annoyance to the demons. Who can save us? Everyone was in a state of panic, staring longingly into the distance, praying for Deu's army to come and suppress the demons. From time to time, someone would be selected and taken not far away to be torn apart or cooked alive, their screams echoing, sending chills down the spines of those left behind. Some were so frightened they soiled themselves, collapsing weakly on the ground, limp as boneless when lifted by demons. High in the sky, a figure seated in flames whizzed from afar, briefly slowing down as he passed over the city and saw the tragic scene within. The young man's face darkened amidst the fire, and without any noticeable movement, a sudden gust of wind blew through the heavens and earth. This wind turned into dozens of razor-sharp sword chi, unseen and swift, shooting out at great speed. The demons in the city fell one by one, the survivors startled by the disturbance but unable to see the enemy until the corpses of demons littered the ground and they finally noticed the young man seated on the back of a great red flame demon overhead. Screams of terror and pleading rose, but without exception, all were pierced through the head by sword chi. In a matter of breaths, all the demons in the city had perished. Only their bodies remained, and among the demons still gnawing their feast, some holding uneaten arms in their mouths, toppled into the dust. The sudden turn of events left those corralled for slaughter within the city stunned. Among the Jianghu martial artists, there were understated and cautious divine travel realm experts waiting for their moment. Now, they quickly noticed the great red flame demon and the young man seated on its back in the sky. Someone has come to save us, it's a court general, definitely a court general. That's the general's mount, not a demon. In an instant, as some martial artists shouted out, the rest gradually became aware of the fiery figure above the city. Some of the common elders were too dim-sighted to see that far, only perceiving a flicker of firelight, as if a deity hung suspended in the sky. They knew it was a savior, one of the soaring generals from the court. In a moment, all the survivors in the city, stricken with grief, knelt down and cried out in gratitude. Li Hao sighed lightly, having dispatched these demons and assured there were no stragglers. He let the candle flame god continue on the way to the next city. Before returning to Liangzhou, he thought of the many cities he had seen suffering and decided to address them on his way back. Some cities had already been pacified by the Li family's army, others not yet. Some demons had retreated from these cities while others, driven by greed, were still occupying them and harming the citizens. The quicker the recovery of lost territory, the fewer casualties there would be. Not long after Li Hao left, two figures whizzed through the air towards the city, an old man and a young child. The young girl in blue-green clothes glanced down at the city and then, lifting her hand, summoned something from the golden bracelet on her wrist adorned with 9 small bells. They made a crisp, tinkling sound. Suddenly, dark mists rose from various places within the city. Cries and roars like those from tormented souls emerged, heading straight towards the bells on her wrist. Shortly after, the black mist rising from the bodies and ruined walls was entirely absorbed and vanished. Ying Xiaoxiao lowered her wrist, glanced at the devastated cityscape, slightly shook her head, and then proceeded to dash through the air following the tea stall elder. About 2 hours after they left, the sound of galloping horses and flying war banners approached from afar. It was the Li family army sent to quell the chaos. When the troops entered the city and saw the demons had already been cleared, they were all astonished. After questioning some Jianghu martial artists and respected family elders in the city, they learned that a general riding a great red flame demon had come and annihilated all the demons. Hearing their description, the Li family soldiers looked at each other in disbelief. The scene over Qingzhou City was still vivid in their minds, a memory that they would struggle to forget even decades later. Wasn't that the same Haoshan general? When the citizens and the officers inquired about the general's name, the Li family soldiers did not conceal it. Soon, the name Haoshan spread among those survivors. Some merchants and families proposed to erect a golden body for the Haoshan general during the city's reconstruction, to suppress demons and consecrate a temple in his honor. In less than a day, Li Hao riding the candle flame god traversed much of Qingzhou, and after checking more than a dozen other cities without a trace of demons, he finally changed direction, heading towards Liangzhou. The remaining areas could be gradually cleared by the Li family army. The next day, in the slightly humid morning mist, Li Hao, seated on the candle flame god, arrived at the border of Liangzhou. Upon seeing the familiar Dragon Pass road, a sense of nostalgia emerged in his eyes. Looking down from high above, this once Dragon Pass road resembled a giant dragon stretching out from the border, flanked by lush greenery, the sounds of birds and beasts echoing from the forests. Li Hao dismounted from the candle flame god, letting it take human form to avoid startling the city folk. As the pair approached Dragon Pass Road, suddenly, an old man's call came from behind. "Young man, are you heading to Kenya City?" Li Hao turned around and saw a grandfather and grandson pair gathering herbs, their baskets filled with freshly picked medicinal herbs and mushrooms. He paused, then smiled, feeling as if time had reversed to 2 years ago. The old man clearly didn't recognize the young man as the same individual who had advised against entering Dragon Pass Road 2 years earlier. Yet, Li Hao recognized him, and with a laugh he replied, "Indeed, I am going to Kenya City. Dragon Pass Road is just ahead." The elder called out to Li Hao, and the familiar words, identical to the ones from the past, made Li Hao pause for a moment. However, the elder's face was wreathed in smiles, and he shouted loudly, "May you, young heroes from noble families, have a future as splendid as a tapestry." A smile slowly spread across Li Hao's face as he responded, "And may your harvests be bountiful every day." The elder chuckled, waved his hand, and left with his grandson. They were all just passers-by in the mortal world, a hasty meeting, simple care, simple blessings. Li Hao watched as the pair, old and young, walked away before he turned with a smile and continued down Dragon Pass Road. 2 years had passed, and the changes here were indeed significant. The once perilous land now seemed to flourish with prosperity. Those youths who came incessantly in search of fame and success evidently brought a burst of greenery to this place through their presence. On Dragon Pass Road, a tea stall had vanished, but the roadside had gained many more vendors. Li Hao's pace quickened, growing more relaxed, almost as if he were returning home. Feng must have been waiting for a while, and Qianqin must have reached her cultivation bottleneck. As for the little white fox's peculiar state, I wonder if it's been assimilated yet. Many thoughts surged through his mind until, soon enough, Li Hao arrived at Kenya City. Gazing at the city, its defenses covered in arrays, and its walls studded with banners bearing his name, they fluttered in the fierce wind. Li Hao extended his Dao domain over Xian to conceal her aura. The candle flame god did not require Li Hao's worry. Aside from the array in the imperial capital, few others could detect the presence of the typing Dao domain, and that was the limit of the heavenly observatory's ability. After all, the previous great celestial master had died, and it seemed that his successor had not managed to inherit his abilities. Once inside the city, the changes that had taken place over just a few months were quite noticeable. The streets were tidier, and there were more vendors, yet everything seemed more orderly. For a border city to have such an atmosphere was truly rare. Compared to the increasingly crowded city, at its center lay an isolated and vast open space, with a simple and humble bamboo-fenced courtyard in the middle. Hidden in the shadows outside the small courtyard were Celestial Master Realm soldiers secretly patrolling. Li Hao swept the area with his divine thought and saw a young girl practicing swordplay within. He smiled slightly and transmitted his voice. "I'm back." Inside the courtyard, Ren Qianqin, who was sword training, froze. She looked around in astonishment. Quickly realizing something, she rushed out of the bamboo fence and saw a young man not far from the courtyard entrance. Young master?" Ren Qianqin was somewhat stunned. The young man before her looked slightly different, but the tone of that divine thought instantly allowed her to recognize him as Li Hao. But when those people had arrived previously and saw Li Hao's avatar dissipate, hadn't they said that the young master was dead? Ren Qianqin felt bewildered, wondering if she were dreaming. She rubbed her eyes, but when her vision cleared once more, tears suddenly cascaded down her face as she ran towards Li Hao. "Young master, you're still alive." She threw herself into Li Hao's embrace, crying as she spoke. Li Hao was a bit taken aback, but after she cried for a while and his shoulder was soaked through, he felt a warm feeling in his heart and said, "Silly child, why are you crying? I'm back now." Once Ren Qianqin's emotions had settled, Li Hao took her into the courtyard. The celestial masters lurking in secret were stunned. They had assumed Li Hao was someone from a noble family, but hearing the sword attendant girl's words, could this person be the Haoshan general? Many of them widened their eyes in shock, then became overwhelmingly excited. Previously, when Li Tiangang and others came here trying to confirm through Li Hao's avatar whether he truly was dead, they concluded he was upon learning of the avatar's dissolution. And the news they confirmed had spread, plunging the entire Kenya city into mourning. But now, Li Hao had returned. The general who had quelled the turmoil in Liangzhou, that peerless and extraordinary young prodigy, he had come back. Shortly after Li Hao entered the courtyard, several overawed celestial masters came bursting in, inquiring if he indeed was the Haitian general. Looking at those teary-eyed Grand Masters, Li Hao felt much emotion. He nodded in confirmation, letting them know that he had returned. The news spread quickly, causing an uproar throughout Kenya City, with countless people hastening over and creating a clamor outside the courtyard. Meanwhile, inside, Li Hao had finished introducing the candle flame god and Xian to Ren Qianqin, and also briefly inquired about the events of the past period. Upon discovering that his avatar had dissipated, Li Hao was a bit surprised, which explained why everyone thought he was dead. It could have been due to severing of the bloodline or perhaps grave injuries, so he planned to create another avatar. Even if the original avatar had not dissipated, its strength had been fixed from the moment of condensation, with no memory sharing or power transmission between it and the original self. Thus, compared to his current state, the original avatar was clearly too weak. However, before condensing another avatar, Li Hao intended to first seek out some refine the spirit and object manipulating qi circulation skill manuals. Now that his control Dao had advanced to the 7th stage, acquiring some refine the spirit and object control manuals would allow him to swiftly enhance the limits of his divine travel realm and 15 Li realm. He had already cultivated the extreme state in the universal force realm, Zhou Tian realm, and soul continuation realm. Yet the divine travel realm and 15 Li realm were still some distance from their limits. He had also achieved the extreme state in both the celestial master realm and the 3 immortal realms. Once divine travel and 15 Li realm reached perfection, Li Hao would then consider attempting to break through to the extreme limit of the 4 stands realm. "Where's Feng?" Li Hao inquired Ren Qianqin, somewhat surprised. He had been back for so long, yet Feng hadn't appeared. Even if Feng was itching for a day of wild fishing, he shouldn't have wandered too far. After all, Feng was a man who kept his promises. Upon hearing Li Hao's inquiry, Ren Qianqin's expression slightly changed. She hesitated and whispered, "Master Feng has left." "Left?" Li Hao was stunned, and immediately asked, "Was there an urgent matter? To where did he go?" Master Feng didn't say. Ren Qianqin slightly shook her head, looked at Li Hao, thought for a moment and still decided to tell what she had witnessed. In her view, this was Li Hao's personal matter. She just needed to faithfully report what she had seen to Li Hao and let the young master judge for himself. After hearing Ren Qianqin's words, Li Hao's expression turned ugly. As she said, when he himself had entered the Mo River, Li Tiangang had arrived at Heavenly Gate Pass, had an altercation with his doppelganger, and Master Feng had gone to meet the challenge, but afterwards, he had not seen Master Feng return. Nor had she heard from Master Feng to inform her that he was leaving. It was like a departure without farewell. Later, Li Mushou came to inform Ren Qianqin that Master Feng had to leave due to some matters and asked her to guard the Heavenly Gate Pass well for Li Hao. Though it was just Ren Qianqin's account, based on Li Hao's understanding of the man, he could almost imagine what kind of conflict had erupted, and the kind of humiliation and embarrassment Master Feng must have endured. Evidently, Master Feng had been forced to leave. Li Hao felt a surge of anger in his heart. He took a deep breath, and soon, he felt something was amiss. With Master Feng's character and abilities, Li Tiangang couldn't have bested him. Even if Li Tiangang was the true dragon of the Li family, capable of fighting beyond his realm, Master Feng was stronger than the ordinary defying fate realm and his movement technique was unmatched. Were they really to fight, Li Tiangang wouldn't even be able to touch his shadow. Force was not enough to threaten Master Feng, it had to be words. And, with Master Feng's easygoing nature, not many things mattered enough to him. Mocking and insults were ineffective. To have driven him away with words, something truly hurtful must have been said. At this thought, Li Hao felt a stabbing pain in his heart, his eyes ablaze with anger, yet he contained it, turning into a sharp, cold glare. "Did Master Feng not say goodbye to you when he left?" Li Hao asked Ren Qianqin. Ren Qianqin nodded. Li Hao's brow furrowed slightly, feeling subtly that something was wrong. Given Master Feng's character, even if he were to leave, he would have made it clear. Moreover, all the way here, Ren Qianqin had followed, and Master Feng, who was quite fond of this young girl, would not have left without bidding her farewell. Unless he had to leave in a hurry. Or perhaps, hurt to the core by that person's words, given that person's character and Master Feng's status, he must have found a point to attack, and could have forced Master Feng to comply and leave without saying goodbye, only if it concerned himself. Was he trying to completely sever ties with him, not wanting his own reputation to entangle Master Feng? Li Hao's gaze flickered. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. There weren't many things that could threaten Master Feng, and he himself had become Master Feng's vulnerability, letting the old man who had protected him all the way from Qingzhou leave in dismay. Yet, Master Feng should know that he didn't care about his reputation at all. Master Feng, where exactly did you go? Li Hao murmured to himself, looking out at the city beyond the courtyard, mourning the old man who had helped him build this city, who ultimately left as the city flourished. Young master, can we find Master Feng? Ren Qianqin couldn't help but ask upon hearing Li Hao's words. She still didn't know Master Feng's identity, but she very much liked the old man. The elder, who bore no aura of superiority, was accommodating and serene, making him very comfortable to be around. Li Hao fell into silence. If Master Feng wanted to hide, who could find him? With his movement technique and experience, after years of being wanted yet never found, Master Feng had even collected many of the wanted posters from various cities featuring him, boasting and complaining to Li Hao about how unalike they were. Once, while they were fishing, he had even asked Li Hao to personally draw a wanted poster of him, which he had taken overnight to a city that was searching for him, tearing down the original poster and replacing it with the one Li Hao had drawn. He criticized the quality of the artwork on the wanted poster, saying the artist hired was too low-level to match his status. At the time, that statement had made both Li Mushou and Li Hao burst into silent laughter. Li Hao agreed that the drawing captured the likeness perfectly, and later, that particular wanted poster was bought by an artist who admired its craftsmanship to study, and the original poster was restored in its place. Master Feng recounted this story to Li Hao and Li Mushou while they were fishing, making them both unable to resist laughing. But now, everything seemed very distant. Those peaceful and quiet moments appeared unreachable. Unless Master Feng himself wishes to come out, no one can find him. Li Hao slowly shook his head and told Ren Qianqin, have the governor of Liangzhou come over. Ren Qianqin felt a pang of sadness upon hearing Li Hao's words, lowering her head and acknowledging. Li Hao planned to leverage the influence of Liangzhou, spread the word that he had returned to Heavenly Gate Pass. Just he didn't know whether, upon hearing the news, Master Feng would be willing to come and see him once more. Thinking about this, Li Hao entered the courtyard and saw the familiar arrangement inside, which had not changed much. He took paper and brush and quickly drew several wanted portraits. If Feng saw these paintings, he would definitely know that it was him searching. Thinking about finding Feng in this way, Li Hao felt both amused and melancholic. The old gentleman, if he saw the wanted portraits, would probably remember the old times too. Next, Li Hao called over a general from the Grandmaster realm and sent him to Yuzhou to pass a message and ask the Xia family for help in finding Feng and spreading the word. Back then, the young boy was too weak to protect him, but now, Li Hao did not want Feng to suffer the slightest grievance. Time flew by. Kangya City, celebrating Li Hao's return, held a feast, and the whole city was caught in days of cheering. The news of Li Hao's return to Kangya City was also spied on by the demons from Tianji Palace outside the city. The city's cheers could not be concealed, and the news quickly spread through Tianji Palace. Meanwhile, outside the city at Heavenly Gate Pass and extending for thousands of miles, the areas that Li Hao had previously cleared were gradually being secretly reoccupied by demons. After all, the previously discovered caves and blessed lands could accelerate cultivation, and they were not something to be easily given up. But now, with the news from Tianji Palace spreading, all the demons knew that the boy had returned, back to Heavenly Gate Pass. Within just a few days, all the demons within thousands of miles outside the city were frightened, migrating and hiding overnight, fearing that the boy would come out again for a sweep. This situation made the bird demons from Tianji Palace, in charge of Heavenly Gate Pass, feel very conflicted. Merely the boy's return to Kangya City had deterred the demons from settling for thousands of miles outside the pass. Such was the terrifying influence of the boy. And only 2 years ago, that boy had first entered the pass. In just 2 years, his growth had been beyond imagination, to the point it could be called shocking and extraordinary. Shortly after Li Hao's return, the Xia family heard the news, and Sha Yuanwu personally came to visit and ascended the pass to formally thank Li Hao. Back when Yuzhou was being pacified, Li Hao had left in a hurry to help Qingzhou, and they had not had the chance to properly bid farewell. The Sha family certainly could not trivialize this matter. Their gratitude for Li Hao was heartfelt. For this elder of the Sha family, Li Hao invited him to come inside and sit. As for the Sha family's thanks, Li Hao said it was already in the past, merely a small matter, not worth mentioning. Seeing the boy's calm and collected demeanor, Sha Yuanwu felt rather embarrassed and immediately invited Li Hao to visit the Sha family. Originally, they had planned to ask Li Hao for help and to give him a little chicken that the old lady had been raising, which was a great demon from the 3 immortal realms, but now, Li Hao's mount was a 4-stands realm demon king and also the ruler of the great void realm. The previously planned, modest gift, now seemed indeed very modest. Moreover, since Li Hao had single-handedly resolved a disaster by slaying the gluttonous Valley Master and essentially saved Yuzhou from a dangerous situation alone, it would be almost insulting not to offer something significant in return. Among the demons the Sha family old lady had been raising, there were also 2 demon kings. They had been guarding important locations for the Li family for many years and had sold quite a bit of effort during times of crisis. This time, Sha Yuanwu came as the old lady had instructed, to offer one to Li Hao so he could personally choose.
Giving a 4-stands realm demon, especially with a specially formulated blood covenant by the Sha family that made rebellion very unlikely, was undoubtedly a grand gift.
At this moment, Sha Yuanwu spoke these words, but Li Hao just slightly shook his head and declined. For him, a typical 4-stands realm demon meant little, and signing a blood covenant was utterly pointless. After all, even a demon of the Grand Tao of Peace realm was utterly helpless in front of him. Instead of keeping it by his side for mundane tasks, it was better to leave it in the Sha family, which at least guarded 4 states and often went on campaigns that could put the demon to some use. Seeing that Li Hao remained unmoved, Sha Yuanwu secretly lamented, for this was something other divine general mansions had long coveted, yet it seemed to hold no appeal for the young man in front of him. He looked troubled, knowing that mere words of thanks would seem insincere. Li Hao noticed the other's dilemma and after a moment's thought, his mind stirred. The Sha family was also a millennia-old divine general mansion. Their collection of cultivation techniques was not much less than that of the Li family, and certainly more valuable than some demon king-level tamed beast. Would you like to visit Lingyuan Pavilion? At Li Hao's words, Sha Yuanwu was stunned. That place was where the Sha family stored their most valuable cultivation skill manuals, akin to the Li family's listening rain tower. If it's difficult, seeing just half would be fine, Li Hao said. Sha Yuanwu's expression eased slightly. The Lingyuan Pavilion was one of the foundations of the Sha family. For a powerful cultivator like Li Hao, with a strong divine soul, a mere glance could commit to memory the contents, though mastering them all might not be possible. But for major powers, cultivation techniques were crucial to establishing their legacies. Like the sects of Zhonghu, where cultivation techniques are central and the highest secrets. If General Haoshan agrees to keep it confidential and observes it personally, the Lingyuan Pavilion can be fully accessible to General Haoshan, Sha Yuanwu said. However, I need to go back and report to the family head before I can give General Haoshan a definite answer. Apart from some techniques that even direct members of the Sha family might not learn, Lingyuan Pavilion essentially gathered 99% of the Sha family's techniques. For example, the old grandmother's unique demon taming skill was not included there since it was passed down through one lineage only and stored in the Sha family's secret vault, a real foundation of their house. Okay. Li Hao nodded his agreement. His main intention was to use these techniques to deduce more refined techniques. Even if he taught Ren Qianqin or someone else, he would teach his own far-evolved versions of these original techniques. After some more pleasantries, Sha Yuanwu set off to return to Yuzhou. Liangzhou was not far from Yuzhou, and 2 days later, Sha Yuanwu once again rushed to Liangzhou Tianmingguan to inform Li Hao of the Sha family's decision. The family head has agreed. General Haoshan, you may visit Lingyuan Pavilion at any time. Li Hao smiled, surprised that the Sha family's head had such resolve. He immediately left some war banners at Tianmingguan and then took Ren Qianqin with him to broaden her horizons. Since following him to Tianmingguan, the young girl had been confined to a small courtyard, which inevitably was somewhat dull. The candle flame god, feeling slightly discontent when Ren Qianqin climbed onto his back, snorted, and Li Hao gently patted its head, leaving it no choice but to accept. On the way, Li Hao started talking to Sha Yuanwu about asking the Sha family to help find Master Feng. Sha Yuanwu had heard of Feng bopping and expressed surprise, but agreed to assist as much as possible. In less than half a day, Li Hao had returned to Yuzhou. This time, considering the pace of the old gentleman, Sha Yuanwu, he did not rush the journey. After all, besides reaching their destination, the scenery along the way was also important. Upon arrival at the Sha family's residence, just as they reached the gate of the Divine General Mansion, he saw Sha Linglong personally there to welcome them again. This time there were a few more people with her, including 3 elders whose aura was contained yet profound, obviously from the older generation of the Sha family. Seeing the young man step down from the back of the candle flame god, the former elders who led armies felt compelled to watch intently. In Yuzhou, his sword had slain the gluttonous Valley Master and stirred up the sword tide to quell disasters, an event witnessed by millions. Moreover, when they first rushed to aid Qingzhou, they learned that the Dragon Gate and Holy Palace besieging Qingzhou City had also been annihilated by Li Hao. The leaders of those 2 major forces were all from the Grand Tao of Peace Realm. For years, they had been a major concern for several divine general mansions. Yet now, in one fell swoop, Li Hao had cut them down, shocking the older generation. Haoshan General, please. Sha Linglong gazed tenderly at the young man before her, smiling as she invited him inside. Seeing him again, her feelings had shifted from before. Having witnessed Li Hao kill the gluttonous Valley Master alongside Sha Yuanwu and learning about Li Hao's defeat of the old demon kings, Dragon Absolute God, and Feng Lingxiao in Qingzhou, she knew, despite his teenage years, he had already reached the pinnacle of Dao. Apart from the true person of Gandao Palace, perhaps only the Buddha Lord, widely recognized as the second strongest, could contest him, and the outcome was still uncertain. Many of Sha Linglong's generation, including the next, as well as those of Li Hao's age, had also hurried over, observing from a distance within the mansion. Knowing that the legendary young man was visiting, many young members of the Sha family were extremely excited, both curious and respectful. Born into the Marquis family, they bore the glory of the Sha family and inherently admired the strong. After all, in the military, confrontations depended not on words but on tangible skills. And those straightforward natures also prevailed among the Marquis-born. Disliking empty talk, they valued tangible realms and tangible achievements as the most convincing. And Li Hao had both. Whether it was his enviable cultivation in the Four Stands realm or his tangible feats in slaying Demon King leaders, each was enough to leave his peers in the dust. Originally, they said he reached the 15 Li realm at 14. Logically, his cultivation speed should have slowed down, but instead, it accelerated. Is this the Haoshan General? Indeed, he is as young as the legends say. I heard that he severed the gluttonous Valley Master with a single sword, and in the Grand Tao of Peace Realm, he is also at the Killer God level. Many young members of the Sha family observed from afar, whispering among themselves. Among them, some extraordinarily talented prodigies had complex expressions. It was not envy but the awareness of a vast gap, a blow to their confidence. They were still competing with their peers, not yet dominating, while that young man was already exalted by their parents and even older generations, standing out like the crane among chickens. The gap was simply too vast. Upon reaching the Sha family's guest hall, Li Hao sensed the warm atmosphere of the Sha family and immediately told Sha Linglong that he wished to visit Lingyuan Pavilion. Noticing Li Hao seemed to dislike the noise, Sha Linglong saw a sense of quiet in the young man's bones. Wherever he went, it was as if he was sitting on a lonely peak, serene and distant. She promptly had other members of the Sha family leave and then accompanied Li Hao to Lingyuan Pavilion. Li Hao had Xian wait on the candle flame god while he was there. He also asked the old gentleman, Sha Yuanwu, to take care of Ren Qianqin. Ren Qianqin had been nervous and restrained all along, yet her heart was full of excitement and astonishment. She had not expected Li Hao to receive such a reception at the Sha family, also a divine general mansion. Seeing Li Hao about to leave her side, her heart tensed, but she still obediently nodded and flashed a reassuring smile to Li Hao. Seeing the girl's discomfort, Sha Yuanwu, aware of the dignity of the general mansion and the Marquis family, led her to his courtyard to ease her nerves. Meanwhile, Li Hao reached Lingyuan Pavilion. Sha Linglong smiled and said, Haoshan General, this is the heart of my Sha family, Lingyuan Pavilion, where the spirits soar. Built by our ancestors, it was their hope that all the world's martial arts would be gathered here for future generations to freely cultivate and master various skills, creating a brilliant era of martial arts. Li Hao nodded and said, "If you speak of a martial arts era, then you need to share the cultivation techniques." Xia Linglong looked at the young man, somewhat surprised, then pursed her lips and smiled. Haoshan General is right. My family was indeed planning to distribute low to mid-grade skills throughout various martial academies, teaching the common people. Although this would mean verbal battles with the scholars at court, it wouldn't be too difficult. The real challenge is that demons rampage outside the borders, and external threats persist, risking internal strife. Li Hao was slightly surprised, pondered for a moment, then immediately understood. The external threats were the demons. If martial arts were widely and cheaply, or even freely, shared, the number of martial artists would rapidly increase. But with more martial artists, disorder ebbs, leading to internal strife. Some Zhonghu martial artists, possessing martial skill but lacking martial virtue, would act selfishly for profit, competing and even colluding with demons for personal gain. Should demons infiltrate and conspire with these Zhonghu sects, the simultaneous outbreak of internal and external threats could hasten Dao's decline by promoting martial arts. But suppressing demons and cultivating more martial artists was a contradiction. If we manage martial artists like enlisting them into the army, managing their meals, their livelihood, and cultivation resources will lead to a huge expense. It's too big of a burden when there's no war, and we can't just disband them once again. Once they are disbanded, these martial artists will cause chaos everywhere, potentially becoming bandits and a scourge to the people. Therefore, the royal court needs to utilize martial artists to eradicate demons but also must control their numbers. Balancing these two is a complex issue that involves countless brilliant strategies and tactics, which are too numerous to fully describe. All things resemble yin and yang, but maintaining balance is difficult. Li Hao said, "Governing the world is not his forte, that requires understanding people's hearts. And once you completely understand people's hearts, life becomes inevitably dull." He could endure the loneliness of drinking alone, but he could not endure a dull life. Hearing Li Hao's words, Xia Linglong's eyes flickered with thought, and then she looked deeply at the young man and whispered softly, "Haoshan General, please, you can look inside as many days as you wish, as long as you promise it will never be disclosed. I will not fail this trust from the head of the Xia family." Li Hao responded. He then walked into Lingyuan Pavilion. The pavilion was filled with manuals of cultivation skills, similar in setup to Listening Rain Tower. He did not delay much, swiftly flipping through the books, one by one, and collecting them into his panel. Originally, he selected cultivation skill manuals selectively for storage, but now he didn't have much time to deduce which were completely redundant, so he decided to store first. Besides taking up names, there was no downside to storing them in the panel. Since the battle in Qingzhou City where he killed the incarnations of the two desolate gods, Li Hao had been on high alert. Although he was now in the Grand Tao of Peace Realm, within the Dao Divine Dynasty, there were only one person overtly and possibly no more than 3 covertly, who could defeat him. But those 2 original desolate gods were in the Tao Comprehension Realm. Yet, they delayed their attack on the Dao Divine Dynasty, instead using demonic forces from other realms to restrain, likely planning to remain hidden if it were not for his intervention. If they truly wanted to invade the Dao Divine Dynasty, they only needed to kill Emperor and slaughter the imperial family to directly nest in their place, starting with attacks from the imperial capital, and destroying the 5 divine general mansions. This would be the optimal route. If they hadn't done so, it wasn't from stupidity, but inability. It might be because the true person from Gondao Palace was too powerful, or perhaps the unseen strength within the Dao Divine Dynasty deterred them, still needing external forces to draw them out. Now, having killed those 2 incarnations of the desolate gods, they would surely see him as a thorn in their side. Merely facing the incarnations was horrifying enough, and Li Hao wasn't sure he could win against their true bodies, thus increasing his strength would provide him a better chance. At that moment, as he collected every book on cultivation skills, the body refining techniques were no exception. Li Hao stored them all in his panel. From the 8th stage physical body Tao, he extrapolated the body refining techniques, upgrading the low to mid-grade skills to superior, and superior ones to peerless, then merging them to create more superior skills. As each cultivation manual was collected, a stream of information flooded into Li Hao's mind, but with his current physical strength, he could easily assimilate it. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of books. Every cultivation manual in Lingyuan Pavilion was collected by Li Hao as he wandered through, storing them all in his panel. Among these techniques, Li Hao discovered most were oriented towards refining the spirit and object control. There weren't many body refining techniques. Swordsmanship, fist skill, and knife skill type techniques also weren't plentiful. Li Hao had heard before that the 5 divine general mansions each had their specialties. The Li family studied diverse skills, the Xia family specialized in refining the spirit, and the Wang family had bizarre cultivation techniques, adept in cultivating avatars and controlling puppet mechanisms. In the divine traveling realm and the 15 Li realm, people from the Xia family were generally stronger than those from other divine general mansions. Their strongest divine spirit cultivation skill was nearly on par with the imperial families. The same was true for their object-controlling qi circulation skills. This gave Li Hao an unexpected pleasure, feeling he had come to the right place. As multiple divine spirit cultivation manuals were collected, quickly assimilated by his 7-stage imperial path, the energy of his divine soul started to climb slowly, then more rapidly. Immediately, Li Hao enveloped himself with the Tao domain, isolating any aura, and began cultivating cross-legged on the spot. His divine soul manifested behind him, like a golden war god, his whole body burning with flames, refining his divine soul. The top peerless soul refining skill from the great families could refine the spirit up to 20 Li. The royal family's top soul refining skill, however, extended to 30 Li. Originally, Li Hao possessed 3 top soul refinement skills from the Li family, plus Feng had helped him steal the number 1 spirit refinement skill from the royal family, allowing his divine soul to cultivate up to an extent where he could divine travel 50 Li. Now having cultivated to the 4 stands realm, his divine soul naturally strengthened, allowing him to effortlessly travel out to 100 Li. However, this distance relied on his Tao thoughts, as well as the shaping of the divine soul during realm advancement. Setting aside these enhancements, his limit in the divine traveling realm was still 50 Li. And to extend the limits of the divine traveling realm to its maximum, Li Hao guessed, required at least 100 Li. At this moment, as multiple soul refining skills extrapolated, Li Hao cultivated on the spot, his divine soul forming seals, enveloped by divine fire. This was all confined within the Tao domain, even the temperature didn't escape. As he continued his cultivation, Li Hao's divine soul also transformed, absorbing the roaming lunar energy of the heavens and the earth, refining and repairing his spirit. Soul refining cultivation, similar to demons ingesting the essence of the sun and moon for their cultivation, but while most demons, aside from those with special talents, could only absorb moon essence, because it was gentle while solar essence was fierce and could burn the spirit when absorbed, Li Hao now, with his enhanced divine soul, absorbed both solar and lunar energies, his divine soul ablaze with an intensely hot divine yang flame, exuding a terrifying aura. Only the impact of divine souls allowed Li Hao to easily ignite the souls of others. As his divine soul condensed and its connection with his physical body tightened, Li Hao experienced an illusion, perhaps believing that if he cultivated the divine travel realm to its limit, just the immortality of the divine soul could grant everlasting life. Normally, when the physical body was destroyed, the divine soul would be fragile, needing to quickly find a host, else it would be exposed in the open air and consumed by the burning sun. But now, Li Hao's divine soul absorbed sun essence for cultivation and began to fear the scorching sun no more. After a long while, as he integrated various divine spirit cultivation skills, Li Hao's divine soul rapidly improved, and soon, he entered a mysterious state, his soul seemingly transformed, reborn from its old shell. Behind him, the golden flames that once adorned his divine soul surged into his body, turning the soul completely golden and solid to the touch. This is. Li Hao's eyes flickered open, and with a thought, his divine soul burst forth, rushing out of the Tao domain and directly through the dome of Lingyuan Pavilion, standing tall in the sky. Bathed in the sunlight and moonlight, his divine soul shone brilliant gold. What was once ethereal now appeared as a golden true form. With a sudden burst of power, the divine soul vanished, slipping into a layer of illusory space, a seam within reality. After a moment, the divine soul reappeared. Li Hao tried repeatedly and soon understood that he had reached the extreme realm of divine traveling, and along with increased powers of the divine soul, even if his physical body died, the soul could exist for a long time. Moreover, the soul could traverse the cracks in space, places beyond the reach of the Tao Heart realm, unless someone from the Grand Tao of Peace realm intervened, using their Tao domain to force it out. To know, these were abilities inherent to the divine travel realm, which was truly terrifying. Bathed in the sun and moon, capable of divine traveling through the great void, moving through the cracks of nothingness. Li Hao pondered and named this ultimate limit of the divine travel realm as primordial spirit. At this moment, his divine soul indeed had transformed, becoming different from ordinary souls. Li Hao felt that only in an evenly matched battle could he appreciate more benefits of the extreme realm of divine traveling. But for now, just being able to traverse the great void, where only the Tao domain could force it out, was already extraordinarily exaggerated. Had he mastered this ability earlier, merely using the divine soul to assassinate enemies would make him nearly untouchable beneath the grand Tao of Peace realm. To know, this was a level reachable only in the divine traveling realm. Li Hao retracted his divine soul and continued his cultivation. The cultivation of the soul refining skills didn't cease with the achievement of the primordial spirit. Li Hao's primordial spirit continued to grow stronger under these techniques. Li Hao had known for a while that there should be an end realm beyond the extreme realm. That would be the true limit, but reaching it might be 10 times harder than the extreme realm. The extreme realm was already difficult enough, with few of the prodigies from the ancient Holy Clan being able to reach it, let alone the end realm. Time flew by. After a long time, Li Hao's cultivation of the primordial spirit finally came to a halt. The various skills had maximized their enhancements to the primordial spirit. Li Hao extended his primordial spirit out of Lingyuan Pavilion, appearing outside the city in the blink of an eye. Then he crossed mountains and rivers, racing under the sun and moon. The scorching sunlight that once could burn the soul now felt merely warm upon him. The essence of the sun was more concentrated and more potent than the moonlight, constantly nourishing the primordial spirit. It's said that only certain ancient demon kings with extraordinary bloodlines have the innate ability to absorb and exhale sun essence, whereas other races, including most of the Dragon Clan, can only cultivate using moonlight. Li Hao thought to himself. The soaring speed of his primordial spirit was far greater than his physical body, meaning he could swiftly slay most enemies with his soul alone, without his body having to move. After wandering 400 or 500 li, Li Hao began to feel a chill, the connection between his primordial spirit and his physical body weakening. It was a peculiar sensation. As his body grew cold, the world around him seemed to change too, like seas that were both real and illusory, washing over him. Continuing forward was like venturing deeper into that seemingly phantom sea. To become lost there would be terrifying. With just the primordial spirit, the body cannot be completely abandoned, Li Hao mused to himself. His primordial spirit began to return. The hundreds of li flew by quickly, and upon returning to his physical form, Li Hao stretched his body lightly before resuming his cultivation. This time, it was the object-controlled qi circulation skill. The 15 li realm was named so because the divine soul could control objects from a distance of 15 li in a single breath. This was the limit for most without great resources. A distance of 15 li at full force was a combat speed, not a usual state, like when traveling in the 15 li realm. One could burst forth at full power, moving objects to 15 li away, but only in a brief surge, perhaps exhausting after 2 or 3 consecutive tries. The imperial manipulation method, however, could be cultivated up to 25 li. Other top-tier methods reached 20 li, 15 li and 20 li might only differ by 5 li, but in combat, this gap represented a qualitative change. 5 li meant the difference between being unstruck and being slain before one's opponent could act. This advantage was why the warriors of the imperial bloodline could dominate all sides. In the 15 li realm, their 25 li control speed could almost effortlessly annihilate others at the same stage. Previously, Li Hao's cultivation reached 40 li, and after absorbing various techniques in Tianji Tower, it reached 80 li. With his realm improved and his divine soul strengthened, his control speed became even faster. As he blended together various object-manipulating qi circulation skills, Li Hao's primordial spirit flew out again, pinching up a speck of dust off the ground outside Lingyuan Pavilion and controlling it over 100 li away. As his speed and object control increased continuously and his understanding deepened, Li Hao gradually touched upon the subtle essence of object control. Object control, no matter how swift, couldn't compare to traveling through the void. And when the speed reached its apex, it seemed capable of tearing apart the great void and shuttling through space. 2 days later, Li Hao walked out of Lingyuan Pavilion. Xia Linglong, unsure of how long Li Hao would stay, had escorted him to Lingyuan Pavilion but had not waited outside. As the family head of the Xia family, she had many matters to attend to. Especially since, although the gluttonous valley master had been executed and the remaining demons had been slaughtered or driven away, the cities they had destroyed needed reconstruction, and many of the people needed comfort and assistance. While Xia Linglong was busy, she received the news that Li Hao had left the pavilion and was stunned. Has he come out after just 2 days? Xia Linglong was surprised, then immediately thought that perhaps Li Hao had memorized all the top cultivation techniques in his mind and that it was normal for him not to practice here. She immediately left what she was working on and went to meet him. Upon meeting the family head, Li Hao exchanged pleasantries, expressed his gratitude, and prepared to leave. Haoshan General, my Xia family owns 2 demon kings. Although they are not as dominant as the lords of the Great Void Realm, they would do well in guarding your gate. You could take a look, Xia Linglong invited. Li Hao chuckled, family head Xia, you needn't be so polite. Just having the chance to see Lingyuan Pavilion is already a favor to me. Let the demon kings stay with you to combat your enemies. Seeing Li Hao's genuine refusal, Xia Linglong couldn't help but feel some admiration, as after all, these were demon kings. Even though Li Hao didn't need them, it didn't mean they were pointless. When Xia Linglong learned that Li Hao was leaving, the Xia family members once again came to see him off. Li Hao took Ren Qianqin and the candle flame god, along with Xian who had climbed back onto his wrist, bid farewell to the Xia family, and left Yuzhou. Before leaving, Li Hao left 2 chess pieces with the Xia family, saying they could be used as his war banners. These 2 chess pieces, infused with power marked by Li Hao and containing sealed sword qi with inherent Dao domain rules, could easily slay those in the ultimate study realm and severely wound those in the grand Dao of peace realm. When Li Hao explained the functions of these 2 chess pieces to Xia Linglong, she immediately felt they were too hot to handle. Stunned by Li Hao's capabilities and grateful for his gift, she realized the Xia family, although a divine general mansion radiant with glory, foresaw great challenges ahead for the Dayu divine dynasty due to the troubles in Yuzhou and the manifestation of the split entity of the desolate god outside of Qingzhou city. Obtaining such a powerful treasure was an immense favor indeed. Compared to Xia Linglong's profuse gratitude, for Li Hao, it was just a way to repay a Lingyuan pavilion. After all, the gains from this time were tremendous. He had managed to break through to the limits in both Divine Travel Realm and 15 Li Realm, mastering the extreme state. Additionally, other cultivation techniques had significantly enhanced his swordsmanship, fist skill, and body refinement, further strengthening his power. Excluding the 4 stands realm, he had now reached the limit in all 7 realms of martial arts. Half a day later, Li Hao arrived back at Heavenly Gate Pass, and upon his return, he immediately sensed an extraordinarily sinister presence in the city. This aura was not hidden at all. It was neither ostentatious nor restrained but naturally emanated, causing Li Hao's eyes to narrow slightly in surprise. Soldiers from inside the city saw Li Hao's return and hurried forward to report. Li Hao indicated that he was already aware and then went back to the small fenced courtyard with the candle flame god. There, seated in the place where Li Hao used to drink tea, was a figure with disheveled hair, serving himself a drink. His clothing was tattered, and astonishingly, there were 2 broken iron chains on his wrists. When Li Hao saw him, he also saw Li Hao. Among the disheveled hair, a deep and restrained pair of eyes swept over, calm yet carrying a sharp and deadly energy. Ultimate Study Realm. Li Hao took a closer look. Although his opponent's eyes were sharp, they seemed to lack killing intent. He glanced around. The courtyard had not been damaged, which relieved him somewhat. Who might you be? Li Hao approached the man, sitting on the cushion usually reserved for guests, casually picking up the already prepared tea and taking a sip. My surname is Zhang Liken. The elder's eyes were cold. He didn't care about Li Hao's actions and just kept his eyes firmly on Li Hao's face. You have indeed made me wait, Zhang. Li Hao paused for a moment. That was a surname of the imperial family. Was this elderly man before him from the imperial family? However, given his current status as a duke, even if he met someone from the imperial family, he wouldn't need to perform elaborate ceremonials. Prince, what business do you have with me? Li Hao asked, noticing the man's attire similarity to a beggar's, making this prince seem somewhat unconventional. I was waiting outside the Mo River to meet you, but you slipped to Yuzhou without a trace. When I followed to Yuzhou, you went to Qingzhou. When I arrived in Qingzhou, you had already returned here. Speaking of which, Zhang Liken's voice gradually filled with anger, as he had never been led on such a chase in his life. Li Hao was speechless. He hadn't realized that during his travels, he had an unseen follower, one he had quite fiercely shaken off. For a moment, all he could do was offer an awkward smile and say, "When there's time, I'll personally thank His Majesty." HMPH, whether you thank him or not, I hardly care. Besides, I didn't even meet you, so there's nothing to thank for. You are his officer. It is expected for someone to be sent to assist you. Zhang Liken scoffed. Even my overly concerned brother makes mistakes in judgment. Look at you now, young and already at the grand Tao of Peace realm. Impressive indeed. Merely a twist of fate, Li Hao quickly replied modestly. Though you, lad, led me on quite the chase, and let me out, let's call it even. Zhang Liken decidedly cleared up this inexplicable frustration and luck as if once he had told Li Hao, he was absolved from this karma. Whether or not it truly settled anything was up to him. Then, he intently looked at Li Hao, his gaze sweeping over Li Hao's palm. I've heard you also wield a sword? Li Hao was surprised and nodded, a bit. HMPH, you vanquished demons outside Qingzhou City. The remnants of your sword chi still linger. I've seen them, I must say not bad. Zhang Liken, unconcerned with Li Hao's self-effacement, spoke bluntly, without reservation. Looking at your palm, it doesn't seem like a swordsman's hand, but the world of sword Tao has many prodigies, not just you. When I was 6 and first practiced swordsmanship, I performed perfect level sword moves. At the time, my hands were also soft, uncalloused, and yet far superior to those laboriously trained ordinary folk. You have cultivated to the grand Tao of Peace realm at such a young age. You must be sharp. Let me see the depth of your sword Tao. As he spoke, he looked deep into Li Hao's eyes, his body suddenly bursting with a powerful presence. Li Hao was startled. At this moment, the aura revealed by his opponent surprisingly contained a killing intent. They had been speaking amicably, and suddenly, he was ready to draw his sword. Prince, what is this about? Li Hao frowned. Draw your sword, let me see your sword. Zhang Liken demanded, staring intently. A duel, then? But you won't be able to defeat me. Li Hao shook his head. It's just a Tao domain. My sword Tao can break through Tao domains. What I pursue is the pinnacle of sword Tao. Even without a Tao domain, I can still shatter it, and even without enlightenment, I can cut down the Tao with my sword. Zhang Liken's eyes dazzled, his words frightening, almost insane. Li Hao was taken aback and didn't mock but instead earnestly gazed into the man's eyes. Such mad thoughts, yet not arrogance in his eyes, but persistence, belief, and an extreme fervor in his pursuit. This feeling was deeper than the state of mind entering the spirit. Li Hao was briefly silent, then nodded. Okay, but this is not the place to fight. Please follow me, Prince. Is there a need to pick a place? Anywhere is fine? Zhang Liken, seeing Li Hao's agreement, was even more eager to start, unable to restrain himself. This is my courtyard, like your sword to you. This too is something I cherish. Zhang Liken intended to start immediately, but seeing Li Hao's response, his eyes shifted slightly, yet he held back. I'll wait for you. As he spoke, Zhang Liken abruptly soared into the sky, speeding away. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief, advised Ren Qianqin to wait there without worry, and similarly pursued. Soon, the two arrived at a hillside outside the city. Where's your sword? Zhang Liken looked at Li Hao's hands. Any grass or wood can be a sword. Li Hao casually broke off a branch from an old tree and held it in his hand. Zhang Liken saw this and burst out laughing. Good, I used to think the same, that all things could be swords, but not anymore. A sword is a sword. A sword is nothing else. A sword can only be a sword. As he spoke, a pitch-black, seemingly damaged long sword at his waist suddenly flew into his hand. The blade, unsheathed since it needed no concealing, sang sharply as it was grasped, sounding like a proud dragon issuing a fierce dragon's roar. Come on, display your Tao domain. Don't worry, with all the Tao domains, I can break them all with a single sword. Zhang Liken's hair, unkempt, now billowed wildly, his whole demeanor rebellious and unyielding, as if he himself had transformed into a sharp sword, standing between heaven and earth. Li Hao, hearing the other's words, did not hold back, his Tao domain spread out immediately. Intimidation. The laws of the Tao domain enveloped Zhang Liken in an instant. The pressure of intimidation made one unable to release any power from within. However, at that moment, Zhang Liken's eyes burst with an excited and fiery intent to battle, and streams of power spewed out from the cavities within his body. Like sword chi, these powers shot out, condensing the power he had ingested into myriad sword chi, embedding them in the major meridians of his body. Li Hao harbored a breath of immortal qi in his belly, while Zhang Liken harbored myriad sword qi in his heart. Even under the laws of the Tao domain, he exploded with formidable power, resisting the erosion of the laws and suddenly wielding his sword. Whoosh! The brilliance burst like a silver moon, seemingly embodying some Tao intent, and instantly cut across. Li Hao was taken aback but immediately noticed that his Tao domain was torn by an extremely sharp power, directly broken. He immediately thought about overlaying a second layer of Tao domain, but gave up as soon as the thought occurred. A sense of battle rose in his heart too. He likewise flicked the dead branch in his hand, cutting out a sword qi under entwined power. Boom! The reincarnation sword light collided with Zhang Liken's sword qi, and under the enhancement of the Tao domain laws, they actually ended in a draw. Your sword is not pure enough. Zhang Liken's eyes bulged in fury as he howled. Is this your strongest swordsmanship? Not enough. As he spoke, he slashed out a second sword, which again broke through the Tao domain. The sword light, refined to perfection, was like a polar light cast from beyond the heavens, arriving in an instant. Li Hao also raised his dry branch and chopped down sharply. Sword light annihilated, neither gaining any advantage. But the dry branch in Li Hao's hand broke, and Li Hao knew that without the enhancement of Tao domain laws, purely in terms of swordsmanship, he had already lost. Your sword Tao is merely at half the level of a sword saint. Zhang Liken released his aura all over his body, miraculously standing unharmed in the Tao domain. His gaze was cold, tinged with regret, but for your age, it is quite good. Perhaps in 10 years, you may be able to contend with me again. Li Hao nodded slightly, not denying it. His comprehension of the 6th stage of the sword Tao was insufficient, failing to enter the spirit entering stage, and his swordsmanship had not transcended the ordinary. The opponent's understanding of the sword Tao, however, must be at the 7th or 8th stage. With pure sword Tao breaking through the Tao domain, his sword had approached the threshold of entering Tao. Is this your full power, or do you have other methods to show? Let me see your true power, to see if it can sharpen my sword further. Zhang Liken's eyes were fixed on Li Hao. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Li Hao nodded, all right. As he spoke, he let go of the remaining half of the dry branch he held, letting it fall below. But at the same moment, 4 layers of the Tao domain suddenly covered everything. The sudden terrifying force made Zhang Liken's previously fierce eyes suddenly shrink. A hint of horror appeared, but the next moment he burst out into a more dazzling light, excitedly laughing. Good. He burst out with soaring sword light from his body, his spine becoming clear and brilliant, like a sword. He soared into the sky, his whole body emanating a vast aura, concentrated in one sword, attempting to chop. But the next moment, another layer of the Tao domain covered him. 6-layer Tao domain enveloped instantly, with a boom, like a pair of huge hands, gripped the light from Zhang Liken's entire body, snuffing it out, pushing it all back into his body, and then as if petrified, he could not move within the Tao domain. Li Hao did not fully unleash the rules of the Tao domain, otherwise, it would have torn him apart instantly. Zhang Liken's eyeballs struggled to move, shocked and incredulous. Li Hao slowly dissipated his power, recalling the Tao domain. Zhang Liken's body light surged out instantaneously, but his posture holding the sword paused in midair, simply staring blankly at Li Hao. After a long time, he suddenly rushed up to Li Hao and said, 6-layer Tao domain? Is this your limit? Li Hao shook his head slightly. Zhang Liken seemed a bit dazed, but soon burst out laughing again, saying, very good, I thought my sword was sharp enough, but it seems it's still far from enough. Whenever I can break through your Tao domain, that will be my time of enlightenment. Li Hao's mind stirred, asking, Prince, are you familiar with the Tao comprehension realm? Not exactly familiar, you whippersnapper, are you trying to find out? Zhang Liken saw through Li Hao's intentions, chuckled a couple of times, and didn't hide it, saying, even if you are from the background of the divine general mansion, unless the ancestor of the Li family personally tells you, such true secrets will not be recorded in books. Some old fellows are just like that, rather taking some secrets to the grave than letting them out. Adding this, he then drew back to the topic, saying, the Tao comprehension realm also varies at different levels. The first realm is the true man realm, the second realm is the Tao La realm. That true person from the Gan Tao palace is at the true man realm, needing to break the Tao domain laws, touching the true great Tao, eliminating the false and preserving the true, entering Tao from techniques, which defines the enlightened truth realm. He continued, the Tao Law realm is even more mysterious and powerful, with Taoist domain laws, command following speech, calling for wind and summoning rain, peering into the heavenly Tao, no longer bounded by techniques, but by laws. Techniques are the appearance, Tao is the bone, laws are the flesh. Zhang Liken glanced at Li Hao and said, all cultivation skill manuals, supreme skills included, still linger in appearance. Even the supreme ones barely touch a bit of the true essence, but still stand outside the threshold of the Tao. Only when you cross the threshold can you truly enter the Tao, then leverage laws with Tao, expending little effort but exerting full power. Li Hao was slightly taken aback. He had only asked casually, never expecting the prince to have such detailed knowledge of the Tao comprehension realm. True man realm, Tao law realm. Tao law allows one to enforce laws with spoken words. Isn't that almost akin to a deity? Li Hao's eyes flickered, suddenly realizing why the avatars of those two desolate gods were so difficult to kill. Even those in the true man realm had condensed the power of the grand Tao, and Tao power was indestructible. The bodies of true men, forged with Tao power, were likely minimally affected by the Tao domain. The difference between these realms was like that between heaven and earth. You're intelligent. If you could see beyond fame and cultivate tranquilly here, you would undoubtedly achieve great accomplishment in the future. Seeing Li Hao deep in thought, Zhang Liken said, don't listen to my brother's advice about running around trying to save ordinary people. What does it matter if all the common folks die? People are foolish by nature, born to be stepping stones for others. Dying early means they can be reborn earlier, perhaps into a wealthy family, which is better than struggling for 180 years. It may actually be a blessing in disguise. Li Hao was left speechless, slightly taken aback. It was hard to believe that these words came from a prince. They sounded more like the words of a demon. Moreover, the waters of Deu run deeper than you think. Even if you do not go to Yuzhou or Qingzhou, the worst that could happen is the loss of some common folks. Once these demons cross the line, there will definitely be someone who will step forward to annihilate them. Zhang Liken sneered, his eyes flickering slightly with light. Although Deu has declined, it still has some tricks up its sleeve to intimidate others. The 5 divine general mansions in the state cities. Do you really think the divine formation is just for the protection of the people? Hey, just focus on your cultivation here. Having said that, he turned and flew back into the city. Li Hao paused, following him back to the courtyard. Seeing the other once again sit back in his original spot, he felt speechless as it seemed the other had decided to stay indefinitely. Prince, what did you mean by the divine formation? Li Hao asked, puzzled. Zhang Liken waved his hand and said, don't think too much, the less you know, the better. The less mental distractions you have, the clearer your understanding will be. Li Hao smiled wryly, seeing that he was unwilling to elaborate. He said, Prince, I am quite busy here, and it's a border city. You might want to go somewhere else. Not until I break through your Tao domain. Zhang Liken huffed and ignored Li Hao, his gaze landing on Qianqin, who was holding a sword. His eyes paused on the sword for a moment before he snorted dismissively. Qianqin, seeing Li Hao return safely, breathed a sigh of relief. She then noticed the old man's disdainful glance and felt both puzzled and inexplicably indignant. Even if her cultivation was low, the old man, being so revered, surely had no reason to disdain her? Li Hao, seeing that the prince had indeed decided to stay put, was at a loss for words, but since the other was a prince, he couldn't just forcefully remove him, so he said, suit yourself, just don't disturb me. You mind your business, I'll mind mine. Zhang Liken said. Seeing him respond like that, Li Hao didn't say anything more. Time passed. Soldiers were coming in and out of the courtyard, reporting on the search for Feng. All reports came back with no news. Moreover, Tianji Tower also sent back messages, similarly without any findings. Not only Feng, but Little White Fox had also disappeared without notice. Li Hao had also asked Tianji Tower to help search and to inform him immediately if there was any news, but no trace was found. Qianqin said that Little White Fox had disappeared suddenly one day. At first, they thought it was just out playing, but when it didn't return late into the night, they realized it was missing. When the search parties went out of the city, they found nothing, not even signs of a battle. They tracked down the places where its fur was found, but the trail just abruptly ended. This little creature, I hope it hasn't come to harm. Li Hao frowned slightly, sighing inwardly. Are you looking for someone? Zhang Liken, perceiving the sword Dao in the courtyard, heard the ongoing reports of the soldiers coming in and out and raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Li Hao and said, When I came to Mo River to support you, I noticed that there wasn't much happening there, so I thought I'd come here to see. However, I saw some people fighting in the distance outside the city. Could it be the person you're looking for? Li Hao startled. A fight outside the city? Prince, did you see who it was? I didn't pay much attention, but one of them had good movement technique. Unfortunately, he was up against someone from the Grand Tao of Peace Realm. Good skills or not, he stood no chance. Li Hao's heart shuddered. Good movement technique? When did this occur? He couldn't help asking. If the other was from the Grand Tao of Peace Realm, then it probably wasn't Feng fighting with Li Tiangang, but a different battle altogether. Zhang Liken thought for a moment and said, about half a month ago. Half a month ago. Li Hao was momentarily stunned. This was after the time Feng had fought with Li Tiangang. Could it be that, after their battle, Feng hadn't been driven away but was still secretly protecting Kenya City? And then got involved in another battle? Li Hao pondered the more he felt it to be possible. Given Feng's temper, even if he decided to leave, he wouldn't do so without saying goodbye, unless something happened suddenly. Prince, do you know who those engaged in the battle at the Grand Tao of Peace Realm are? Li Hao immediately asked. It must be Demon Luo, Zhang Liken said. Although I didn't look closely, the boundless demonic chi that was emitted at that time couldn't be mistaken, so your friend is most likely already gone. Demon Luo? Li Hao was taken aback. You don't know? Zhang Liken gave him a glance, then realized that the young man before him, after all, was only in his teens. Aside from cultivation and sword training, how much time could he have had to learn about these top-notch powerful beings? 800 years ago, Demon Luo emerged, wreaking havoc everywhere. The Buddhist sect sent experts to suppress him, but they were instead slaughtered. He broke free from the encirclement of numerous Buddhist experts and since then went into hiding for over 200 years. When he reappeared, he was already at the Grand Tao of Peace Realm, causing chaos everywhere again. Zhang Liken said, 500 years ago, the Buddha Lord personally took action, yet Demon Luo managed to detect and escape his pursuit. The battle shook the heavens and the earth, and although it didn't kill Demon Luo, it allowed the people of the world to witness the terrifying power of the Buddha Lord. I don't know if your divine general's mansion has any record of it, but the Tao domain displayed by the Buddha Lord in that battle was 5-layer. Zhang Liken glanced at Li Hao, slightly weaker than her current strength, but 500 years have passed. The Buddha Lord was once an exceptional prodigy, and after such a long time, he could only have become more terrifying. Even in the Grand Tao of Peace Realm, he would be a top-tier existence. 300 years ago, a bodhisattva was publicly killed by Demon Luo. The Buddha Lord decreed that all disciples of the Buddhist sect were to hunt Demon Luo for all eternity. Since then, Demon Luo has rarely made an appearance, and throughout the world, news of Demon Luo occasionally surfaces, with the truth and falsehood difficult to discern. Some are merely demons or those who have fallen into demonic ways, scaring people by borrowing the name of Demon Luo. If you want to find Demon Luo with your own efforts, it's impossible. The Yu Divine Dynasty has been issuing warrants for his arrest for so many years without having seen any trace of him. To such a powerful being, to be blunt, a warrant means nothing. If you want to find Demon Luo, you could go to Mount Wuliang to inquire. They have experience in fighting him, and it is said that they have been secretly investigating him in the past years, but I estimate it won't be of much significance. After Zhang Liken finished speaking in one breath, Li Hao's face turned ugly. Demon Luo? Feng had no dealings with Demon Luo, so why would the latter strike at Feng? Could it be that it was just a chance encounter, hence the murderous intent? At this moment, outside the courtyard, another soldier ran in, bowed to Li Hao, and immediately reported. Haoshan General, we have news of the person you're issuing a manhunt for. What? Li Hao, still dwelling on Zhang Liken's recent words, was startled by what the soldier said and at once turned to look at him sharply. Where? At Mount Wuliang. The soldier jumped in fright and quickly said, just now, Mount Wuliang announced that they have caught Feng Boping, the great thief who has been stealing for many years. They will execute him at noon tomorrow at the peak of Spirit Mountain in Mount Wuliang. Li Hao's pupils contracted, his head buzzed slightly, and soon, he felt as though his blood was ablaze. Execute Feng? Wait, Demon Luo, Mount Wuliang? Li Hao couldn't help but look at Zhang Liken and asked, Prince, are you sure you didn't see wrong earlier? Zhang Liken was also full of surprise. By this moment, he knew that Feng Boping was the man Li Hao was looking for. Strange, could it be that Demon Luo delivered that man to Mount Wuliang, but they are mortal enemies? Zhang Liken muttered to himself, suddenly seeming to think of something, his expression subtly changing. So that's how it is, no wonder he said that. What? Li Hao couldn't help but ask, while an incredible idea arose in his mind. But thinking of Candle Flame God and Ms. Yin, it didn't seem so unbelievable. Zhang Liken faced Li Hao. Without speaking, their gazes met as if they both understood what the other was thinking. Li Hao's expression became grim. Suddenly, he recalled something Feng once talked about leisurely while fishing by the lake years ago. He had taken an artifact from Mount Wuliang while the Buddha Lord was in retreat, using that object to suppress the Mo River. It was a saint relic, said to contain the aura of a saint, which suppressed the perilous Mo River and prevented it from extending. This act also led the Buddhist sect to notice afterward, who then furiously issued a manhunt for Feng Boping. But Feng Boping's movements were mysterious, and for many years, he had never been caught by the Buddhist sect. But now, he had been caught. Li Hao felt a sense of sorrow in his heart. Feng, the wanderer who had no fixed abode and thus could not be captured, had been caught. From Qingzhou to Liangzhou and then several interventions at Heavenly Gate Pass had exposed Feng's whereabouts. It was only after the Buddhists were informed and came searching here that they were able to find Feng and capture him. Initially aimless like a floating weed, his having ties had ironically exposed his vulnerabilities. In his youth, that couple from northern Yan was his weakness, and after they were assassinated by demons, he hardened into the strongest stone. But now, he himself had become Feng's weakness, the reason why Feng was tangled up here. Li Hao covered his chest slightly, feeling a faint tearing sensation. Feng must have known that he was exposed and in danger, yet he still covertly looked after Kenya City, fulfilling the promise between them. How could such loyalty be betrayed? Let's go to Mount Wuliang, Li Hao said through clenched teeth to the Candle Flame God. Zhang Liken was taken aback and looked at Li Hao, saying, "Do you intend to snatch someone back? If I'm not mistaken, you're a duke now. At your age, accumulating merit a couple more times could promote you to the premier duke rank, or even elevate you to divine marquis, ensuring millenniums of venerated incense fire. You even have the potential to ascend to the saint realm in the future. Are you sure you want to risk it all for a thief? Right and wrong, fame and honor, none can outweigh the joy of sharing drinks among friends." Li Hao's eyes were icy as he looked at the true form of the Candle Flame God and mounted it. To have a few true friends in life is enough. Seeing Ren Qianqin, who approached with an anxious expression on her face, Li Hao's icy look softened as he whispered, "Wait for me here, and cultivate diligently." Zhang Liken, upon hearing Li Hao's words, was stunned. He had thought this young man pursued fame and fortune, seeking to leave a name for centuries like others he'd seen, but suddenly realized it might not be the case. All those imperial brothers of the emperor, including those of the younger generation, were embroiled in open and secret strife. What they sought was not also a name. To have a few true friends in life is enough, Zhang Liken murmured, then burst out laughing. "Kid, I approve of you. I'll accompany you on this journey. That Buddha Lord is not an easy adversary. If necessary, I will unsheathe my sword beside you. Prince, you are from the imperial family, so you shouldn't get involved. This is my personal affair." As Li Hao spoke, he signaled for the Candle Flame God to take off. Immediately, the Candle Flame God's hooves thundered, and it swiftly soared into the sky. Zhang Liken laughed heartily. "However, where I go is my business. What is this talk of imperial or noble blood? I am simply me, the god amongst swords, Zhang Liken." As he spoke, he too soared into the skies, following closely behind Li Hao with mysterious steps. In the blink of an eye, the two of them surged past Heaven's Gate, one after the other. Li Hao glanced back at Zhang Liken, who was closely following him, not expecting that the prince would truly come. This prince seemed different from the others, a bit mad even. The Buddhists are a power worshipped by the imperial family. Won't your actions have an impact? Li Hao frowned. Zhang Liken's speed surged wildly, catching up with the Candle Flame God without falling much behind. He laughed aloud. What impact? Will that Buddha Lord seek out my deeply calculating elder brother afterward? Let him be troubled. Causing disruption is precisely what I enjoy most. Li Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. The person referred to by Zhang Liken was clearly Emperor Yu. It seemed there was disharmony between these two brothers. Yet Emperor Yu had asked him to assist. Earlier you said, "Thanks to me you were able to escape." Did His Majesty ask you to aid me in exchange for your release? Were you previously in prison? Li Hao glanced at the shackles and chains on his hands. Zhang Liken laughed heartily. Indeed, He even promised me that once you were safely escorted and unharmed, I could demand him to bear my sword strike. Once this affair is settled, I will return to the imperial capital to deliver back that sword strike. Li Hao was taken aback, imagining the amiable face of the old man playing chess under the willow tree, suddenly feeling a twinge of sourness in his heart. The investment Emperor Yu had made in him seemed rather large. He took a deep breath, putting away these thoughts, and urged the candle flame god to increase speed. Meanwhile, the news of the public execution of the thief saint, Feng Boping, was spreading among the major powers. Many who had been visited by Feng Boping were clapping their hands in joy at the news of the great thief's capture. Those powers close to Mount Wuliang immediately set out upon receiving the news, rushing to the mountain in hopes of extorting the locations of the treasures he had stolen from Feng Boping before his execution. And the news also reached the Qingzhou Divine General's mansion. Li Musho was stupefied when he heard the news, and immediately his face drained of all color. Old Feng. Li Musho sat stupefied in the courtyard, his mind buzzing and somewhat out of sorts. He never expected that his old friend, who had gallivanted through the Zhonghu for half his life, would actually get caught by the Buddhists. His heaven and earth traceless skill, not even he could catch up to. His divine stealth breathing skill, enabling him to transform into flora, whether entering a bustling market or traversing mountains and rivers, was like a fish entering the sea, hard to find. Even the imperial palace, guarded by 1,000,000 imperial guards, was a place he entered and left as he pleased, without a sound. But now, to think he was caught by the Buddhists. The news came from a lower-ranking disciple of Mount Wuliang, credible beyond doubt, making it impossible for Li Musho not to believe. Old Feng, how could you have slipped up? Li Musho slowly clenched his fists, his eyes moistening, an extreme pain spreading in his heart, seemingly tearing at his chest. He sat alone for a half of an incense stick time, then he stood up and walked out of the courtyard. First, he went to the ancestral hall, where he saw old Wu, Li Qingzheng, sitting alone in front of the chessboard outside. Li Qingzheng, who was playing chess by himself, also looked at Li Musho. Their eyes met, a trace of sorrow flitting through both gazes, before they quickly contained their emotions. When they used to meet in the past, most times there was that lively young figure by their side, but now, it was no more. Second brother, how come you have time to come by? Li Qingzheng forced out a small smile. Li Musho's expression was solemn as he said, I came to see our ancestors, to ask for their forgiveness. Forgiveness? Li Qingzheng's gaze hardened. Li Musho slowly approached the ancestral hall, his footsteps heavy, walking very slowly. When crossing the threshold, he paused for a moment, but eventually, he stepped over. Li Qingzheng didn't speak, just gazed intently at him, as if he realized that his second brother, who had rebelled and had not been favored by their father in his youth, was about to do something again. The undeserving descendant pays respects to the ancestors. Li Musho reached the stele of the ancestors with their golden bodies, knelt on the cushion, and gently bowed his head. The stele trembled slightly, but no ancestor appeared. After all, appearing would consume the remnants of their soul power, reserved only for major issues. What matters? A commanding voice echoed, belonging to an unknown ancestor. In the previous battle at Qingzhou City, many ancestors burned their spirits. Some had dissipated, some had their remaining heroic spirits' power withered, falling into slumber. Now, only a handful of stronger spirits remained awake. Li Musho's face trembled slightly and finally, he explained his purpose. You want to leave the Li family? Upon hearing Li Musho's words, that ancestor was shocked. Li Qingzheng, upon hearing this, was also stunned and then stared blankly at Li Musho. Foolishness, what are you talking about? Another golden spirit figure emerged from the stele, tall and burly, full of rage. Weren't your youthful indiscretions enough? Having just taken charge of the Li family for a few years, are you starting to act up again? Do you want me to discipline you in front of our ancestors? Father. Li Qingzheng, upon seeing this spirit, swiftly changed from sitting to kneeling, a rare hint of fear appearing in his aged eyes. Even though he was now over 80 years old, in the presence of his father, he was still as trepid as in his youth, a reverence ingrained in his bones. Li Musho, hearing the angry voice from above, seemed to feel a cold snow blowing around him. It took him back to that snowy night when he knelt in the courtyard, outside the staircase to the main hall, listening to his father's reprimands from inside, along with his mother's pleas and his other siblings' requests on his behalf. Back then, his heart was untamed and resentful, but after many years, he had let go, knowing he was not blameless. That night, the elder brother whom he had once envied, after leaving their father's dining table, secretly brought him a steaming bowl of braised meat noodles. Years later, reflecting upon it, it was still one of the tastiest meals he had ever eaten. The other two unforgettable tastes were the grilled fish from that lakeside boy and the soup made by that girl when he was injured from vanquishing evil spirits in his younger years. The flavors he could never forget. Thinking of that snowy night, he thought of the figure of his older brother fading away in the distance, and Li Musho's eyes grew even wetter. He bent his body tighter, pressing his forehead as close to the ground as possible, inhaling the dust from the floor into his nostrils with each breath, encountering a strong scent of earth. "Father, I must do this, I promised that old friend, I can't let him down." "But he is a thief," the golden spirit said angrily. "Weren't your associations with useless friends in your youth enough? Using your connections, they exploited the name of the divine general mansion, wreaking havoc everywhere, rampantly extorting wealth. Haven't you suffered enough losses? That was when I was young and didn't understand people's hearts. But this time it is different, he is different. Although he is a thief, he has never misused the name of the divine general mansion to cause trouble or seek benefits for himself. He is different." "But he is a thief," the golden spirit argued. "If his nature were pure, how could he become a thief? Stealing the hard-earned possessions of others, can he be a good person?" Li Musho lifted his head, his face now streaked with old tears, yet his eyes stared directly at the face full of rage, which was, even more, filled with sorrow and heartache. "Father, there are 8 million ways to live in this world, half righteous and half villainous. Although he chose a different way of life from us, he has never harmed the common people, never bullied the weak, nor ever harmed me. Some lavish nobles and great families renovate and rebuild, making commoners run back and forth, using righteous methods to extract their wealth, causing them to live a life of displacement, a practice that is even worse than outright theft. You are helping a thief justify his actions. I'm beginning to think you are turning into one yourself." Li Musho felt a bitter taste in his mouth, and suddenly he remembered what an old friend had once said. He spoke in a low voice. "He who steals heaven is a saint. He who steals hearts is an emperor. He who steals a country is a marquis. He who steals jewels is a thief. He has his own principles, he is different. You haven't changed at all. Right now, the divine general mansion has just suffered chaos, with demons running rampant. The desolate god has been defeated and will surely come back for revenge. By leaving the divine general mansion now, how can you face your brothers, your mother?" Li Musho, pained, closed his eyes and bowed deeply again. "I wish to save him, but not by dragging the divine general mansion into this. If the divine general mansion ever faces trouble, I will be the first to step out, the first to fall," he said, pressing his forehead completely to the ground. The golden remnant soul was furious and wanted to say more, but it was interrupted by another voice. "Let him go, father." The golden remnant soul turned its head to look, slightly stunned. "The children are burdened with too much. Don't deny a child even the right to make friends. Being able to not let down a friend, to be loyal to a dear friend, is also a rare and valuable trait, isn't it?" said the other, blurry golden remnant soul in a gentle voice. Li Musho, hearing these words, dampened the ground where his forehead rested. He clenched his teeth hard, bowed deeply 3 times, then lifted his head to look at the towering golden remnant soul. He saw a complex expression on the other's face, a look filled with anger and deep sorrow. "Since your grandfather has said so, just go. Don't spout any more nonsense about leaving the divine general mansion. Finish your business and come back. If it comes to it, I will put my life on the line to clean up after you," the golden remnant soul said through gritted teeth. Li Musho's heart trembled, and he bowed his head, saying, "Your son will definitely return to atone for his wrongs." After speaking, he bowed deeply once more, then quickly left the ancestral hall without daring to linger, afraid that the guilt in his heart would tie down his steps. "Second brother, you must come back alive." Li Qingjung sent a telepathic message. Li Musho heard it, but did not stop. He took out a black iron mask from the heaven and earth space and put it on his face. This mask was a divine weapon, capable of concealing his aura, revealing only his bloodshot, moist red eyes. The sadness in those eyes gradually receded, becoming sharp and filled with a wild killing intent. At this moment, he suddenly regretted, why had he not resolutely stopped that young man from leaving home 2 years ago and demanded justice on the spot? The ties to the divine general mansion had indeed held him back. Mount Wuliang was situated on the frontier of Qingzhou. But this borderland was also richly auspicious, despite its position at the junction of two provinces. The mountain range formed ridges, with peaks towering into the fog. From the lofty mountains, the tolling of Buddhist bells carried, resounding and lasting. Stone paths were laid out all over the mountains, like white dragons winding their way from different peaks, merging together toward the far-off distance, extending out in all directions like a spider's web. And this expanse was also known as the Brahma Pure Land World. From all over, pilgrims came in an endless stream. Coaches transitioned from muddy stretches and dusty roads to the well-maintained stone paths. This contrast endeared the place to visitors from afar. Drawing closer to the group of peaks, the chanted scriptures resonated more deeply, invoking a feeling as if entering the Brahma Pure Land World, calming the hearts and minds. At various peaks where the fog lifted intermittently, golden rays of Buddha's light shone forth, the gleam of Buddhist divine weapons. News about Mount Wuliang had spread not long ago, and people who heard it were still on their way. But in the skies above Qingzhou, a blazing red figure, enveloped in raging flames, approached with a roar. Soon, the flaming figure swept through, entering this land of Buddhist teaching. In nearby cities and towns, Buddhist halls stood tall and unassailable. Demons had previously invaded Qingzhou, but this area remained unscathed, having avoided the fate of simultaneously provoking the divine general mansion and one of the supreme powers of Deu, Mount Wuliang. This made the people in the 100 miles of urban and rural areas even more reverent and grateful for the protection of the Buddha Lord. Whoosh! Li Hao and the candle flame god bypassed the outer gate, when a divine formation appeared, blocking their path. But the candle flame god extended the Tao domain over them, concealing their presence, and easily crossed through the divine formation without being repulsed. Li Hao used the Tao domain to cover Xian, facilitating their smooth passage. Once they passed through the divine formation, they were greeted by a vast expanse of peaks, shrouded in clouds and fog, with a huge mountain towering high in the distance amidst the surrounding peaks. That was the spiritual sacred mountain where the Buddha Lord sat. The candle flame god, with fire under its hooves, roared towards it. Meanwhile, within the divine mountain spirit realm, the Buddha Lord sitting on the purple gold lotus platform, with golden Buddhist scriptures swirling around him, suddenly paused for a moment. His eyelids opened slightly, and he looked towards the exterior of the spiritual Buddha hall, seemingly through layers of barriers, and noticed the uninvited guest. "Our guest has arrived. Go greet them," the Buddha Lord said with a peaceful smile as the golden wheels turned in his eyes. The three bodhisattvas around him were slightly surprised, chanting a Buddhist mantra in response before flying out of the spiritual Buddha hall. Their divine souls immediately sensed a powerful momentum rapidly approaching from afar. The candle flame god, it's that young man, he really came. The three bodhisattvas exchanged glances, and Lin Wujing's eyes showed a hint of shock, but they quickly turned to smiles. They had not expected the young man to truly come for a thief, just as the Buddha Lord had predicted. Instantly, the three figures flashed out, vanishing from the divine mountain. Meanwhile, Li Hao sat on the back of the candle flame god, crossing numerous mountain peaks and rapidly rushing towards Spirit Mountain. Stop! Suddenly, three figures arrived instantaneously, standing in front of the candle flame god. Li Hao's eyes turned cold, and upon seeing that these were three strong practitioners from the Four Stands realm, that is, the bodhisattvas of Mount Wuliang, he knew who they were. It was said that apart from the Buddha Lord, Mount Wuliang had 5 bodhisattvas, all belonging to the Four Stands realm. "And who might you be?" Lin Wujing feigned ignorance, asking with a slight smile. Li Hao, looking at this bodhisattva who had taken Li Changfeng's side at the True Dragon Feast, replied with a cold voice, "With such a great disaster befalling Qingzhou, just a short distance from your Mount Wuliang, you actually do not recognize me?" Lin Wujing's expression changed slightly, revealing a look of sudden realization. "So it is Haoshan General. No wonder you looked familiar. May I ask what brings you to Mount Wuliang?" "To hell with you," Li Hao, seeing the other party playing dumb, directly cursed. "You ask knowingly. Don't stand in the way. Where is the Buddha Lord?" The expressions of the three bodhisattvas all changed. They had not anticipated such a fiery temper from the youth who displayed no pleasantries. Anyone else visiting would at least need to say some nice words. Could it be that Haoshan General, you did not come to witness the beheading of that thief but to plead for his case? Lin Wujing narrowed his eyes and said, "Haoshan General, your status is now different. Be careful not to cause trouble for yourself." Li Hao stared at him and said, "When you took him away from Heaven's Gate Pass, did you not know my relationship with him? What big garlic do you think you're turning into? Haoshan General, please watch your language. This is a sacred place of Buddhism, do not be too rude, another bodhisattva said coldly on the side. Get lost. Li Hao glared angrily, his Dao domain suppressing, and sent the opponent flying hundreds of meters, spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood. In treating friends, I drink wine and compose poetry, and conduct myself with courtesy. In dealing with you bald donkeys, insulting you dirties even my mouth. Haoshan General, don't forget who you are. Do you really want to create trouble for a thief? Let's see if you're worthy enough to become a trouble. Li Hao's eyes turned chilly, and an aura of authority shook forth. With a bang, all three, including Lin Wujing, turned pale, feeling an unimaginable pressure bearing down on them as if they were about to kneel. Their hearts were filled with horror. Although they knew the youth was extremely terrifying and beyond their capacity to block, they only realized how vast the difference was after personally experiencing it. Moreover, this youth was fierce and violent, with no regard for courtesy, truly unrestrained and willful. With one challenging glance, Li Hao deterred the three bodhisattvas, and without wasting further words, he rode the candle flame god and charged toward the divine mountain spirit realm. There, he saw the magnificent and splendid Supreme Buddhist Hall, radiating a solemn and august aura. Li Hao's eyes turned frosty as he felt a mighty aura concealed within, sprawling like a profound sea, exuding a pure and masculine energy. Stop, this is the holy land of Buddhism, even if you are a court general. Before the Buddhist hall, four protector figures, seeing Li Hao descending from the sky with a furious aura, hurried forward to obstruct and rebuked in a stern voice. Knowing who I am, you still dare to rudely obstruct, get lost. Li Hao's gaze turned icy as he stepped forward, his might sweeping forth, forcing the four protectors against the wall of the Supreme Buddhist Hall, like a great wind suppressing them, rendering them unable to move. After that, Li Hao, sweeping up the fallen leaves, stepped into the Buddhist hall. As he stood in the doorway, he seemed to block all the light that shone into the Buddhist hall. And he also saw the huge and upright figure of the Buddha Lord sitting on the purple gold lotus platform ahead. Their gazes met, one pure and gentle, revealing no thoughts and appearing as if never angry, the other sharp-eyed, making no attempt to hide his current mood. Haoshan General. The Buddha Lord spoke with a light smile. Buddha Lord, I am a duke of the court, and upon seeing me, why do you not kneel? Li Hao's eyes were filled with ice. Hearing Li Hao's imposing voice, the expression of the Buddha Lord remained unchanged, still smiling as he said. The Haoshan General, although a noble duke, we of the Buddhist faith are beyond the confines of the temple and are not constrained by the pomp and ceremony of the court. Moreover, hundreds of years ago, for my meritorious demon-subduing deeds, I received the Imperial Demon-Subduing Chapter bestowed by Emperor Yu himself. Even in the presence of the Imperial Court and saints, there is no need for me to kneel and pay respects. Li Hao's eyes narrowed, and he sneered, what a grand Imperial Demon-Subduing Chapter, what a meritorious deed of subduing demons. Haoshan General, it seems there is some misunderstanding you have towards me? The Buddha Lord's gaze was gentle as he softly said, your arrival here is marked by anger. What brings you here? Could it be that you wish to clear the name of that little thief? A murderous intent surged in Li Hao's eyes as he said ominously, he is not a little thief, he is the thief saint. A thief is a thief, to crown him with a saint's title is an insult to the saints. The Buddha Lord smiled and said, Haoshan General, you should think carefully about your words. To vindicate a notorious evildoer. Even if you have the great merit of saving Liangzhou and relieving the chaos in Qingzhou, you may still end up shouldering some infamy. While it may not degrade you from your dukedom or strip you of your generalship, the eyes of the people throughout the world are clear. Associating with thieves never ends well. I thought you could at least be a bit more forthright, but I didn't expect you to be this duplicitous. Li Hao took a step forward, his aura rising with him, his gaze ominous. When you captured him, did you not know of my relationship with him? If he wasn't standing guard at Heaven's Gate Pass for me, how could you possibly have captured him? Your public execution now, did you not anticipate my coming? Why bother with these sham words now? Just say it directly, is this act targeted at me, or are there other motives? If you wish, I can comply as you desire. What's the harm in divesting honors and ranks? Even if I hold no title or command, is it your turn yet? If you want them, go and vie for them. At this time, Lin Wujing and two other bodhisattvas had also caught up from behind. Hearing Li Hao questioning the Buddha Lord in this Buddhist hall, they all changed color. Lin Wujing could not help but say, Haoshan General, please speak more politely. The Buddha Lord's merit is boundless, And our Buddhist faith rescues countless people. How can that be compared to your mere salvation of 2 provinces? Don't be overbearing. Out. Before he could finish, Li Hao just shouted angrily in a low voice. He didn't turn his head, simply taking another step forward. Yet a formidable pressure burst forth from behind him, like a heavy punch, knocking the 3 bodhisattvas who had hurried over flying backward, causing them to spit blood once again. Seeing the 3 bodhisattvas get injured before his eyes, the Buddha Lord's countenance finally lost a bit of its warmth, as he calmly said,
I originally thought you were merely using this thief. Little did I expect you'd be as close as thieves in cahoots. Now that you are covered in glory, do not forget the Emperor's grace upon you. By coming here to advocate for a thief and barging into my Buddhist hall, have you lived up to the Emperor's grace, the reverence and trust the people have in you? If I didn't come, that would be the true betrayal of the Emperor's trust. If I turn a blind eye to the life and death of a friend, how could I then protect all living beings? Besides a few bald heads from your Buddhist realm, there is no one else here. What's the point of acting this out with me? Li Hao coldly said, could it be that the bodhisattvas under your command do not know the situation and need you to act it out for them? Hoshin General, your offense against my Buddhist faith is too deep. Even as a duke, you cannot escape responsibility. I will certainly report to the Emperor about you myself, said the Buddha Lord in a solemn tone. Go right ahead. Today, I am here to see my friend. Where is he? Li Hao stared at him. His hands would have already been raised if not for his concern that old man Feng was still in the other's hands. The Buddha Lord calmly said, it seems you really are obstinate. Do you truly wish to make an enemy of my Buddhist faith and all living beings over a little thief? Stop fucking bringing up all living beings every time. Is your Buddhist faith even worthy? In a single province, there are hundreds of cities, each with a Buddhist hall. But what about the towns and villages outside the cities? How many temples do you have there? If you really had boundless merit, that would be one thing, but you sit high on this platform, observing the world's fire and distress from afar. When Liangzhou was attacked, where were you? When Qingzhou was attacked, where the fuck were you? You say Liangzhou is too far, but Qingzhou is right before you, where were you then? Li Hao furiously cursed. If, as you say, Liangzhou was attacked, where was the Emperor then? When Qingzhou was attacked, where was the Emperor? The Buddha Lord calmly said, we, who sit on high, overseeing the world, are engaged in a game with the demons of darkness. If trouble befalls one province's border, should the soldiers from all 19 provinces rush to help, is that the definition of bravery? Everyone has their own duties. My Mount Wuliang protects a 500-mile radius in fullness, deterring demons from invasion, is it not because I am stationed here? Li Hao scoffed, no need to justify, what you say may seem reasonable, but you know best whether you have fulfilled your duties. Words can deceive others, but not one's own heart. You, with your grand Tao of Peace realm, even the one acclaimed as the most powerful beneath the ethereal path, couldn't you deter those 2 major demonic forces? With Mount Wuliang on the border of Qingzhou, and the Divine General Mansion present too, the Dragon Gate and the Holy Palace dared to launch a massive attack. After breaking through the border, they swept through without any resistance. Aren't you afraid of Mount Wuliang's intervention? You saw for yourself. They had the desolate god behind them, naturally they didn't have to worry. The Buddha Lord said blandly. Li Hao sneered, but that desolate god was extremely reluctant to act, and they never intended to expose themselves in Qingzhou. So you want to say that you noticed the avatars of the desolate gods in advance, so you dared not intervene, did you warn the Li family then? Of course, we sent someone to notify them, but by the time I realized it, Qingzhou had already fallen, the battle situation was complex, and the disciple I sent seemed to have been caught up in the demonic fray, their whereabouts unknown. The Buddha Lord explained. Li Hao wanted to laugh, fooling the public is one thing, but do you need to continue this performance here? Do you take me for a child, or do you think I'm as foolish as your disciples? Emperors, nobles, and commoners are divided into 3 classes across the land, who isn't aware of how things stand. Just like merchants, their very nature is to trade for profit, to earn a margin, a penny's cost sold for $1. Those with a conscience can't be merchants, but at least when people sell things, they price them transparently. Transactions are voluntary, which is a form of honesty. You ask the people to believe in you, to deceive them, to give them something to cling to, fine. But in the end, what you seek is nothing but renown. Since it's all for fame, then admit it openly. Don't pretend to be compassionate, just like a merchant who claims not to care about money. Then what do you care for? Once they've made enough money, they turn to crave fame, right? The Buddha Lord replied calmly, "You're too stubborn. You have excellent talents, but you are still young, your understanding of the world is too shallow. You have never truly listened to the teachings of Buddhism, nor do you understand the myriad sufferings of the world, the difficulty of crossing the sea of suffering. Only Buddhism, with the boat of truth, can help people cross over and reach the other shore. In front of Buddhism, all beings in the world are equal. There are no emperors or generals, no division between commoners. All are born human and are equally qualified to board the ship to transcendence." Li Hao sneered and said, "Quit beating around the bush. Bring out Feng Boping now, or I won't hesitate to grant your sect transcendence too." The Buddha Lord looked at Li Hao and said with piercing eyes, "Hoshin General, do you truly wish to sink into the sea of suffering, never to return? Once word of today's incident spreads, do you realize how the world will view you?" Li Hao saw a deep-seated indifference hidden in the calm eyes of the Buddha Lord, an indifference that bordered on mockery, as if his own actions had fulfilled the other's wishes. He knew that once he took this step, the recognition he had received for his past merits might be tainted, but he did not care. What he did not understand was why this Buddha Lord cared so much about trying to tarnish him through Feng's hand. Let posterity judge, what does it matter if you get your way? Release him. Li Hao's eyes were icy as he spoke, "Don't talk nonsense with me, or I'll smash your lotus platform and topple your Buddhist hall." The Buddha Lord quietly watched him for a moment, then gave a slight nod and announced loudly, "Puji Bodhisattva, bring that little thief here. Let the honored nobles see for themselves how domineering Hoshin General is, all for this little thief's release." Yes. A Buddhist chant came from outside the hall, and then the presence of one of the bodhisattvas vanished in haste. Upon hearing the Buddha Lord's words, Li Hao's gaze turned colder. This move clearly targeted him. The opponent had even anticipated that he would arrive immediately upon receiving the news. He was fast, but there were nobles present. Evidently, they had been invited before the information was made public. "You seek to defame me, but what do you desire?" Li Hao queried. If the Buddha Lord wanted fame, Li Hao would not have stood in his way, so why make such a big deal? It made Li Hao curious. The Buddha Lord replied evenly, "If I had known earlier that you were so talented, I would have had Samantabhadra Bodhisattva pick you up to join the mountain and become a disciple. What a pity, you were too clever from a young age, hiding too well." Li Hao sneered, "Enough of that. If I hadn't hidden well, your Buddhist sect would have found an opportunity to visit and assassinate me. Besides, when I was not even 2 years old, you already sent that concealed abandoned divine blood poison pill to that poisonous woman. You had already chosen your candidate. Maybe that foolish woman initially had only some thoughts in her mind, but driven by your inducement, she committed that foolish act. Are you scheming to have Li Qinfeng inherit the true dragon of the Li family, to thereby take control of the Li family?" From Li Hao's current perspective, the longer he looked, the more sinister Mount Wuliang seemed. The poison pill came from Mount Wuliang, and Li Qinfeng had also become a disciple there. The purpose of this Buddhist sect was glaringly obvious. It's just the way of the world. Control is not the word, it's about borrowing some of the Li family's influence. But now, it's much the same. You have outstanding talents, but you're out of the Li family, and now nobody in the Li family can stop him from becoming the true dragon, the Buddha Lord said indifferently, his face no longer showing the previous gentleness and compassion. It seemed he was no longer trying to hide his true feelings. Li Hao chuckled coldly within. To see Li Qinfeng rise was within his calculations too. "I just have one more question. Why choose to poison me, rather than someone else? Is it because I was easier to target, since others are watched over by their parents? Or did you determine that the others did not have divine blood and wouldn't pose an obstacle?" Li Hao asked. "Of course, it's because only you have divine blood. The cultivation talents of the other sons, aside from those already fallen in battle, do not match your father, Li Tiangong. He may have hidden this information, but he can't escape my eyes," the Buddha Lord stated, gazing down at Li Hao from on high. Li Hao immediately understood the implication of that expression. All of these actions were orchestrated by the Buddha Lord in front of him. Informing Lu Yu Rong that Li Hao had divine blood was a danger to her son. The poison pill was a lure, and she was merely a pawn. Li Hao's eyes filled with murderous intent, but he restrained himself. He stared at the Buddha Lord. Feng Boping was the bait used to draw Li Hao here, and now the Buddha Lord was revealing himself without cover, seemingly provoking Li Hao to strike. What were the consequences of striking? The Buddhist sect was a force in Jianggu that also had elements of the imperial court. With his current status, if he struck without just cause, he'd inevitably face repercussions. Did the Buddha Lord want to leverage the power of the court to charge him, or was he aiming to cause a rift between Li Hao and the Great Yu dynasty? If a break was imminent. Demons, the Buddhist sect. Li Hao's eyes grew colder as he stared at the Buddha Lord in front of him. The calm gaze of the Buddha Lord met Li Hao's without flinching or avoidance. It was as if their gazes pierced through each other's hearts. Are you plotting to use the demons' hands to replace Gondao Palace? Li Hao narrowed his eyes, staring at the other party. Piecing together various pieces of information, he knew that although the demon invasion of Dayu was a major trend, the Buddha Lord had clearly also played a role in fueling the situation. Thus, using Feng to influence him also made sense. In his youth, the other used that mother and child as pawns, attempting to control the divine general mansion, with him becoming a small stumbling stone, barely significant enough to disrupt the poison pill's effectiveness. Now that he had the power to defend Dayu, becoming a major obstacle to them, they sought to use Feng to disrupt his relationship with the royal court, their true target always being the entire divine dynasty. What the Dayu divine dynasty reveres as its national religion is the Taoist sect, led by Gondao Palace, the foremost among all Taoist views in the world, while Buddhism had to settle for second place. It seemed as though they had no quarrel with the world, but in fact, they were struggling for the greatest spot. Hearing Li Hao's words, the Buddha Lord smiled and did not answer. Get out of the way, bald donkey. Just then, an angry voice came from outside, along with an intense sword intent emerging, and the disheveled figure of ninth Prince Zhang Liken rushed into the Buddhist hall. When he saw the Buddha Lord sitting on the purple gold lotus platform, his eyes narrowed, and he let out a cold laugh, then turned his gaze to Li Hao. If you need help from this old man, just say the word. I've never had the chance to spar with him before, so why not let me have a go first? The Buddha Lord's smile faded slightly upon seeing Zhang Liken, and his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Who are you, to barge into the Buddhist hall? Do you have a death wish? A bodhisattva, chasing after him, angrily said, his face turning red with rage. It was one thing for Li Hao to suppress them since after all, he belonged to the Grand Tao of Peace realm. But this madman, who had suddenly appeared, dared to storm Mount Wuliang, an insult that Buddhism hadn't suffered in hundreds of years. You chicken neck, you're not even worthy to drink from my sword, scram. Zhang Liken merely glanced at him and ignored him completely, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, his eyes fixed on the Buddha Lord. The second highest expert in the world, I've long wanted to see what you're made of, a pity that before I was imprisoned, I didn't even have the qualifications to draw my sword in your presence, but now I do. Ninth Prince, you should preserve your dignity. If you draw your sword here, it will be very difficult for His Majesty. The Buddha Lord said with a concentrated voice. Zhang Liken scoffed, their difficulties are their own business, what does it have to do with me? I only take care of myself, who cares about this world? The Buddha Lord's eyes flickered slightly, and he chose not to speak further. He had long heard that this ninth prince was a sword frenzy, who had fallen into the demonic path, and had once caused a bloodbath in the imperial capital, leading to the tragic deaths of many civilians caught in the crossfire. His actions were unpredictable. Why don't you make a move? What are you waiting for? Zhang Liken looked at Li Hao, seemingly eager to stir Li Hao into action. He wasn't there to help in the fight, but rather seemed to relish the chaos. Li Hao remained silent. He was waiting for Feng to arrive. If he acted recklessly before seeing Feng, he might likely cause trouble for Feng. After all, the other side was prepared and waiting for him to fall into their trap. Suddenly, Li Hao's expression changed, and he swiftly turned and rushed out of the Buddhist hall. On a hillside of Spirit Mountain, a group of figures clad in luxurious brocade and precious jade ornaments approached, men and women, young and old, all chatting and laughing with each other. In front of them, Lin Wujing gripped a chain covered in fresh blood, and dragged behind him a mutilated corpse. The corpse was bathed in Kai Guang, gone with 2 bloody holes where the eyes should be, its face covered in blood and its breath faint. With an explosive sound, Li Hao's mind went blank as if thunder had struck. Hoshan General, this is the little thief. Do you really intend to acquit him of his crimes? Lin Wujing called out upon seeing Li Hao in front of the Buddhist hall. The many men and women who had been laughing before halted their conversation, their smiles fading as they looked at the young man in front of the Buddhist hall. They knew they were there to be witnesses. If the young man truly tried to absolve this great thief, they would have to report it to the royal court. Is that the Haoshan general? He looks so young. Haoshan general, you must think thrice. Bang 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 bang. Before the second noble could finish speaking, his head exploded suddenly, followed by a chain of bursts. In a moment, the dozens of previously laughing people all turned into a mist of blood and plasma. The rest hadn't even had the chance to speak, nor to react. Their divine souls shot out in shock and bewilderedness, even forgetting to run, but there was no chance for them to escape as their divine souls extinguished suddenly, as if snuffed out by a great hand. Ahead, Lin Wujing, who was dragging the chains, became stunned, staring at Li Hao in disbelief as the blood splattered on him, instantly dyeing his kasaya a crimson red, and coloring his bald head the same hue. By the time he regained his senses, he was horrified and wanted to escape, but in the next moment, his body also suddenly ripped apart. Buddha Lord, save! Lin Wujing's divine soul rushed out, attempting to flee and seek help, but in the next instant, it too was torn to shreds and pulverized. On that blue stone pavement, in an instant, only the figure of that elder remained. The two bodhisattvas left at the entrance of the Buddhist hall were stunned, their eyes quickly narrowing with horror as they watched the silhouette of the young man. The young man's body was trembling as he walked toward the old man. With each step, it seemed as though the entire spirit mountain sunk down an inch. The terrifying might emanating from his body was simply from his oppressive presence, making it difficult for them to breathe, their pores contracting, hearts as though leaping into their throats. It was as if a ferocious beast from the barbaric wilds was passing by, making people hold their breath. Feng. Li Hao's voice trembled, hoarse as though his throat was choked with molten lava, with crimson tears suddenly rolling from his eyes. That once carefree thief saint, at this moment, had actually come to such a pass, without even a hint of dignity left. When Li Hao came before Feng, he saw that apart from the eyes, Feng's ears, nose, and mouth seemed to be destroyed, leaving him unable to speak or to hear. Li Hao was shaking all over, and with a trembling effort, he crouched down, lifted the elder's body, and simultaneously tore off his own clothes to cover him. Feng. Li Hao's voice was choked, as if blocked by searing magma. Feng's body responded slightly, as if sensing something, lifting his head to look at Li Hao's face, but his eyes were just bloody cavities. He raised his hand, gently touching Li Hao's cheek, seemingly discerning the identity of the youth by touch. His movement paused for a second, then, his mouth opened, and all his teeth fell out, no tongue present, his pitch-black mouth calling out to Li Hao with something. The shape of his mouth seemed to say, "Flee quickly." Li Hao noticed that Feng's body was covered with wounds, and from these wounds, mixed with the blood, was some dark purple substance, which was preventing Feng's injuries from healing. It seemed to have sealed Feng's divine soul, cutting off all his perception of the outside world. The cruelty of the method was rarely seen even within the Ministry of Punishment. Candle Flame God. Li Hao felt his blood rushing to his head, as if his brain might explode, but his voice was pressed down to a low, gravelly rasp. Outside the Buddhist hall, the Candle Flame God swiftly rushed over, standing by Li Hao's side. "Xian, take care of the old man for me," Li Hao said, his body trembling slightly. A red ring on his wrist shifted, and Xian descended from Li Hao's wrist, seemingly aware of what would happen next, that she would hinder Li Hao. She expressed her concern, "Be careful." Li Hao did not answer but slowly stood up. As he moved, the gales that filled the world seemed to have calmed. The Candle Flame God did not say much, carrying Feng bopping on his back, and Xian also ascended to the Candle Flame God's back, lifting off to the exterior of Spirit Mountain to avoid being affected by the battle. Li Hao lifted his head, the blood tears in his eyes having stopped, and he looked towards the majestic spiritual Buddha Hall. As he lifted his head, a vast and mighty force suddenly swept out, striking directly at the Buddha Hall. The two bodhisattvas at the entrance of the Buddha Hall narrowed their eyes in shock, retreating hastily, feeling the chill of death, faced with the fear of confronting their demise. "Buddha, Lord!" Li Hao's hair flew wildly, and he suddenly erupted in a roar. "Come out, now!" The 9-layer Tao domain burst forth instantaneously, ripping through the void, pressing down with a speed beyond imagination. The two bodhisattvas, caught in its path, were about to be torn apart by this Tao domain, but in the next instant, another powerful Tao domain suddenly extended from within the Buddha Hall, colliding with Li Hao's 9-layer Tao domain. The moment they clashed, two different phenomena tore through the void. Under these forces, the ground in front of the Buddha Hall shattered, yet the Buddha Hall itself remained unshaken. The 9-layer Tao domain was actually held back. But in the next moment, the 10th layer domain pressed down. Inside the Lingyuan pavilion of the Xia family in Yuzhou, having absorbed many secret manuals of cultivation techniques, Li Hao had deduced even more unparalleled skills, which could be cultivated into Dao domains. Bang! The vast power within the Buddha hall was suddenly engulfed, and as Li Hao stepped forward, this Buddhist hall, which had stood for 1,000 years, violently exploded. The Buddha hall, majestic and magnificent, was torn apart, revealing the fog-enshrouded spirit realm inside, with the Buddha Lord seated on the purple gold lotus platform, a hint of surprise in his eyes, calmly saying, "It seems you have fallen into the demonic path. Then, as you wish." Boom. Li Hao's eyes, dark as pitch-black stars, his aura suddenly soaring to the apex. After the 10-layer Dao domain, 5 more layers emerged and suppressed everything in their path. At this moment, the Dao domains he controlled erupted instantaneously, stacking upon each other in a blink. The previously opposing forces were suddenly overwhelmed and crushed. The Buddha Lord's Dao domain was abruptly torn asunder, and under its oppressive might, 2 bodhisattvas under its protection exploded violently, their divine souls annihilated without even a scream. The stacking of the 15-layer Dao domain was Li Hao's current limit of his Dao domain mastery. Zhang Liken's body, too, was enveloped by the Dao domain but was not harmed by its laws. Instead, he became trapped and immobile within it, unable to even shift his eyeballs. His heart filled with shock. Though he knew Li Hao had deliberately spared him, the might of such a Dao domain was beyond his imagination, a level his current swordsmanship couldn't shake. Swoosh. As Li Hao's body covered the Buddha Lord with the Dao domain, in the next instant, he appeared before him like teleportation. Amidst the torn realm of the Buddha Lord, the treasured kasaya on his body began to emit a hazy Buddha light and Dao power under the suppression of the 15-layer Dao domain, enveloping the Buddha Lord's body and shielding it from harm. Seeing this, Li Hao's eyes blazed with even more fury, and amidst the Buddha Lord's momentary daze, Li Hao suddenly reached out, grabbed his kasaya, and erupted in a resplendent crimson golden light. He hoisted the enormous body and brutally smashed it onto the purple gold lotus platform where he sat. With a loud crash, the entire purple gold lotus platform fractured. This platform was a top-tier divine weapon forged 9 times, capable of fending off the Dao domain, but under the 15-layer Dao domain, it was penetrated by the rules to the brink of collapse and now shattered completely. Boom boom boom. Li Hao, grasping the Buddha Lord's kasaya, repeatedly slammed it down, shattering the ground of the spiritual Buddha Hall, creating deep pits and shaking the entirety of Spirit Mountain. This majestic god mountain seemed to tremble as if a heavenly god wielded a hammer, striking fiercely, reverberating from the summit down, shaking the entire mountain as its buildings and steps loosened, crumbling into dust. Witnessing this earth-shaking tumult from distant peaks, the masters of Buddhism were horrified and turned their gazes toward the Spirit Mountain where the Buddha Lord sat. Boom! Li Hao raised his fist and smashed it violently into the head of the Buddha Lord, fallen onto the ground, rending the ground apart, utterly devastating the Buddhist hall. However, amidst the dispersing dust and smoke, the Buddha Lord's body emerged unscathed, the treasured kasaya on his body emitting Buddha light and Dao power, enveloping him in a protection of flowing golden light, a supreme power of the Dao. Li Hao's eyes instantly turned icy cold. He flipped his palm, and a sharp divine sword appeared, the same one looted from Qingzhou City, the 10 Extremes sword. At the moment Li Hao drew the 10 Extremes sword, the Buddha Lord seemed to regain his senses, his expression becoming solemn and composed. He brought his hands together, a vast pressure exploding from within him as layers upon layers of Dao domains erupted from his body. In an instant, it rose to the 13th layer. Simultaneously, his hair and visage turned crimson golden, as if bathed in Buddha's light, his eyes as dazzling as Li Hao's, a state of divine power extreme realm. "I am the merciful hand of Buddha," he chanted softly, and suddenly a palm strike emerged, and though it wasn't as extensive as Li Hao's, it granted him the ability to move within Li Hao's Dao domain. Now a colossal Buddha palm radiated across heaven and earth, pushing forth like a luminous god mountain to suppress Li Hao. The inherent oppressive might of the Buddha palm, combined with the 13-layer Dao domain, managed to push back Li Hao's Dao domain, pressing down with a single palm. The power of this palm strike was no less fearsome than Zhang Liken's sword. "Die!" Li Hao roared in anger, confronting the radiant Buddha hand with a fierce slash of his sword. The ultimate cycle of spring and autumn. Like an endless drizzle in spring or autumn, leaves swept up by the wind, the essence of life and death, and the balance of yin and yang intertwined. With a thunderous rumble, a terrifying vibration resonated, Spirit Mountain shook, and the Buddha Lord's body once again sank into the depths beneath the Buddhist hall, the surroundings cracked and collapsed. Li Hao was pinned back several meters by the Buddha palm, and before he could strike again, he saw the Buddha Lord already shooting out and ascending into another part of the sky. The dazzling golden palm had been cleaved open but was now quickly healing. 15-layer Dao domain. I didn't expect you had so much strength left when you cut down the desolate god's incarnation in Qingzhou. The Buddha Lord stood there, his kasaya fluttering. He gazed deeply at Li Hao and gently said, "It seems I must personally transform and guide your fate. Your sins are grave for slaying my Buddhism's meritorious bodhisattvas and innocents. Do you realize those nobles were descendants of famous generals?" Li Hao said nothing, but the aura throughout his body continued to rise frenziedly, silver-white strands slowly mixing into his golden hair. Transformed to immortal. Although Li Hao had anticipated that the Buddha Lord had hidden strength, after all, he dared to lure Li Hao here and provoke him in Qingzhou City, prepared for any eventuality, but the depth of his concealment was unforeseen. At this moment, there was no mood for talk, only an intensely focused killing intent. Seeing Li Hao's aura still heightening, the Buddha Lord's eyes filled with even greater solemnity, and he ceased to speak. At this point, apart from that sword-crazed ninth prince, no one else could approach. Superfluous words were unnecessary. I have cultivated for more than 2,000 years. Do you think you're the only heaven's pride? With a gap of 2,000 years, what do you have to make up for it? The Buddha Lord pressed his hands together, his eyes turning icy, and his majestic aura began to ascend. A translucent outline of heaven and earth veins startlingly manifested behind him. This was the complete extreme realm. He had actually managed to connect the major veins throughout his body, condensing a heaven and earth vein. Among the ancient holy clan, this was at the level of heavenly pride, but he too was considered a prodigy in his youth. Plus 2,000 years of cultivation, he attained profound expertise in every realm of martial arts. Primordial spirit. Accompanied by the gentle chanting of Buddhist scriptures, the Buddha Lord's divine soul drifted out, radiating an endlessly fierce light like a blazing sun, having absorbed the boundless power of sun essence, vast and majestic. Another extreme realm. After revealing his primordial spirit, the Buddha Lord pressed his hands together, and at the same time, his primordial spirit suddenly roared out from behind him, directly attacking with the primordial spirit aiming to sever Li Hao's divine soul. The primordial spirit and divine soul underwent a qualitative leap, possessing a crushing disparity, not just preserving life but also superior in attack. The very instant the Buddha Lord's primordial spirit soared towards him, a primordial spirit also burst forth from the top of Li Hao's head. However, Li Hao's primordial spirit was freshly condensed and had not absorbed as much sun essence, not as dazzling as the Buddha Lord's. Boom! The primordial spirit suddenly clenched a fist and struck out while the Buddha Lords responded with a suppressive palm strike, the divine fire of sun essence erupting from his palm, which would have instantly burned any ordinary divine soul to ashes. However, Li Hao's primordial spirit was unafraid of the divine fire of sun essence. Upon the collision of fist and palm, it retreated back behind Li Hao, then immediately absorbed the divine fire of sun essence that had smeared onto his arm, increasing his mighty aura slightly. The Buddha Lord's gaze slightly shifted, revealing a hint of surprise. He clearly hadn't expected Li Hao to have not only condensed divine power extreme realm and a heaven and earth vein but also a primordial spirit. This youth was only 16 years old, yet he had embarked on a path that took the Buddha Lord 2,000 years to complete. As the quality transformation strike of the primordial spirit became ineffective, the Buddha Lord's primordial spirit no longer made a move, retreating to his back. At the same time, he suddenly noticed that the aura ascending within Li Hao's body seemed endless and showed no signs of stopping. His complexion drastically changed as if he remembered something. At that moment, Li Hao had already plundered all the heaven and earth power within kilometers around. Transformed to immortal, 50%. Deep within Li Hao's golden eyes, a supreme silver radiance burst forth. He raised his head, and his entire aura surged into the Dao domain. The previously 15-layer Dao domain's power surged dramatically under the influx of the majestic heaven and earth power, forcibly compressing the Buddha Lord's Dao domain, pushing it into retreat. You shall die. Li Hao suddenly stepped forward. The ground beneath Spirit Mountain shook as if it were cracking open, a massive fissure splitting the mountain. The fierce oppressive force roared through heaven and earth, and Li Hao almost instantly appeared before the Buddha Lord, a punch concentrated with boundless might smashed down, boom. Colorful mist from the Cassius's divine Dao power splattered, and then the body of the Buddha Lord shot out like a meteor cannonball, crashing into a distant peak. Li Hao's body roared in pursuit, directly crashing into the mountain, his ruthless fists continuously hammered down, relentlessly pounding on the Buddha Lord's body, causing the divine Tao power emitting from his Kasaya to flicker continuously. The colorful mist grew rapidly thin and sparse. Boom boom boom. The mountain tremored, collapsing from the mountainside, the whole peak falling. The Buddha Lord watched as the colorful halo on his Kasaya lightened, rage flashing across his eyes. He suddenly retaliated, exerting another compassionate Buddha palm suppression. But Li Hao merely grabbed his palm directly, fiercely snapping it. With several cracks, that palm was twisted off, bones shattered. Li Hao grabbed his wrist, lifting his body and again swinging it down to smash the ground, creating deep pits one after another. But the treasure of the Kasaya on the Buddha Lord's body was like a turtle shell, incredibly protecting his body unharmed, yet the divine light on the Kasaya had thinned, no longer as splendid as before. Li Hao's eyes blazed with fury, the heaven and earth veins suddenly inhaled as if breathing, quickly plundering the forces from all directions. Transformed to immortal, 70%. Boom. A punch violently smashed down, as if a mountain was brought down with the strike. The Buddha Lord's body was smashed hundreds of meters deep into the ground, a violent tremor rendering the divine light on his Kasaya suddenly much thinner. Aren't you trying to make me turn to the demonic path? Li Hao plunged to the ground's depths, grabbing the Buddha Lord's Kasaya, lifting his body, soaring into the midair, staring at the darkened expression of the Buddha Lord, softly saying, "If I turn into a demon, I shall eradicate Buddha first." The supreme sword flew into his palm, Li Hao holding the Buddha Lord with one hand, his gaze icy with murderous intent, while his other hand ferociously swung the sword down. The extreme Tao sword light paired with Li Hao's strength fiercely struck down on the treasured Kasaya, the colorful mist re-emerged but rubbed out gray undercurrents. "I underestimated you, everyone underestimated you." As the extreme sword light vigorously rubbed against the divine light of the Kasaya, the expression on the Buddha Lord's face didn't change much, just staring at Li Hao. "To push me to this extent, shattering my grand aspiration of saving the world, I shall eternally suppress you beneath my seat, never allowing you to reincarnate." Saying this, his eyes rarely showed a murderous intent. The calm divine light in his eyes dissipated, and at the same time, from his Kasaya behind him, a supremely fierce demonic chi suddenly surged out. From within his Kasaya, the heaven and earth space opened, and from inside, a mass of dark demon chi emerged. That chi was dense, deep, sharp, and ferocious, and at its appearance, it seemed as though the wails of anguished spirits echoed between heaven and earth. It was a figure enveloped in demonic chi, disheveled, with icy eyes filled with intense brutality, contrasting starkly with the Buddha Lord's earlier demeanor. "Ha, in the end, you still need to rely on my power. I told you that you're not up to it. To deliver salvation to this world, one must make sacrifices through killing. How ignorant the people are, yet you trying to deliver them, you're even more ignorant. Pity, you shouldn't have provoked this lad, hastening our actions. Incense fire has not accumulated enough, a step away from becoming immortal in one go, such a pity." The disheveled figure spoke mockingly, let out a fierce and cold laugh, addressing the Buddha Lord. However, its body gradually merged with that of the demon lord, the two bodies intertwining as if they were to become one. Li Hao watched the scene enveloped in the radiant light of the Kasaya amidst the friction of the sword light, and his face turned even colder. Piecing together the words of Zhang Liken earlier, he thought that Demon Luo was in cahoots with the Buddhist sect, or perhaps it was the Buddha Lord in disguise, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be an avatar of the Buddha Lord himself. Without a doubt, such an overwhelming demonic chi, stemming from the grand Tao of Peace Realm, this indeed was the Demon Luo mentioned by Zhang Liken. When breaking through from the three immortality realms to the four stands realm, some would cultivate an avatar skill to solidify their Tao heart. The Buddha Lord before him had chosen this path. His true self and avatar, both solidifying their Tao heart, one is a Buddha heart, the other is a demonic heart, were now merging at this moment. "Is this your greatest secret that you've been hiding?" Li Hao looked at the Buddha Lord, who continued to merge, the murderous intent in his eyes surged, and suddenly, he swung his sword down once more. Boom. At that moment, inside the Kasaya, the Buddha Lord's eyes quickly snapped open. The body of Demon Luo hadn't fully overlapped with his, but his eyes were already revealing a cold murderous intent. All of a sudden, he raised his hand, extending it beneath the radiant Tao power of the Kasaya, and astonishingly grabbed hold of Li Hao's ultimate sword. "I had intended to leap into the Tao comprehension realm and enter the Saint realm directly with the grand Tao of Peace realm. You've ruined my grand plan, you deserve to die." His eyes were pitch black and icy, surrounded by demonic chi. The golden light inside the Kasaya was no longer pure, as the body of Demon Luo gradually overlapped with his, and, in an instant, an enormous power burst forth. With a thunderous bang, a violent aura shook, sending Li Hao flying backward. A palm imprint, where Buddha light and demonic chi intertwined, followed, bearing the power of the Tao comprehension realm, and struck Li Hao's body against Spirit Mountain. Spirit Mountain trembled, and at its summit, a colossal handprint appeared, pressing down relentlessly, sinking tens of meters deep. A burst of violent sword intent suddenly tore through, splitting the divine palm merged with Buddha and demon, and he looked up. The Buddha Lord had moved silently above Spirit Mountain. The demon Luo behind him had completely disappeared, merged with him, the pure golden light once again emanated from his body, still like an unparalleled ancient Buddha, emitting boundless pure Yang Buddha light. Yet, in his eyes, there was no ripple, devoid of emotion, as he looked down at Li Hao on the ground. Die, he chanted with one hand, as if muttering a Buddhist mantra. But as these words were spoken, boundless Tao power rules began to condense in the air. Tao power swept across, and as his words fell, as if obeying the spoken law, infinite terrifying murderous intentions converged on Li Hao from all directions. This power was like a decree of fate, unstoppable, unshakable. With a loud bang, with a single word, Li Hao's body burst apart. The 15-layer Tao domain, in the presence of this great Tao, had no resistance at all. His body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. At this moment, the Buddha Lord was not only in the Tao comprehension realm but also in the Tao law realm within it. The Tao becomes law, the word follows the law, a single word to crush and kill. The Buddha Lord's eyes showed a hint of regret upon seeing the exploded body of Li Hao. If only he had more time, accumulative more incense fire power, he could have become immortal in one go during his fusion. He was a unique prodigy, and his pursuits were beyond the imagination of ordinary martial artists, who would not deign to comprehend the Tao and slowly grow. But all his plans had now been exposed prematurely, making the path to becoming a saint somewhat difficult. As his thoughts churned, a gust of wind swirled up from the ground, and soon, this wind intensified, becoming as violent as a hurricane. The Buddha Lord looked down with a hint of surprise in his gaze. He saw that endless hurricane swirling and condensing, with streams of energy gathering within it. That energy condensed so densely it almost became tangible, like strands of silver light. Behind these silver streaks were the faintly visible transparent heaven and earth veins, spreading out like a web, frantically drawing on the power of heaven and earth. And at the center of the hurricane was the very blood mist that had been crushed just now, the bones shattered, nothing but pure blood mist. But now, this blood mist was swirling and condensing, with droplets of blood gathering at the center, and when it had pooled into a fist-sized globule, it suddenly grew at a rapid pace, and in the blink of an eye, Li Hao's body reappeared on the spot, his body a glowing golden red, like a divine entity. This scene shocked Zhang Liken, who was behind the ruins of the Buddhist hall on Spirit Mountain, his eyes bulging out. And Li Hao, who had been resurrected through blood rebirth, his hair transitioning from gold, was now gradually transforming into silver white. The explosion had allowed the power of his transformation to immortal to be absorbed to the utmost. Tao comprehension realm, Li Hao slowly raised his head, his silver white eyes carrying an icy murderous intent. Have you ever heard, attaining the Tao by dawn, one could die at dusk? Blood rebirth. The Buddha Lord, observing Li Hao reanimating from a blood mist, slightly contracted his pupils, and his always composed expression subtly changed. This method seemed to share a mysterious similarity with the Tao Law realm. In the Tao Law realm, one could control life and death with a single thought, and speak life into existence, allowing even those on the brink of death to recover instantly. However, the difference was that the Tao Law realm drew on the power of the Tao, while Li Hao was displaying pure strength of the physical body. If one had to pinpoint a difference, it would be that one required active release, and the other was passive. Could a mere physical body be cultivated to such an extent? The Buddha Lord's gaze turned solemn, having already sensed that Li Hao's physical body was extremely strong, but this was still beyond his expectations. He himself was at the divine power extreme realm, had spent hundreds of years cultivating over 100 body refining skills to an extremely high level, and had forged his physical body to an incredibly terrifying degree, comparable to the Dragon Clan demons, but it seemed still far from the level Li Hao was displaying now. Ultimate World Venerable Body. Li Hao's flesh was condensed, the supreme effects of numerous body refining techniques manifesting all over his body at this moment. These techniques, when simultaneously executed, greatly exhausted the body, but at this moment his body was about to transform to immortal, merging with heaven and earth, possessing endless power, stronger than the recovery effects of the unwithering realm. Unwithering realm stimulated one's own body to recover its original strength, while transformed to immortal, besides having endless strength, continually absorbed more power, surpassing the original limit. Whoosh! Li Hao stepped forward, and suddenly a whirlwind arose from where he had been, his body vanishing in an instant. The Buddha Lord's eyes sharpened. Instant displacement. Taoist charm manipulation. Boom! Suddenly, a fist appeared in front of him and hammered down fiercely. The roaring momentum of the fist was like a reversed giant peak, smashing down hard from above his head. The Buddha Lord's body instantly plummeted, striking down at the foot of Spirit Mountain. Before dust could rise, Li Hao's body had already moved in rapid succession, killing swiftly into the dust cloud, with the ground transmitting continuous violent tremors, dozens, hundreds of times. The ground split open, the nearby mountains trembled, and the wood beams of the buildings on them loosely collapsed. Many Buddhist disciples ran from afar, looking in horror at where the dust was dispersing, unable to see the figures, only hearing the terrifying sounds emanating from there. Boom! Suddenly, the Buddha Lord's figure was flung out from inside, flying high into the sky, while Li Hao's figure moved instantly behind him, fiercely whipping down with a leg. The Buddha Lord's body shot out, but this time before hitting the mountain, he stabilized himself in midair with his powerful force. His body suddenly erupted with a vast Buddhist light, spreading out like a golden glassy ocean, sweeping through heaven and earth. If you had another 10 years, you indeed could be invincible in the mortal world, but you don't have those 10 years. A chilling murderous intent burst from the Buddha Lord's eyes. After merging with Demon Luo, his temperament seemed to have changed as well. No longer were there the gentle and soft smiles in his eyes, but now emotions like joy, anger, sadness, and desire. Yet these emotions were extremely contained, as if restrained and suppressed by some shackles. Both Buddha and demon, die. The Buddha Lord once again acted in a thought, Tao power released from his body, laws instantly enveloping, effortlessly crossing over Li Hao's 15-layer Tao domain and impinging upon Li Hao's body. The rules of the Tao domain seemed like mere formalities in the face of Tao power and laws, completely incapable of impeding them. This is the presence of the Tao comprehension realm, vastly different from the four stands realm, like dust and celestial beings. The ruthless law power covered his entire body. Li Hao struggled with all his might to control his body, but it still felt as if it were about to split into pieces, not something that could be influenced by mere strength, but by laws, a transcendent power beyond his current ability to influence. At this moment, Li Hao deeply felt the gap between the Tao comprehension realm and the four stands realm, but he did not panic, did not retreat, instead, he took that ultimate step. Ultimate immortal transformation, vast heaven and earth power, like a dam burst, with no obstacles, moving from just 99% of the limit to completely crossing that threshold. With a thunderous noise, Li Hao's mind seemed to buzz, his flesh, consciousness, seemingly merging into this world. At this moment, the killing intent and anger in his heart seemed to be differentiated and dissipated by heaven and earth, his heart transforming into an intensely murderous yet extraordinarily calm state. In Dragon City Mo River, Li Hao had once experienced an ultimate immortal transformation, and it was that experience that gave him the confidence now, though brief at that time, he had truly touched upon that sliver of mighty force. That was immortal divine power. Boom! Li Hao suddenly raised his hand, as if swatting flies, and directly wiped away the tearing law. Like lifting a hand to erase a spiderweb. But in the void, a strange tearing sound echoed. His body was continuously reborn in the throes of ultimate immortal transformation, yet still remaining intact. This was the true secret of the three immortal extreme realms, able to achieve ultimate immortal transformation and maintain this state. This is. The Buddha Lord was stunned, his eyes filled with murderous intent suddenly becoming briefly clear, somewhat bewildered. Even he had never seen such a bizarre situation before. He was certain that Li Hao was only at the four stands realm, but now Li Hao had around him an aura that even made him feel awe and shiver, as if from the highest, even surpassing the saint realm he pursued. What power is this? Whoosh! Li Hao's body teleported and vanished once again. The Buddha Lord's complexion changed dramatically, nearly reacting instantaneously, his eyes moving rapidly as he scanned the surroundings. At this moment, his eyes could perceive the attraction of Taoist charm, could see the trajectory of the Tao, but Li Hao's body seemed to have completely disappeared. Without the trace of Taoist charm, it wasn't a displacement. Pure physical speed. Impossible. Boom. A piercing, sonic boom-like buzzing noise, carrying with it the scalding wave of air from the friction, violently smashed from the side. The Buddha power of Tao displayed on the Kasaya suddenly emerged, with a rainbow luminescence flickering, but in an instant, the Buddha power of Tao, which had withstood a series of attacks from Li Hao, was directly penetrated at this moment. In that split second, the Buddha Lord hurriedly raised his palm, pushed out with a Buddha palm, contracted his head, and with a bang, his palm was directly smashed through by Li Hao's punch. His body, using the force, was hurled backward and hit Spirit Mountain. Li Hao's body teleported in pursuit once again, continuously flickering. Great brightness skill. The Buddha Lord suddenly bellowed in anger, radiant light bursting forth from his body, Tao power disseminating, forming a Tiangong-like shield of power around him, enveloping his figure. The luminescence of the Kasaya on his body dimmed, having been torn apart by Li Hao's punch just moments ago. Boom. Li Hao, having teleported over, punched at the Tao power emanating from the other's body, and surprisingly it did not destroy it. The Tao power was resilient like a sponge, compressible and kneadable, but impermeable. As the Tao power rebounded, it struck the Buddha Lord, causing him to spew out a mouthful of golden blood, his face filled with shock and rage. If Li Hao's teleportation had been led by Taoist charm, he could have been directly severed. But Li Hao's teleportation left no trace to capture, moving like a phantom, simply terrifying. The great Tao is vast and heavenly, I shall not be extinguished. The Buddha Lord suddenly brought his hands together, his eyes wide open in anger. He had realized that the Tao and its laws seemed ineffective against Li Hao. The laws condensed by the great Tao were easily cut through by that faint yet extremely terrifying aura emanating from Li Hao. Had it not been for the indestructibility of Tao power, he would have already fallen. Since the methods of the Tao comprehension realm were insufficient to subdue Li Hao, then he must enhance himself. I am the world venerable Buddha, suppressing all demons in the world. Heaven, lend me 30,000 strengths, so that I may establish everlasting peace for all generations. The Buddha Lord's voice cried out, and in an instant, his body was radiant with Buddha light. A majestic heaven and earth law manifestation slowly emerged behind him, an immense Buddha comparable in size to Spirit Mountain, its eyes barely open, with what seemed like the solar and lunar cycle within, stars shining brightly, looking down upon the world with pity. As the heaven and earth law manifestation appeared, the Buddha Lord's body instantly teleported and vanished, reappearing within the chest of the law manifestation, becoming one with the heaven and earth law manifestation. In an instant, the heaven and earth vein operated behind the law manifestation, absorbing the power from several dozen surrounding peaks, all converging into the law manifestation. That is, the Buddha Lord's law manifestation. Amitabha, Amitabha. May the Buddha Lord protect us, may the Buddha Lord protect us. From afar, the many disciples of Mount Wuliang who saw the gigantic Buddha Lord's law manifestation were both shocked and awestruck, immediately bowing their heads and chanting reverently in fear. Li Hao looked up and also saw this law manifestation reaching up to the heavens, his eyes revealing shock. Truly, this Buddha Lord was a prodigy of his generation, having cultivated to the four extremes realm. Among the ancient holy clan, he was a warrior of war god level. Moreover, the Dharma aspect extreme realm of the heaven and earth law manifestation was among the most difficult in the first four realms, such as divine traveling realm, 15 Li realm, and other realms could be reverted to further cultivation in extreme realm. But for the heaven and earth law manifestation, one must continue with the soul continuation from the soul succession realm. Without the soul continuation, one cannot further cultivate. This requires not only a frightening level of power far beyond one's peers within the soul succession realm but also a breadth of spirit comparable to that of an ancient sage. As law manifestation became one, those eyes overlooking heaven and earth were now fully opened, revealing a cold, merciless intent to kill, devoid of compassion. Li Hao's eyes shone brightly, a vast and majestic presence emerging behind him as his heaven and earth law manifestation also revealed itself. The immense power of heaven and earth instantly flowed into the law manifestation, its ability to bear the heaven and earth power being many times greater than that of the individual. Li Hao's figure flickered, merging with his heaven and earth law manifestation as well. This law manifestation seemed to be steaming and tearing apart, bearing too much power, unable to last for an extended period, the powers of tearing, looking like waves of divine flames engulfing the body. The two majestic figures stood between the heavens and the earth, facing each other with rampant killing intent, like ancient giants, emanating a trembling presence. Roar! Li Hao bellowed towards the sky, his palm seizing a nearby peak, his arm bursting with strength, harshly uprooting the mountain and using it as a club, mercilessly smashing it towards the Buddha Lord's head. The Buddha Lord, with his own palm brewing and surging power, pressed down like a blinding sun, creating blazing divine fires from the friction with the air, bearing down mightily. The two colossal forces collided, a terrifying airwave sweeping forth, instantly blowing away some of the Buddhists, disciples who had approached. Boom! The heavens and earth seemed to roar, as if in the beginning of chaos, bursting forth with endless light. The mountain crumbled, its debris scattering like exploding meteorites. And the enormous Buddha palm was torn apart, while Li Hao's other fist rose like a true dragon emerging from the ground, roaring with the might of millions of tons, ferociously pounding out and penetrating the Buddha Lord's body. The majestic heaven and earth law manifestation collapsed at the sound and struck Spirit Mountain, causing it to split. Boom! Li Hao once again stomped down, and the massive law manifestation's movements seemed slow, but each punch and kick drew in the power of heaven and earth from all directions, with the might to destroy heavens and eradicate the earth. The Buddha Lord's law manifestation was trampled and pierced through, its chest shattered, and the divine flame upon the law manifestation extinguished. And at this moment, Li Hao burst forth from his own Dharma aspect as a streak of silver light, using instant movement technique successively to penetrate into the Buddha Lord's Dharma aspect. Inside the head of that Dharma aspect, the Buddha Lord's body coughed blood, his breath undulating violently. Before he had a chance to react, Li Hao's body instantly appeared and struck him, smashing his fist into his face amid his shocked and furious gaze. The Buddha Lord's Tao power quickly surged forth to cover his face, but in the next moment, it was shaken, colliding with his own head and causing it to burst on the spot. Tao power cannot be destroyed, only dispersed. What Li Hao did was not destroy the Tao power, but the Buddha Lord himself. With the Buddha Lord's death, his Tao power naturally dissipated into the world. Bang bang bang. His fists struck out in quick succession, but they were blocked by the Tao power, failing to hit the Buddha Lord directly. However, that power was too strong. With the half-step invincible fist in combination with the ultimate immortal transformation, just the shockwaves of the force, despite being blocked by the Tao power, smashed the Buddha Lord's body to smithereens. Dead. From within that shattered body, a faint conscious still transmitted. Immediately afterward, the surrounding Tao power drew in, and laws suddenly descended. But in the next moment, Li Hao raised his hand with a sweep, and that strand of immortal divine power inside him emerged, tearing apart all these laws. The ultimate immortal transformation, merging into heaven and earth, caused a pure strand of immortal divine power to be born within his body. It was precisely this strand of immortal divine power that gave Li Hao the capacity to slay the Buddha Lord beyond his realm, otherwise, the other's sheer Tao power would have crushed him instantly, unblockable. The Tao power surpassed the power within Li Hao, a qualitative change. Even though Li Hao could easily suppress those of the same realm, in front of true Tao power, he was still like an infant, such was the disparity in strength. Be it the four stands realm or the three immortal realms, they are all natural powers of heaven and earth, like water, while Tao power is like a condensed solid, a stone. No matter how ferocious, water cannot shatter stone. It takes a very long time for water to wear away stone, equivalent to someone in the Tao comprehension realm standing still without resisting, allowing the attacks from the four stands realm to continue for a very, very long time before it could cause harm. The higher the martial arts realm, the bigger the gap between each realm, and the less likely it is to slay across realms. In the early stages, the power passage realm may rely on divine weapons and treasures to slay those in the Zhou-Tian realm, and even contend with the soul succession realm, but the qualitative change in realms becomes greater the further one advances. Like the three immortal realms, if one plotted a sneak attack, it was still possible to kill someone in the Tao Hard realm. After all, even though the physical strength of the Tao Hard realm is improved compared to the three immortal realms, there is no qualitative change. But the Tao comprehension realm is truly another level entirely. Had Li Hao not cultivated both the heavenly human realm and the three immortal realms to their extremes, he would not have been able to cross this vast chasm. You lured me here, and your goal was achieved. Are you satisfied now? Li Hao looked down at the fallen Buddha Lord, whose kasaya was shattered and whose flesh was unrecognizable, and spoke coldly. The demon star descends from heaven, alas. My 2,000 years accumulation of incense fire, unused. The sea of suffering in this world, so hard for the people to cross. I'm no longer capable of helping. The voice of the Buddha Lord weakly stated. If there's no Buddha, how can there be demons? Without the other shore, how can there be a distinction in the sea of suffering? If you truly wished to enlighten all beings, how could you be uncompassionate towards the weak? To forsake one for all living beings, or 100, or 1,000, how does that differ from a demon? Li Hao's eyes glinted coldly, his aura once again brewing as his primordial spirit emerged behind him. Seeing Li Hao's primordial spirit, the Buddha Lord realized that he had no chance of escape. Had Li Hao been without his primordial spirit, the Buddha Lord could have used the special attributes of his own spirit to flee, but in front of Li Hao, who also had a primordial spirit, there was no possibility of escape. How would you understand the grand vow of my Buddha's teachings? In this world, how many people who are drowning in the sea of suffering are worth saving? Buddha only saves the suffering ones, not those who seek suffering themselves. You don't comprehend the difference. The Buddha Lord faintly sneered, seemingly too tired to further discuss these truths with Li Hao. He asked, "How many extreme realms have you mastered?" With this, a hint of complexity appeared in his eyes. The path he had walked for over 2,000 years was yet to catch up with what this youth had achieved in just over a decade. Although he had spent most of these 2,000 years on the planning of Buddhist affairs and the accumulation of incense fire and other major matters, this defeat was still hard for him to accept. What was most regrettable for him was that his 2,000 years worth of accumulated incense fire, intended for becoming a saint, now served no purpose. Hearing the Buddha Lord's words, Li Hao scoffed, naturally offering no answer. Whether it's Buddha or demon, let the people of the world judge. You colluded with demons, with the noble families, attempting to seize name and profit through the hands of the demons. Now you've forced me to break Daew's laws. If I truly break with the Daew divine dynasty, do you think it would be a good thing for the world's people who have faith in you? Li Hao spoke, and his primordial spirit lunged forth. There was no need for a reply to these words, they were not a question but a rebuke. The Buddha Lord fell silent. Had he managed to suppress Li Hao, his actions would naturally have been justified. You're impetuous, disloyal, undutiful, lawless. No matter your innate talent, what does it matter? I had already stepped into the grand Tao of Peace realm, I even possessed the power to strike at the Tao comprehension realm. But without incense fire, unable to become a saint, everything is void. Below a saint, all are but ants. You too are an ant, merely the one jumping the highest right now. Your path has come to an end, you cannot enter saint, and in the end, you'll be nothing but a pile of ash. The Buddha Lord's primordial spirit floated out from his flesh and suddenly erupted into intense sun essence, attacking Li Hao's primordial spirit. As the two primordial spirits fiercely clashed, divine fire scattered. Li Hao's spirit, fortified with that hint of immortal divine essence, struck with hands and feet sharp like blades, inflicting profound damage on the Buddha Lord's spirit with every blow. A sliver of immortal divine power was like the utmost edge of a blade, capable of severing suns, moons, and stars. Apart from Tao power, even the laws themselves could be severed. Boom! The Buddha Lord's primordial spirit was torn apart, its aura withering, its whole body's Buddhalite divine flame incomplete and flickering, as if it could extinguish at any moment. I will wait for you in the Mo River, to see you eternally sink. The Buddha Lord let out a roar, but his primordial spirit was completely shredded by Li Hao, pieces scattering like stars, dissipating between heaven and earth. And those scattered sun essences were quickly absorbed by Li Hao's primordial spirit, swallowed into his body, transforming into blossoms of golden flames appearing on the primordial spirit, adding much might to it. The aura of the Buddha Lord completely dissipated. This top contender, who had been venerated in Daew for over 2,000 years with followers throughout the 19 provinces, fell before the threshold of becoming a saint and at the feet of Li Hao. Under the overlay of the 15-layer Tao domain, Li Hao perceived, at the moment the Buddha Lord's primordial spirit dissipated, a faint residue of soul accompanying it. Rather than dispersion, it seemed more like it sank into a deeper layer of space that was invisible to him. If it weren't for the overlay of the 15-layer Tao domain, which brought his perceptive power to its peak, even that faint residue of soul would have been impossible to capture. Has it sunk into the Mo River? Li Hao's eyes flickered. If the divine soul is the assembly of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, then the demise of the divine soul means the demise of the 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls and 7 spirits, in the mortal realm, are also called ghosts. Humans die and become ghosts, ghosts die and become Jian, which are the remnants in the Mo River. Mortals can't see ghosts, just as martial artists have a hard time seeing Jian, unless they are in the Mo River, where the special environment allows a clear view. Also, because they can't be seen, when martial artists exterminate someone, they can at most kill their divine soul, but can't kill the Jian. that comes after the death of the divine soul, thereby allowing the possibility of reincarnation in the next life. This seems to be a form of compassion from the heavens. That is, heaven has virtue in cherishing life. If I layered more Tao domains, maybe I could perceive that. GN. Li Hao's eyes flickered. If so, could he completely obstruct the possibility of one's reincarnation? The higher the cultivation, Li Hao found, the stronger the abilities he mastered. Like now, under the 15-layer Tao domain, even fate could be temporarily obscured. Those few bodhisattvas, despite having the chance of defying fate, were unable to exert it. Ji Yunzhe once said, within the Tao comprehension realm, one could temporarily obscure fate, and the life-defying power of the defying fate realm is an absolute chance of survival in the four stands realm but could be snuffed out in front of the Tao comprehension realm. This also shows just how great the gap between the Tao comprehension realm and the four stands realm really is. What a pity, it all happened too fast. I don't know which Mo river the Buddha Lord has been confined in. If I could find it, I could exterminate him completely. With his persistence, it's unlikely to be an ordinary Mo river. It's possible that he has directly reincarnated. If he reincarnated, the karma from his past life should be gone. According to the records in the Divine General Mansion's secret manual, so far, there hasn't been an existence that reincarnates with memories. Li Hao's eyes flickered. Regardless, in this mortal world, the Buddha Lord was truly dead. He glanced at the blurred flesh and blood on the ground. If he had reached the three immortal extreme realms, then he wouldn't have died, but unfortunately, he had only cultivated the first four extreme realms. Picking up the tattered Kasaya, even though this treasure was now dull and damaged, it was still the strongest treasure Li Hao had seen so far, feeling different from the Saint Heart treasure he encountered before. Li Hao collected it, planning to visit the 10,000 Artifacts Tower when he had time, to see what rank the Kasaya treasure was. Worn on the Buddha Lord, it was like a shell. Just the power of the treasure was enough to make the Grand Tao of Peace realm helpless, which was a bit exaggerated. After collecting the Kasaya, Li Hao shattered the remaining flesh and blood with a palm, only to see a golden relic inside. Li Hao picked up the relic but saw on the other side a mass of black chi stained with what seemed to be the aura of Demon Luo from before. The other party, having attempted a fusion of Buddha and demon, still hadn't truly and completely merged. One foolish enough to attempt becoming a saint in one step, and nearly succeeding. Li Hao's eyes flickered. Despite being much older than him, this Buddha Lord was indeed a talent with such grand ambitions. The relic contained an extremely intense power, seemingly equivalent to a divine pill. Li Hao threw it into the heaven and earth space. He had no need for such things in his cultivation. Then, Li Hao's Tao domain shrank, enveloping his body. The area of the Tao domain contracted, enhancing its might, blocking off heaven and earth. As the power of heaven and earth gradually subsided, Li Hao also slowly recovered from the state of ultimate immortal transformation back to normal. The powers of the extreme realm also converged. Li Hao pulled out a set of clothes from the heaven and earth space and put them on, looking around to see Spirit Mountain collapsed. The Buddha Lord's heaven and earth law manifestation had faded long ago, and the mountain ranges near Spirit Mountain were also in a state of disarray following the aftermath of a great battle. In a flash, Li Hao appeared before the candle flame god, seeing Feng carried on his back, still in a state with all five senses destroyed, his heart twisted in agony. Is there no way to treat him? Li Hao asked Xian. Xian said in distress, his body contains poison, and it's a little tricky. I can't draw it out, otherwise, his body might completely disintegrate. Li Hao's face turned ugly. Who could have expected that such a vicious poison existed in the lands of Buddhism? Just like no one could have expected that the malicious poison pill capable of incapacitating divine blood was also a secret kept by Buddhism. If it cannot be treated, then I will defy fate for him. Decisiveness shone in Li Hao's eyes. Without another word, he released the life-defying breath he had cultivated into his body and directed it to Feng. This is the power of life-defying power. Xian exclaimed in shock, hastily speaking. Zhang Liken, from a distance, also came running excitedly with his sword. The battle between Li Hao and the Buddha Lord had opened his eyes, leaving him both shocked and ecstatic, with a look of obsession in his eyes. He hadn't expected that Li Hao, when he had sparred with him before, had concealed so much. If Li Hao had fought with his full strength, he wouldn't even have the right to wield his sword within Li Hao's Tao domain. It was beyond his expectations. Huh, what are you doing? Zhang Liken saw Li Hao transferring the aura of life-defying power into Feng Boping, and his excited expression immediately turned to astonishment, as he shouted in bewilderment. Li Hao didn't speak, he only focused on the transference. Soon, this breath of life-defying power was sent into Feng's body, and as it entered, Li Hao activated it for him. The life-defying power dispersed and vanished into an obscure place beyond sight. Quickly, Feng's body seemed to undergo a change. On the battlefield where Li Hao had previously fought and slain with the Buddha Lord, those scattered powers seemed to be drawn, converging towards the damaged spirit mountain. But these breaths were not gathering towards Feng but towards the torn Buddhist hall. Li Hao concentrated his gaze. His consciousness enveloped the area, and soon amongst these converging breaths, beneath the broken purple gold lotus platform, he unearthed a profound wooden box. Li Hao drew it towards himself, opened the wooden box, and inside saw 3 rounded golden pills, as perfect as a relic. A feeling of a great fortune filling his soul rushed through his mind, and Li Hao paused before realizing that this was a heavenly mandate response driven by the power of life-defying power. These pills in the box could recover Feng's health. Li Hao quickly took out a pill and fed it to Feng. As the golden core went down his throat, Li Hao could clearly see Feng's body emitting golden meridians, as if a luminous, splendid golden light was swallowed, continuously reflecting down into his body through his throat, subsequently illuminating the meridians within his chest cavity, distinct as a bifurcated divine tree. With the illumination of the golden light, dark blood began to seep from his wounds, but upon closer examination, this dark blood turned out to be countless tiny insects wriggling like maggots, being expelled from his body with the motion of the blood. As a large number of black bugs were expelled from the wounds, the fresh blood at Feng's injury sites gradually became clean again, returning to its original bright red color. And those wounds, aided by the strong self-healing ability of his physical body, began to slowly heal. Beyond the welts and cuts all over his body, his destroyed senses were also gradually recovering. Li Hao's face was bleak, his power vibrating as he exterminated the bugs in the blood, saving only a small amount of the insects, collecting them into the heaven and earth space. What kind of GU worm is this, such a malicious method? Xian retreated to Li Hao's wrist, speaking with a hint of fear. These baldies indeed have numerous tricks. Zhang Liken squinted his eyes, not too surprised. Aside from martial arts and sword Dao, there were few things that could surprise or interest him since he cared for little else. Li Hao didn't speak, but just clenched his fist slightly. You actually used your life-defying opportunity just like that, you're quite generous. Zhang Liken looked towards Li Hao, his gaze slightly focused. He had seen many people, but Li Hao was the first he had encountered who was willing to give away a chance to defy fate so readily, and without any coercion. That was equivalent to the existence of a life. He couldn't imagine what sort of relationship could lead to such sacrifice, especially since the recipient was a thief despised by all. If it were him, he would have done the same for me, Li Hao said. Besides, I don't have a use for it now, what's the harm in 10 times over? With his current strength, the only beings that could force him into a desperate situation were those of the Tao comprehension realm, or even a semi-saint. And to such high-level beings, the power of defying fate was largely inconsequential, capable of being shielded. What was called defying the heavens and changing fate was but the vain hopes of ordinary people. In the face of the great Tao, in the face of a saint, all would be crushed, not worth mentioning. Furthermore, if he really needed it for a special circumstance in the future, Li Hao still had 90,000 merits stored in the merit treasure vault, which could be exchanged for the life-defying power 9 times. Previously, he exchanged a portion at Chu Tian Dao, but the Dao power from the abyss made it void, resulting in a waste. Now, he still had 90,000 left. Should he accumulate another 10,000, he could exchange it for the fruit of enlightenment, which didn't directly help one to comprehend the Tao but offered a chance to touch upon the Tao, increasing the probability of experiencing enlightenment. Hey, Zhang Liken didn't deny Li Hao's words. With Li Hao's current strength, the power of defying fate indeed didn't have such an absolute effect on him, but it was still an extremely precious thing. If he was in a desperate fight against an equal opponent, and both were on their last breath, where would the other have the capacity to obscure the will of heaven? At that moment, defying fate could be used to escape. Although Xian felt pity for Li Hao's forfeiture of a chance at life-defying, the deed was done, and she could only accept it, continually caressing Li Hao's wrist with little red whisker, seemingly comforting him. While the group conversed, Feng Boping's body gradually healed, and his eyes, mouth, and nose all regrew. However, Feng Boping, with his body restored, had a somewhat vacant look and even slow reactions. He stared blankly around, then dully at Li Hao, his eyes carrying both familiarity and confusion. Feng, Li Hao immediately gripped his hand, full of guilt. I came back too late and let you suffer so. Feng Boping said dumbfoundedly, Li Hao, child. It's me. Li Hao, child. Feng Boping just kept repeating dumbfoundedly. Li Hao was momentarily startled, his expression suddenly changing, sensing something was wrong. He looked at Feng's eyes and saw not surprise or confusion, but a slow vacantness. Feng. Li Hao's body tensed up as he quickly examined Feng's condition, but found no injuries or abnormalities. Li Hao, child. Feng murmured, his eyes dull and confused. Li Hao felt his heart chill, his blood seemingly ignited into a rage once more. Without a doubt, Feng's condition had to be the doing of the Buddha Lord, to the extent that even the power of defying fate couldn't mend it. Zhang Liken also noticed Feng Boping's state, curiously asking, was he like this originally? No. Li Hao's voice was like that of a repressed beast. I thought not. This condition, it rather seems like a loss of soul, Zhang Liken commented. Li Hao was taken aback, looking at him, soul loss. That's right, within the divine soul are the 3 souls and 7 spirits. If there's a loss of these, this condition arises, like an imbecile, or in layman terms, having lost one's soul, Zhang Liken explained. Li Hao felt a jolt in his heart, the murderous intent that had settled reigniting. I think I understand now. He was caught by Demon Luo, and before you managed to force that old baldy into revealing his Buddha-demon unity, Demon Luo was his secret. This old guy must have been privy to the secret, and the baldy used him as bait to draw you in, likely on purpose to release him and consequently ruin your reputation, damaging your foundation of incense fire. But he didn't want to expose his own secrets, so he could only ruin him, with a soul missing and a body unhealed. Tisk, well played. Zhang Liken sighed. Although he was eccentric, he was not foolish. After all, he had participated in that battle for the throne and quickly laid out the sequence of events. Li Hao, upon hearing his words, knew they must be close to the truth. He looked at the prince and asked, Senior, how can the missing soul be restored? The first method is to allow the existing soul to slowly split over the long years and gradually refill itself, which is to say, it requires a long time to naturally recover. The soul is like flowers and trees, it can regenerate, but the time needed is extremely lengthy. The second method is to find the missing soul fragment. The fragment might be sealed somewhere here in Mount Wuliang, or it might have been obliterated and entered into the Mo River, Zhang Liken explained. Li Hao, upon hearing this, immediately scanned Spirit Mountain with a cold gleam in his eyes. Feng, rest for now, I will find your missing soul. Li Hao took a deep breath and solemnly promised Feng. Feng looked at him bewildered, his gaze struggling as if to say, run, fast. Seeing him like this, Li Hao felt a sharp pain in his heart. Even with the missing soul, being unable to see, the old man recognized him with just one touch. Feng, you're safe now. Li Hao, suppressing the sorrow in his heart, spoke softly as if to soothe the child to sleep. Feng, hearing Li Hao's words, moved his lips slightly as if to show he understood. The struggle in his eyes slowly faded, revealing a smile, but due to the missing soul, his expression appeared foolishly happy. Good. Li Hao could not bear to watch any longer. He asked the candle flame god to take good care of Feng while he covered the entire Spirit Mountain with his divine thought, searching from top to bottom. Meanwhile, outside Spirit Mountain, many disciples of Mount Wuliang along with arhats and protectors arrived. Seeing the shattered and split apart Spirit Mountain, they were shocked. Especially since the Buddha Lord's Dharma aspect had been destroyed, which was beyond their belief, shocking and enraging them. Though they knew that the invader of Mount Wuliang was extremely powerful, the faith ingrained in their bones now overcame their fear. Who are you, daring to invade our Mount Wuliang? This is within Dayu territory, do you want to be hunted by Dayu? Angry shouts carried across. Li Hao, who was searching the mountain, let his restrained urge to kill transform into an imposing and fierce might. He lifted his head and swept his gaze across, the murderous intent within his eyes releasing like tangible blades slashing out. With a bang, among those shouting in anger, the arhats who were of the 3 immortal realms, felt their blood roil under Li Hao's intimidating glare, their chests struck as if by a heavy hammer, as they spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Even their invulnerable bodies couldn't withstand the force. Scram, the word laden with murderous intent squeezed out from Li Hao's mouth. Successive sounds of explosions rang out, the leading arhats of the 3 immortal realms were torn asunder and died on the spot. Others who were about to shout in anger trembled in fear, their initial fiery blood instantly extinguished, their eyes filled with horror. Li Hao's divine thought continued to search Spirit Mountain, but he didn't find Feng's soul nor any suspicious locations. However, he did see a cave on the back of the mountain with Feng's presence. In the cave, there was a lava pool and chains, on which Feng's residual aura still lingered. Li Hao's expression grew grim. Without a doubt, this was where Feng had been tortured. You two stand back, Li Hao whispered to Candle Flame God and Zhang Liken. They were surprised, but sensing Li Hao's intense surging energy, they quickly soared away. Boom. As soon as they left, Li Hao condensed a dazzling sword chi and fiercely slashed out. The whole Spirit Mountain, from its peak to its base, was cleaved in two by this single strike. Such a scene caused many arriving disciples to be utterly amazed, finding it hard to believe. It was as if the Spirit Mountain that stood in the hearts of the faithful was destroyed, as if their faith itself had been ripped apart. Boom boom boom. Li Hao's sword chi swept into the lava pool, slaughtering all the demons within. Looking at the Spirit Mountain now split in two, its spirit gathering array destroyed, no longer was it a holy land for cultivation. Now, those who leave Mount Wuliang may shed their robes and depart down the mountain. Li Hao turned, his frosty voice echoing throughout the Brahma Pure Land world. The Buddha Lord is dead, hereafter there is no Mount Wuliang. You have 10 breaths of time. Anyone who stays, dies. As Li Hao's words spread, all the disciples and peaks of Mount Wuliang, those meditating or asleep in the Buddhist halls, were all startled and terrified. The Buddha Lord is dead. How could it be? Could it be because of the great battle just now? On mountains far from Spirit Mountain, some disciples had felt the recent great battle, but with their limited cultivation, they had limited perception and had no idea that the Buddha Lord had actually died. Now hearing Li Hao's voice, they were all shocked and stunned. Li Hao spoke no further words, but above his head, a sword tide began to form. His gaze was icy cold as he stood above the split Spirit Mountain, like a young fighting god looking down at the many disciples below. The vast and mighty sword tide, gathering like vortexes in the sea, bringing terrifying energy, thunder and lightning, made all the disciples tremble in fear. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. How could this happen? My Mount Wuliang has stood for thousands of years, how could such a catastrophe occur? Many old monks stepped out of the Buddhist halls, staring at the vast sword tide, their eyes filled with shock and sorrow. Quick, quick, take off your kasaya. Many of the young monks who had just joined Mount Wuliang hastily removed their kasayas and scurried down the mountain. Some of the older monks, with their deep faith in the Buddha, sat in the square, hands pressed together, chanting the Buddhist scriptures, seemingly confronting this demonic calamity. Under the guidance of some of these older monks, more and more disciples sat in the square, their chants of the scriptures humming like a hymn, as if to resist this demonic force with the truth of Buddha's path. The circulating sword chi grew in scale, spreading from the peak of Spirit Mountain, spreading over the tops of a dozen peaks. There was a chilling, deadly cold between heaven and earth. The multitude of monks heading to Spirit Mountain, under the shock and fear, some stood in the distance, hands pressed together, displaying an expression of resigned determination. Others, in panic, tore off their kasayas and turned to run. A great catastrophe was impending, showing all kinds of faces. Master is dead. On a mountain peak, Li Qinfeng stepped out of the Buddhist hall, staring at the sword tide swirling in the distant sky, stunned. His master, seated high on the lotus platform, was allegedly dead. He found it hard to comprehend and believe, but he knew it was true. Otherwise, why would his master allow someone to desecrate Spirit Mountain? Young master, let's go quickly, the Buddha Lord is dead, we need to hurry. Another old monk rushed out, urgently saying. Though he looked like a monk, he was actually from the Li family, there to accompany Li Qinfeng in his studies, taking care of Li Qinfeng. Who did this? Li Qinfeng strained his eyes to see the figure beneath the sword tide in the distance. It must be some demon, possibly even Demon Luo, the old nemesis of the Buddha Lord. As the old monk spoke, he quickly helped Li Qinfeng out of his white kasaya, while throwing him some ordinary, coarse clothes, saying, Young master, put these on quickly, let's disguise ourselves as external disciples and descend the mountain. The one who killed the Buddha Lord will certainly not spare you, as you are the Buddha Lord's direct disciple. Li Qinfeng's expression changed slightly, and he swiftly caught on, quickly putting on the clothes. Let's go. He took one last deep look at Spirit Mountain, then swiftly descended the mountain. Meanwhile, Li Hao's 10-count countdown was nearing its end. Die. Li Hao looked at those stubborn monks in front of him, their hands pressed together, chanting scriptures, trying to save him through the truth of the Buddhist scriptures, his eyes cold and emotionless. The sword tide swirling above suddenly swept down, instantly tearing the golden body arhats of the three immortal realms into a rain of blood. This rain of blood splashed onto Spirit Mountain, dyeing the split and damaged mountain red. While the sword tide covered the area, streams of sword chi flew out, tearing apart numerous Buddhist halls atop peripheral peaks, and cleaving the Buddha statues. Those sitting in the square, chanting the Buddhist scriptures, as they listened to the sounds of the buildings being split and felt the ground shake beneath them, trembled, and their eyes opening in uncontainable fear, tore off their kasayas and fled hastily. Still, a large part of them continued to chant the Buddhist scriptures, their humming voice like a hymn, echoing from the tops of mountains. In this world-splitting chaos, the dim, endless sword tide swept through, their chants sounding like the last light of humanity in the apocalypse. Boom, boom, boom. Countless streams of sword chi pierced through, tearing apart the square, flattening the mountain tops, and destroying the Buddhist halls, Buddha statues, incense burners, and copper coin cauldrons. The sword chi shuffled past those monks, hands pressed and chanting, without killing them, only destroying the buildings and ground around them. Many chanters, their eyes opening, looked stunned. After ravaging with vast sword chi without killing all the chanters, it flattened the mountain tops and then flew back to the sky, gradually dissipating. Not all have been massacred. Zhang Liken saw that Li Hao had ceased his attack and raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised and, as if with a touch of regret. Li Hao shook his head slightly. Aside from those with immense strength who might commit evil under the Buddha Lord, slaughtering these weaker common disciples was meaningless. The Buddhist sect had stood for 2,000 years, impossible to completely eradicate, as outside the boundaries of Mount Wuliang in the 19 provinces, there were countless Buddhist disciples. How could one speak of total annihilation? If he remembered correctly, that old lady from the Divine General Mansion was also a devout Buddhist. Li Hao came to slaughter the Buddha, targeting the manifested Buddha, the Buddha that had fallen into evil, not the Buddha in people's hearts. After all, in the hearts of the suffering masses, finding Buddha as a faith offered a sense of peace and tranquility. How could they be completely eradicated? You're still too soft-hearted. Zhang Liken discerned the kindness in Li Hao's heart and shook his head slightly, but slaughtering these mortals like pigs and dogs is meaningless, the weak do not deserve the sword. Li Hao glanced at him, the prince was always startling in his remarks, no wonder he had been imprisoned. If you spoke less, your life might be much smoother, Li Hao said. Some speak less but do much, I just tell it as it is. The ignorant masses are but stepping stones for the powerful to stand upon, whether they live or die makes no difference, Zhang Liken said. Li Hao shook his head slightly, not arguing with him, but turned his gaze to a certain place. His figure flickered, and he disappeared instantly. Outside among the peaks, crowds surged. Many disciples who had shed their monks' robes fled like converging ants along the mountain paths beneath the ridges, escaping beyond the Brahma Pure Land. And those who had cultivated to the 15 Li realm were flying through the air, fleeing at full speed. Li Qinfeng, wearing rough clothing, was mixed in among the fleeing crowd, his face smeared with dirt, looking as if he had rolled down from a rocky hill, filthy. He had abandoned the guards of the Divine General Mansion, only that old monk accompanying him, both inconspicuous among the throng. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared in an instant, cutting off the crowd of runners. The surging power toppled the fleeing mass, and everyone looked at the youth in horror and changing colors. Some hurriedly knelt on the ground, bowing their heads to beg for mercy. As a large part of the crowd knelt down, Li Qinfeng's complexion changed, looking somewhat ugly, but he also obediently followed the crowd and knelt down. The thought that he, the young master of the Divine General Mansion, the Buddha Lord's direct disciple, and the future true dragon of the mansion, had to endure such humiliation filled him with rage, but he dared not show any of it. He only thought of what many of his elders had said, a true man knows when to yield. A moment of endured humiliation means nothing. An ancestor had once suffered humiliation under a horse, faced desperate odds, brought intelligence back to the army. Compared to that, this mere kneeling was nothing. Li Hao's gaze pierced through the crowd like a sword, landing on the figure of the young man. The young man's aura was retracted, extremely concealed, but now that Li Hao was in the Grand Tao of Peace realm, such trivial concealment couldn't escape his eyes. Li Qinfeng, aren't you the Buddha Lord's direct disciple? Aren't you going to avenge your master? Li Hao said coldly. Hearing Li Hao's words, Li Qinfeng, whose heart had just jumped, changed his expression and looked at him in fear. Clearly, his disguise had been exposed. Young master, run. The old monk beside him reacted extremely quickly and let out a loud yell, standing in front of Li Qinfeng. He had been a general under Li Qinfeng's father and had entrusted his life to this widow and orphan, vowing to defend them to the death. Bang! The body he had stepped forward with, not yet fully bursting with the Grandmaster's power, exploded suddenly. Blood splattered, covering Li Qinfeng, who was about to rise, drenching his clothes red. The scalding blood left Li Qinfeng stunned, and the knee he had just raised, now slowly gave way again. Spare my life. Li Qinfeng hurriedly kowtowed, kneeling on the ground. Others, hearing the name Li Qinfeng, quickly crawled away on their knees, not daring to approach him. The Buddha Lord's direct disciple. That was the esteemed Buddha child, mingling among us. Was he trying to cause our deaths? Many people cursed inwardly, blaming Li Qinfeng's ancestors, having gained little on good days, and now dragging them down in flight. It was a trap. The rest of you, get out. Li Hao, hearing the cries begging for mercy, wrinkled his brow and said. Hearing Li Hao's words, the people found it as delightful as celestial music, tearing up with gratitude, and they quickly kowtowed a few times before fleeing rapidly. In a blink, only Li Qinfeng remained. Spare my life. Although I have been apprenticed to the Buddha Lord, I belong to the Li family of the Divine General Mansion, we're only allied with Mount Wuliang for mutual benefits, not genuinely. Li Qinfeng's face turned pale, realizing that great danger was imminent, hoping by bringing up the Divine General Mansion he might deter Li Hao. How is it? Don't you recognize me? Li Hao said indifferently. Li Qinfeng, startled, looked up at Li Hao, and only then did he realize that there was something familiar yet alien about Li Hao's appearance. So young. Li Qinfeng's pupils suddenly constricted, staring at Li Hao in horror. You, is it really you? It seems you remember now. Li Hao nodded his head, then raised his hand, and waves of force bore down, seizing Li Qinfeng's body, crushing his bones. At 20 years old and still in the heavenly human realm, not yet reaching the three immortalities, his physical injuries could only be treated by divine pills. The severe pain all over his body could not overshadow the shock Li Qinfeng felt at that moment. He forcibly widened his eyes, incredulously saying, You, how is it possible? My master was killed by you. Whether out of fear or pain, he let out a hoarse scream. The person I most wanted to eliminate is actually the one who killed my master. I knew Li Hao was strong, his fame skyrocketed after the battle in Liangzhou, and he was considered as a force to be reckoned with even among those in the Four Stands realm. But as one's realm gets higher, the cultivation becomes slower. How much time has passed since then, and Li Hao actually killed the master I looked up to. That was the Buddha Lord. In my heart, his status could even be compared to the ancestor of the Li family. How could such a person die at Li Hao's hand? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Qinfeng roared, tears of blood streaming from his eyes, not just because of his ruptured internal organs being squeezed, but also because of the pain and madness. His pride as a heavenly genius was completely shattered at this moment. Coughing up blood and fragments of organs, Li Qinfeng felt a sense of sorrow, as if he had been abandoned by the heavens. If he was a heavenly genius, then what was the youth before him? A monster. My master could not possibly lose, he was the second strongest in the world, invincible except for that true person. Li Qinfeng gritted his teeth, seemingly losing his mind. Li Hao didn't waste words with him, he crushed his hands and feet and took him into the heaven and earth space. The young man who practiced swordsmanship in the courtyard with a resolute look in his eyes at the age of 5, who later gained the fame of a heavenly genius, has now fallen to such a state. Perhaps it all changed at the moment when that noblewoman fed me the poison pill. And now, the other party was crippled, and I had also left the Divine General Mansion. All of this karma started with a single pill and also ended with it. Li Hao turned back to the candle flame god's side. After swallowing the pill, aside from his soul which couldn't be gathered back, his body was completely unharmed. Let's go back then, Li Hao said softly. Looking at the spirit mountain, full of scars from the great battle, pretty much destroyed, Mount Wuliang was essentially ruined. Without the Buddha Lord, even if millions of Buddha believers gathered in the future, it would be difficult to form any significant power. As Li Hao was preparing to return, a figure arrived rapidly from beyond Mount Wuliang. That figure swiftly approached Li Hao. However, the figure who arrived was none other than Li Musho, who had rushed all the way from the Li family. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Brahma Pure Land world, he witnessed fleeing figures, and immediately realized the situation inside. Upon hearing the voice, Li Hao immediately recognized it was the second uncle. Where is the Buddha Lord, Feng? Li Musho scanned the surroundings and upon seeing Spirit Mountain split in two, his pupils shrank, shocked. He had cast aside his status and rushed here as fast as he could, not only to attempt to rescue Feng Boping but also because he suspected that once the news spread, Li Hao would most likely come to aid as well. Although he knew Li Hao was strong, he also knew that the Buddha Lord was unfathomable, and Li Hao now had glory and was a high-ranking official, all of which were hard-earned. He felt Li Hao had suffered enough and didn't want to see his reputation damaged. If he could use his own half-step invincible Dao realm to rescue Feng, everything would be resolved. At the very least, it would fulfill the promise he made to Feng Boping. If we cannot share wealth and honor, then let's share life and death. The Buddha Lord is dead. Li Hao looked at Li Musho, whose appearance and aura were completely different with a mask on, and instantly knew what he had in mind, feeling somewhat sad. Dead, Li Musho trembled inside, turned to look at Feng Boping, but saw his foolish demeanor, somewhat strange, and quickly said, "What happened to Feng? His soul is missing." Li Hao spoke softly. Li Musho was shocked, hastily examining Feng Boping's body, and indeed it seemed as Li Hao had said. His expression turned ugly, fists clenched tight. Li Hao knew he was distressed and softly said, "I will find the missing part of Feng's soul, second uncle, this place is not suitable for you to appear, you should return soon as well." Li Musho looked at Li Hao, feeling a bitter ache in his heart, and said, "Child, all this shouldn't fall on you to bear, it should have been me." His heart ached, somewhat dejected. He hadn't been able to make it when his elder brother had fallen in Dragon City, and now, he had failed to make it again. Although he seemed carefree in this life, he felt he had lived it rather unsuccessfully. Because of me, Feng was targeted by the Buddhist sect, naturally, I should be the one to handle it. Li Hao comforted him with a few words. Li Musho's mood slightly eased, and he immediately asked Li Hao about the details of the incident, to which Li Hao also briefly explained. After listening, Li Musho had a complicated expression. "Child, the followers of the Buddha Lord are countless, spanning various families and officials, your actions, I fear." "It's fine." Li Hao smiled. Li Musho, looking at the calm expression on his face, felt even more heartbroken, and suggested, "Why don't you return to the Divine General Mansion? With the 1,000-year reputation of the Divine General Mansion, and your own status, we can protect you." Li Hao shook his head slightly. "If His Majesty wishes to dismiss these honors, it does not matter, it will simply be a return to my previous life, where I still have delicious food to eat and chess to play. It has no impact on me." But, Li Hao gave a slight smile and bid farewell to the old gentleman, then mounted the candle flame god and began his journey home. Although victorious in this endeavor, he had lost as well, at least according to the Buddha Lord's wishes. The matters here will surely be reported to the imperial capital, to the ears of His Majesty. How that elderly man will react, whether he will understand or not, is uncertain. Regardless, he will likely face difficulties and sorrow, causing him trouble. Li Hao sighed in his heart. As Li Hao departed, Zhang Liken also hastened his own departure, but before leaving, he glanced at Li Musho and laughed lightly. "It seems the guts of the Li family are growing bigger and bigger, the young are so bold, and so are the old, ha ha ha." Li Musho had long recognized this mad ninth prince, whose many deeds he had heard of, but did not take this madman seriously. Watching the young man's retreating figure, his eyes became melancholy, an unasked question in his heart. That is, whether in the future, there would still be a chance, for the three of them to unite in shadow, to gather together again. Time is heartless, it seems to only move forward, never pausing for anyone, let alone reversing. With the fall of the Buddha Lord and the abduction of the thief saint, Mount Wuliang was destroyed. A series of shocking news spread from the realm of the Divine Dynasty. Mount Wuliang had numerous disciples, and with the complex relationships backing these disciples, the news quickly spread throughout all the provinces and cities, drifting to the imperial capital millions of miles away and also reaching the Divine General Mansion in nearby Qingzhou first. Inside the Divine General Mansion, everyone who learned of the news was shocked and appalled. Was it not just announced that Mount Wuliang intended to execute the thief saint? How could it be that in the blink of an eye, the Buddha Lord had been slain? And it happened on Spirit Mountain, no less. Who could be so audacious and so overbearing? It wasn't long before Li Musho also returned to the Divine General Mansion. He had originally planned to abandon everything to save the thief saint, but now that Li Hao had dealt with it, there was no need to act according to the original plan. The divine general mansion still needed his protection. When Li Musho arrived, everyone hurriedly questioned him if he was involved. They all knew Li Musho was determined to go to the rescue, and although they had advised and tried to stop him, this time it seemed his second uncle had made up his mind, and no one could dissuade him. Hearing their questions, Li Musho could only give a bitter smile. He was not capable of such feats, and without hiding anything, he briefly explained the situation to everyone. The commotion Li Hao caused was too big to conceal, even a cursory investigation afterward would reveal the truth. What? How he killed the Buddha Lord? How could he have any connection with that notorious thief saint? Li Xuanli, He Jianlin and others, upon hearing Li Musho's words, were stunned, then looked at him in disbelief. If it hadn't been Li Musho himself who spoke, they'd think it was all a joke. They couldn't believe their ears. Li Tiangang in the crowd was struck with a sudden realization upon hearing Li Musho's words. He remembered the disguised thief saint he had encountered at Heaven's Gate Pass. At that time, he had managed to drive the thief saint away without promoting the incident, nor did he tell anyone in the mansion. After all, it was a scandal. So, the others didn't know that Li Hao had already colluded with the thief saint. How Ji Qingqing's face turned pale. As Li Tiangang's wife, she was quite familiar with the Deu divine dynasty and understood the stature and identity of the Buddha Lord all too well. She couldn't imagine the anger of billions of followers upon hearing the news of his killing. These followers were connected to many different spheres. Many high-ranking officials in the court were Buddhists, and if not the officials themselves, their families were believers. Such entangled roots reflected the extensive and profound influence of the Buddhist community. Even members of the imperial family had to be polite when visiting Mount Wuliang. Though it seemed a mere Zhonggu power, in reality, it had already taken root within the government halls. I knew it, he was bound to cause a huge disaster one day. Li Tiangang clenched his fists, his face grim. Had I known it would come to this, I should have slain that thief right at the border. If not for his merit in providing protection in the past, I gave in to a moment of soft-heartedness. This culpability should be mine to bear. If I had been more ruthless then, we wouldn't be facing this now. He was filled with regret, knowing that even if he had faced a reputation of being unkind for killing the thief saint back then, it would have been better than the current situation. You knew all along. The others also looked at him, stunned. Li Tiangang, unable to face them, looked towards Li Musho instead, his eyes showing a trace of resentment. Li Musho saw his look and his expression changed slightly. Slowly, he turned away, aware that Li Tiangang blamed him for having introduced Feng Boping to Li Hao, leading to today's outcome. Although Hao has high achievement and status, that was the Buddha Lord. Ji Qingqing's face was still pale. Although Li Hao had left the divine general mansion without their forgiveness, seeing him grow to his current status had brought her relief in addition to the pain and self-blame she felt. She knew that even without the support of the divine general mansion, the child could still have a good life, which was not entirely a bad thing. But now, Li Hao's achievements and honors might all be stripped away from him. A third-rank duke held high status, but compared to the influence of the Buddha Lord, it was far too lacking. Even Li Tiangang's current status as a second-rank duke couldn't contend with the Buddhist community. Though the Buddha Lord held no official court title, religious influence was extraordinary. How could Hao be so foolish, to do this for a thief? Li Xuanli expressed his deep sorrow, knowing that despite Li Hao's achievements and status, it was unlikely he could be saved now. He Jianlin's expression was one of forlorn, saying, "That child is warm-hearted, whoever treats him well, he reciprocates. He has always been like that, always been like that. I'll go to the imperial capital to seek help from my elder brothers, to plead with our father, the emperor, on his behalf." Zhang Shaner immediately declared, picking up her skirt and stepping out of the council hall. Li Xuanli opened his mouth as if to speak but didn't stop her. At this point, they could only hope that His Majesty would show leniency for Li Hao's past deeds in saving Liangzhou and Qingzhou. I used to discipline him, thinking I was wrong, that I was too strict. All of you spoke for him, supported him, but now he has indeed made a grave mistake, one even we cannot cover up. Li Tiangang clenched his fists, the grinding of his molars audible. Although he has exceptional talent, the stronger his power, the greater his mistakes. If he still bears the Li name, the glory of our ancestors will be ruined because of this. Hearing his words, Li Xuanli and the others looked troubled, and He Jianlin retorted angrily. Are you still blaming us? Without Hao, Qingzhou would already be in a crisis. Li Tiangang this time did not back down but glared back at her with a furious expression. I have never denied his merits, but he could have done better. You never raised him a day, how can you demand better from him? He Zhanlin shot back furiously. Li Tiangang, equally enraged, retorted, do you think Qingqing and I wanted to be separated from our own child? Weren't we acting for the sake of the family, for the common people? Outsiders might not understand, but can't you? But Hao is innocent, what wrong has he done? He Zhanlin's face also turned a shade of iron blue. Enough, stop talking. Li Musho's face was overcast as he said, instead of arguing here, we might as well think about how to relay a message to His Majesty, asking him to show leniency to Hao on account of the millennium of service from the Li family. Second uncle is right, I understand how you all feel. Right now, the most urgent task is to help Hao. Li Xuanli also hurriedly said. Li Tiangang glared at Li Musho. He had great respect for this second uncle, but the latter had repeatedly supported Li Hao and even facilitated Li Hao's acquaintance with the thief saint. With his own moral standing compromised and setting a bad example for Li Hao, deep resentment had long settled in his heart. But at this moment, he still held himself back. Such a matter would require the ancestors' heroic spirits to intervene personally, considering their status as founding divine generals. They would have to give some face to our family, Gao Qingqing said, strategizing for her husband as well. However, after she finished, her face was full of worry, she knew this would risk the Li family's 1,000 years of glory. Upon hearing Gao Qingqing's words, everyone exchanged looks and fell silent. I agree, Li Musho spoke first in a low voice. After speaking, he glanced at Li Tiangang and then at Li Xuanli. Li Xuanli hesitated, not speaking immediately but looking towards the others. Now that he held the title of True Dragon, he felt an immense burden on his shoulders and did not dare to make a mistake. Big brother, please save Hao. Seeing Li Xuanli hesitating, Ji Qingqing's tears fell, and she was about to kneel to him. Li Xuanli's expression changed, and he quickly supported her, younger sister-in-law, don't be like this. I didn't say I wouldn't save him. Hao has been kind to me, and to the Li family, we will certainly do our utmost to help. Li Tiangang also quickly held his wife back and said, Qingqing, don't make it difficult for big brother, I understand his predicament. But Hao Ji Qingqing wept, who understands the difficulties that child is facing now. Li Tiangang's face changed, and he clenched his teeth, looking at Li Xuanli, big brother, I will go and speak to the ancestor myself about this. Li Xuanli gave him a look, fell silent for a moment, and then nodded slightly. He's gone mad, he's no longer a member of the Li family. Do you really intend to sacrifice the 1,000 years of the Li family's honor for him? Beside, Wang Shangru exclaimed angrily. The others glanced at him, and Li Musho said somberly, don't forget, you owe Hao a life as well. I owe you nothing, I owe him nothing. My father has also come to Qingzhou, it's just that he was a little late, Wang Shangru retorted angrily. He Zhanlin stared at her for a while, then scoffed and turned to Li Tiangang, go now, before the imperial decree comes down. By then, it will be too late. Seeing no opposition from anyone else, Li Tiangang breathed a sigh of relief, quickly got up, and rushed toward the ancestral hall. When he reached the ancestral hall, Li Tiangang didn't even bother to greet Li Qingzheng, but swiftly entered, knelt 3 times, and bowed 9 times before reporting the situation. Undutiful descendant dares to ask the ancestor to intervene and beg mercy for my son. Li Tiangang banged his head on the ground. In the ancestral hall, a multitude of tablets stood tall, trembling slightly. The ancestors had heard everything Li Tiangang had said. The roots of Mount Wuliang were deep, and many were aware, not daring to provoke Mount Wuliang lightly in their lifetimes, they had not expected that the youth who had left the Li family would have slain the Buddha Lord. The heroic spirits chattered among themselves, knowing this move would mean using all of the Li family's favors to absolve another's sins. Many agreed, but some hesitated and disagreed. After a short debate, the many ancestors fell silent, turning their gaze to the golden body. Upon it, the figure of Li Tianyuan emerged. He fell silent for a moment, then slowly said, I cannot intervene in this matter. Hearing these words from the Li family ancestor, Li Tiangang was shaken and looked up hurriedly, Ancestor. Previously, I spared no effort to harm my divine soul, attempting to shape a true dragon soul for him, but he refused. Li Tianyuan's voice was deep as he said, if even this could not sway him, it's clear that the child has resolved to leave the Li family. He is no longer one of our family. Therefore, I cannot sacrifice the efforts of your descendants for generations on his behalf. Li Tiangong was stunned, his gaze somewhat vacant, but he said the word but found himself unable to continue. Yes, that child had severed the blood ties and had nothing to do with the Li family. What right did he have to ask the ancestor to disperse the glory of the Li family's millennium for him alone? In the end, it was his own fault. The fault at the war in northern Yan, the fault in not being able to keep him in line. I understand. Li Tiangong's face turned ashen, and he slowly stood up, bowing deeply. It is all Tiangong's fault, failing to teach my son well and almost causing trouble for the family. With that, he slowly turned to leave. After Li Tiangong left, Li Qingjung, who had overheard, couldn't help but step forward. Ancestor, but that child has done a great service for our Li family. If it weren't for him in Qingzhou. Li Tianyuan fell silent for a moment and sighed. I am of course aware of that. If it had been the previous emperor, I might have said a few words. A sacrifice of all of the Li family's glory and favor might not be necessary, but with the current emperor, I am not familiar with him. If I intervene, it will be the entire Li family at stake. Your generations of sacrifices I cannot ignore. The child is too young, too hot-headed. Saying this, he sighed and continued. But the emperor won't execute him, he will at most strip him of his official rank. If he encounters misfortune in the future, help if you can, try to repay. With those words, his figure returned to the golden body. Li Qingjung was stunned, then his face took on a sorrowful expression, and he laughed mockingly at himself, his eyes filled with desolate sadness. Outside Dayu State, within a hidden stretch of mountain range. The surrounding mist was thick, and human presence scarce. Two figures silently appeared, descending into a secret hall atop a mountain peak like specters. Just got the news, the Buddha Lord who sought our cooperation before, he's dead. One of the figures, a black-robed youth, whispered. Beside him was a graceful lady with purple patterns on her cheeks, and if Li Hao were here, he could recognize that these two were the same desolate gods from outside Qingzhou city before. In front of them, an enormous old man crouched on the ground with a hunched back, resembling a heavy boulder, holding a dark, curved cane that resembled an ancient tree in his hand. At the top of the cane was a human face, its eyes constantly rolling, occasionally narrowing into a sinister smile. Buddha Lord, hearing the youth's words, the old man turned around, eyes drooping with wrinkles, and looked at the black-robed youth, asking. As the news confirmed, what about Demon Luo? The black-robed youth nodded. The information came from the Tianji Palace master himself, there can't be a mistake. Demon Luo is dead, too. After hearing the news, we went to investigate and found residual demonic qi and undissipated Dao power. He must have fused with Demon Luo. So you mean, he was killed after entering the Dao comprehension realm? The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, the multiple overlapping wrinkles on his eye sockets seeming to lift somewhat. That kid didn't show all his powers in Qingzhou City, or maybe he had a breakthrough these past few days, reaching the Dao comprehension realm. Regardless, to kill the Buddha Lord after he fused with Demon Luo, without giving him a chance to escape, I'm afraid the assailant might possess the combat strength of the Dao Law realm. The lady with purple patterns spoke softly, yet her face bore a serious expression. Had their true selves appeared outside Qingzhou City before, something major might have happened. Are you certain that when you battled him before, he was only at the Four Stands realm? The old man asked again. The black-robed youth nodded. We couldn't possibly be mistaken about this, it's absolutely true. He couldn't have concealed his cultivation realm during the great battle, that would be too exaggerated. After all, according to the information we received, he's only 16 years old, which is already beyond. He changed his expression slightly, choosing not to continue. It might also be possible that our battle with him led to his breakthrough. The lady with purple patterns grimly said, but that's unlikely, it's only been a few days. The Buddha Lord cultivated for 2,000 years and only recently comprehended the Tao. Compared to him, didn't he live in vain? The old man pondered, leaning on his cane and strolling slowly. Hard to say, such an extraordinary monster must not be viewed with ordinary eyes. Geniuses always defy ordinary people's imagination, a single day of cultivation could equal a year for others. To comprehend the Tao, what is it to comprehend? Without enlightenment, even 100 or 1,000 years would ultimately be mundane. But with enlightenment, one could transform into a dragon overnight. Hearing his words, the two cloaked in black remained silent. They too knew that peering outside a door for 100 years would not allow them to glimpse the dust within. Entering the threshold is the hardest step. Reaching the Tao comprehension realm isn't achieved through simple painstaking cultivation, and they heard from that being that some people comprehend the Tao before they cultivate, progressing 1,000 miles in a day, which is incredibly exaggerated. It's just a pity that the Buddha Lord was too greedy. Had he chosen to join us and ambush him, even with formidable powers, the Saint Heir would not have escaped Mount Wuliang. Alas, he was too concerned about his reputation, using only Demon Luo to contact us, for fear of being tainted by us should we be exposed. Now, his death truly serves him right. The lady with purple patterns stated. It might not have been about reputation, he might have been cautious of us, since we all entered Mount Wuliang, he likely couldn't rest easy, replied the black-robed youth. The lady with purple patterns raised an eyebrow, snorting softly. So now without the Buddha sect's support, doesn't our plan have to change? The old man with the cane pondered and hummed thoughtfully, but suddenly, a slight disturbance traveled through the air. The old man looked toward a certain direction, his expression changing instantly as he bowed respectfully. Greetings to the Saint Heir. Hearing the old man's words, the two figures in black robes reacted quickly, looking toward a small temple-like structure inside the secret hall. They saw a young man dressed in a silver-white long robe emerging, emanating a holy and noble aura, the edges of his eyes a pale silver as if endless silver radiance flickered within. Greetings to the Saint Heir. The two were startled, scrambling to kneel in salute. A year in the Holy Land, a decade outside. How are things progressing here? The young man in the silver-white robe spoke with an indifferent gaze, not allowing them to rise, accustomed to looking down from above, his tone disdainful. The three exchanged glances, the elder motioning with his eyes for the others to report the situation. The black-robed youth immediately gathered his courage and recounted the recent events in detail. Why didn't you immediately take action to kill him after he defeated your incarnations in Qingzhou? As soon as the Saint Heir heard about the Buddha Lord's death, he interrupted the youth, his eyes filled with the intent to kill as he questioned. The heart of the black-robed youth trembled, and he hurriedly replied. Sir Saint Heir, we had planned to take action, but considering your previous instructions to avoid exposure before the major event is accomplished, lest we be traced back to you, plus the Buddha Lord approached us later, claiming he could take care of this person for us. But after, the Buddha sect wanted to replace Taoism and demanded that we no longer harm the people of the 19 provinces. What a nice thought. The Saint Heir scoffed coldly, saying, using our hands and the Zhang family's soil to gather incense fire, only for him to reap the real benefits in the end. A truly bold idea. Benefits. The lady with purple patterns was puzzled. The Saint Heir, growing impatient, asked, so now, what are your plans? The black-robed youth quickly replied, the Buddha Lord lured the young man there with the intention of ruining his reputation, causing a rift between him and the court. Although the emperor dotes on the young man, public opinion is fearsome. The emperor governs with benevolence, unlike the late Emperor Deu, who acted alone and decisively. If successful, it would have been a great way to eliminate a problem for us without bloodshed. Now, although he has failed, he has also succeeded, and the effect is even better than before. Using his life as a bargaining chip and relying on the millions of followers of Buddhism to advocate for him, that young man must be at a breaking point with the great Yu dynasty's court. Unless he is willing to admit guilt and accept punishment, otherwise. At this point, seeing the Saint Heir's frowned brows, he respectfully said, once that young man is scorned by millions, he will surely no longer act on behalf of Deu. In my opinion, as long as we avoid him when the time comes, removing the obstacle of this young man, and proceed with the original plan, and if we then go to great wilderness heaven to find some demon kings to support us, we should be able to end it quickly. The elegant woman with purple patterns glanced at him, hesitated, and said, they couldn't be that stupid, right? He is now capable of slaying the Buddha Lord. Would the Deu divine dynasty really break with him for a dead person? The young man in the black robe replied in a low voice, you have spent little time in the mortal world, unlike us. Although they also respect the strong, they always like to pretend to be fair and just. Even though there is a clear distinction between officials, nobles, gentry, and commoners, with society divided into ranks, they still want people to feel that there is fairness and justice. Since that is the case, they obviously can't be completely unreasonable, otherwise why would the Buddha Lord need us? Isn't he also bound by this? But that young man is, after all, capable of slaying beings in the Tao comprehension realm, the elegant woman with purple patterns still wasn't optimistic. Seeing this, the young man in the black robe did not speak, such matters he did not dare to guarantee. The two of them looked towards the Saint Heir, while the old man with the cane had remained silent all along, profoundly understanding that the more one speaks, the more mistakes one makes. Hearing the young man in the black robe's words, a contemplative look appeared in the eyes of the Saint Heir, who then nodded and said, "That is indeed a method. I only need to borrow 100 years in this mortal world. After 100 years, whatever happens here won't concern me. Hopefully, they will be sensible." The elegant woman with purple patterns' eyes flickered and she tentatively asked, "Saint Heir, you said that once we occupy the Deu divine dynasty, we shall build the Dao Tong for you and spread incense fire. Is this incense fire truly so useful?" The Saint Heir glanced at her, seeming to see through her thoughts, then looked towards the old man with the cane, whose head immediately dipped even lower. "You are not yet in the Dao Law realm, naturally you wouldn't know." The Saint Heir spoke coldly. On the path of cultivation, one seizes the essence of heaven and earth. Below the Saint realm, one only needs ability, but the Saint realm has three calamities, and one must rely on incense fire to transcend them. Otherwise, why do you think the Zhang family left the great wilderness heaven and came here? Do you truly believe they were defeated in the power struggle within the ancient holy clan and were forced out of the great wilderness heaven? Hey, the Zhang family simply acted opportunistically, trying to revive their ancestor, that saint of the Zhang family. Hearing this, the elegant woman with purple patterns was shocked and looked at the Saint Heir. The Zhang family, attempting to revive a saint. Do you think the incense fire from the Gondao palace is all for that true person? It's merely using him to gather it. The first emperor of the Deu divine dynasty was also a remarkable figure. He used the mountains and rivers as formation, and the divine general mansion as the base, to redirect and graft the incense fire. If I hadn't wandered here and happened to have some understanding of formations, I probably wouldn't have noticed. The Saint Heir sneered. Then, does that true person know? The elegant woman with purple patterns couldn't help but blurt out. Of course, he knows, he is even likely cooperating. The Saint Heir's eyes held scorn for such willingness to be used by others, finding it ridiculous. What's the point of them going to such lengths? The elegant woman with purple patterns was puzzled. It's naturally to deceive others. If they brazenly revived the Zhang family ancestor, someone would have interfered long ago. But when a true person cultivates and accumulates incense fire, few will pay attention. After all, it's unknown if they can cultivate to the saint realm. Even with incense fire, it's useless. Just like the Buddha Lord, 2,000 years of incense fire, and to think he wasted it all like that, truly the height of foolishness. The Saint Heir huffed coldly, then said to them, "If that young man no longer comes to interfere with our affairs, you also do not need to bother with him for the time being. Once I become a saint, I will squash him with one slap." But the cultivation speed of that young man, it's terrifying, the elegant woman with purple patterns couldn't help but say. Did you not understand what I just said? To become a saint, one must have incense fire. If that young man breaks with the Zhang family, even just superficially, now that he has lost his reputation, who else will give him incense fire? The Zhang family certainly won't. With no incense fire, he cannot become a saint, his cultivation has reached its limit. However strong, he'll be forever stuck at the threshold of the Tao comprehension realm, merely standing outside the door. Below the saints are all ants. You've never seen a saint, believing you've leapt out of the well, glimpsing the true world, yet little do you know, without ascending to the high heavens, you'll never comprehend the vastness and the remoteness of the heavens. At this point, the Saint Heir snorted coldly and said, "Your time is running out. Don't forget, 1,000 years ago a group entered the immortal gate, to cultivate in the land of all saints. They are the true foundation of the major divine general mansions. Even if they perish in the mortal world, when those from the immortal gates return, they can rebuild the mighty divine general mansion on the ruins. You need not contend with the divine general mansion, just contain them. Once the Zhang family is destroyed, plunder their accumulated incense fire power." The three of them smiled bitterly to themselves. The old man with the walking stick knew it was his turn to make a statement and said, "Rest assured, Saint Heir, we will give our utmost effort. Here are 3 incense fire treasures. Upon absorbing the incense fire power, you must cherish them well and not disappoint me again." The Saint Heir flicked his sleeve and distributed 3 treasures, which landed before each person. "We will not fail your high expectations again," the old man with the walking stick quickly said with respect. "Now that all saints are contemplating opening the immortal gate again, hasten your actions. Don't wait for the immortal gate to reopen and cause trouble." The Saint Heir said, his brow revealing a hint of agitation. He turned and stepped into the ancient temple, A ray of golden light emerged in his palm. The golden light sliced open the ancient temple, and he immediately stepped through, disappearing from view. After watching the Saint Heir leave, the black-robed youth and the graceful woman with purple patterns both exhaled in relief and quickly rose from the ground. They swiftly collected the incense fire treasures before them, examining them carefully, with a look of delighted surprise in their eyes. It's said that the original Saint Heart treasure was but an empty shell, not having absorbed any incense fire power, and was all show and no substance. Is this the true form of the treasure? Such profound power. The graceful woman with purple patterns held a jade flute in her hand, feeling its depth. With this treasure, can we directly proceed to the Gondao Palace? The black-robed youth also felt the incense fire treasure before him. However, the old man with the walking stick collected his without a change in expression and said irritably. If it were that easy, the Saint Heir would have bestowed the treasures on us long ago. The waters of the Dayu divine dynasty run deep, and the Zhang family isn't as simple as we think. The Buddha Lord has attained the Tao comprehension realm by integrating Buddha and demon, yet he chose not to contend with the Gondao Palace for supremacy. There's only one reason for that: he can't win. That old true person, is he that fearsome? The graceful woman with purple patterns paused and looked towards the old man with the walking stick. They've already noticed us, our presence outside Qingzhou City has been exposed. Shall we make an attempt first? The old man with the walking stick glanced at her and after a moment of thought, nodded. Let's wait for them to fall out with that youth first. Have the Tianji Palace Master gather those from the Buddhist sects and put some pressure on the emperor. They rely on those who entered the Immortal Gate 8,000 years ago as their foundation. The rules of Dayu are not something that youth can defy alone. The graceful woman with purple patterns nodded slightly. Even the Buddha Lord wasn't able to do as he pleased, he could only adhere to Dayu's rules to develop the Buddhist sects. If this youth's actions were left unpunished, it would tear apart not only the face of the royal family but also the face of everyone under the heavens. Dayu State, Imperial City of the Holy City. Radiant mists loomed over the towering imperial palace where officials of all ranks residing within the imperial capital were solemnly dressed, heading to today's court session. In the remote Qingzhou region, an incident in Mount Wuliang had occurred, and the news had reached the central and most complex officialdom in the capital, causing an undercurrent of unrest. Countless people had a sleepless night. When they heard this news, many suspected there was a problem with their intelligence, and only after contacting acquaintances did they realize that a serious breach had occurred. One was the Buddha Lord, a leader who carried the incense fire of Buddhism. The other was a figure shining brightly like the midday sun, an unrivaled prodigy. At a young age, he possessed terrifying strength and prominent military achievements, his future being boundless. That these two luminaries of the human race would collide was a shocker. And the impact of this collision would spread to countless powers, large and small. Even though their leader was gone, the Buddhists were not going to disperse like animals, and even ordinary sects maintain their disciples who bide their time for years for revenge, let alone a religion like Buddhism with its cohesion and beliefs. Buddhism had deep roots, even though Emperor Yu, centuries ago, had forbidden royal family members from converting to Buddhism citing the reason of thin royal blood and the need for progeny. But beyond the royal lineage, many past dignitaries like retired officials had voluntarily or subtly been guided to convert, seeking mental peace and comfort. Now, with the Buddha Lord slain, the spiritual leader of Buddhism taken down, it would be a significant blow to those who followed the faith. Outside the Xuanwang Gate, a luxurious dragon horse carriage arrived swiftly and descended gracefully. The carriage door opened, and from it stepped an elegant and noble figure. The head of the Shah family has also come. For many years, she never attended court sessions. Yet today, she has come. It's said that General Hoshan managed to escape from Mo River and consecutively rescued Yuzhou, Qingzhou, slaying the leaders of three great demonic forces. The Shah family is probably here pleading his case. Seeing the overwhelmingly beautiful female general, although dressed as a noblewoman, she commanded immense prestige that made many officials take a second look but felt compelled to look away due to her imposing aura. That former emperor's important official has also arrived. It's said he practices vegetarianism and debated with the Buddha Lord. People glanced toward another spot, observing an elderly man assisted by several high-ranking officials approaching. Undoubtedly, today's court session would be extremely intense. As representatives of various powers arrived, within the grand hall of the imperial palace, on the dragon throne, Emperor Yu sat quietly, his majestic body mountainous, his eyes reflecting the sun and the moon, possessing a deterrence that was difficult to look directly at. His eyes were deep and reserved, like a deep, serene ocean, indecipherable. In front of the officials, Xia Linglong stood alone, her expression calm and collected, the other incumbent Xia family officials behind her. She had hurried to Dayu State immediately upon receiving the news yesterday, knowing full well the matter was of great consequence. Although the young man had tremendous combat prowess, this was the Dayu divine dynasty, its foundations unimaginable. Not to mention the true person of Gondao Palace who ruled the land are those Zhang family stalwarts who entered the Immortal Gate a millennium ago. If they were to return, they could squash any monster. Even the Buddha Lord dared not slaughter openly, all major powers adhering to an unspoken rule, and killing the leader was clearly a total fallout. Now that the Buddha Lord was dead, the entangled Buddhist forces pulled at countless interests. Although they posed no threat to Li Hao, they could create troubles before His Majesty. Moreover, the emperor needed a reason to satisfy the public, and thus, there was a potential he might strip Li Hao of his honors to appease the masses. A fallout between Dayu and Li Hao would offer demons a chance, something Xia Linglong knew the emperor would consider. However, she was unsure of his final decision. If unable to satisfy the public, the disciples of Buddhism in various states and cities might also rebel, causing continuous strife within the states. This too would give demons an opportunity to invade. Considering from Emperor Yu's perspective, Xia Linglong would also feel conflicted. Long-term, it was wise to protect Li Hao, especially since he was still young with immense potential, highly likely to replace the true person of the Taoist palace. However, she didn't know if the emperor harbored suspicions toward the young general. After all, excessive merits could intimidate a ruler, and with Li Hao so young, if he continued to grow, he could even change the entire realm's surname. The human heart was unpredictable, and emperors even more so. No one knew how the emperor would decide. But nevertheless, by coming here, she hoped that the emperor, when making decisions, would consider the Xia family's plea for a bit more deliberation. This was her due diligence as a subject. Your Majesty, your heavenly heart surely sees clearly. General Haoshan, acting arrogantly, defying heavens by killing the Buddha Lord, is utterly lawless. He does not deserve to hold the title of duke and should be demoted to a commoner, to redeem himself by guarding the frontier, deprived of official rank for life. As soon as the court session started, an elderly official reported with great emotion. Indeed, Your Majesty, General Haoshan has a pattern of misconduct, battling his father, deserting the Li family, and now murdering the Buddha Lord, causing tears among the common folk. He must be strictly punished. He cannot act willfully just based on his contributions. What then is the dignity of royal authority and morals? If not curbed now, he will only grow more rampant and uncontrollable. Your Majesty, General Haoshan is young and poorly guided, likely taking the wrong path. Although he saved Liangzhou, his meritorious deeds come hand in hand with malice. He must not be indulged, otherwise, disaster will eventually descend upon the realm. Officials successively presented their reports, 4 to 5 in just a moment, seemingly coordinating beforehand. Others remained silent, curious to see the emperor's and various parties' responses. After all, the court and field are not exclusively for Buddha's path, although some are fervent, others have no relationship with Buddha's path, and now they worry that if the Haoshan general is severely punished, it would be extremely detrimental for the human race facing the external threat of demons. Before Emperor Yu could make a statement, Xia Linglong had already turned around. Her purpose today was to shield the young man from all hardships with her own body. You all speak as if it's easy, but when the demons attack the city, I wonder how many of you would dare to stand on the city walls to face the enemy. Xia Linglong said with a cold laugh, saving 3 provinces is spoken so lightly in your mouths, always saying that scholars' pens can break warriors' blades, your lips are indeed sharp. I am a military general. If demons attack the city within my jurisdiction, I will lead the troops as the vanguard. One person stood up, looking directly at Xia Linglong, but while credit is due for credit, who among us doesn't have credit? Not to mention killing the Buddha Lord, even killing commoners is a crime. If everyone relies solely on their merit to belittle life, how can the common people survive? How can the dynasty continue, just by relying on you and me? Would that still be a dynasty, or just a den of bandits? Xia Linglong's expression changed, her eyes chilling as she looked at him. This man wasn't one of the generals from the 5 major divine general mansions, but a general who later rose to make his mark. But she could feel that his remarks were not targeted at Li Hao, but at the monopolization of military credits by the 5 major divine general mansions. This brings us to the issue of earning distinctions on the battlefield by the 5 major divine general mansions. Special merit or first-class merit, typically given to closely related or own family members. She is a family head, although not endorsing it, couldn't completely prohibit it, as this resembled corruption and could not be eradicated. Other forces trying to make a name for themselves could only survive in the cracks of the 5 major divine general mansions, long-standing contradictions. These people had also secretly formed an alliance, a force, although unable to confront the divine general mansion openly, but there was already a hidden animosity. With His Majesty watching over, no one would break the rules. You're right, if having merit means you could kill anyone on the streets, what kind of public morals will that lead to? The populace living in constant fear, the dynasty may flourish briefly but will surely decline long-term. Military can kill demons, civil officials run the country. This is an unchanging truth for 1,000 years. If everything is suppressed by military force, the people indeed dare not speak, but what will happen over time? Several ministers then spoke. Xia Linglong's face darkened, knowing from a logical perspective, as long as they insist that killing is a crime, this aligns with the laws of Deu divine dynasty, she could not argue. Now the realm is in chaos with demons. You have lived in this imperial city for too long, perhaps even forgotten what demons look like. When the demons attack, I wonder if you can still reason with the demons with tough talk. Xia Linglong said. We are giving General Xia reasoning. Could it be that General Xia is comparing herself to a demon? We pursue the great path of former sages, consider ourselves the most intelligent of all creatures, and not to be compared with beasts. Are we now disregarding life and moral decline? Exactly, there are laws in the state. Even if Haoshan General has an unparalleled talent and great merit, he has made a grave mistake by killing the Buddha Lord. How can we blindly show favoritism? Today he dares to kill the Buddha Lord, wouldn't he dare to kill true persons, or even as tomorrow? How is he any different from the demons? The others angrily chimed in. Xia Linglong was almost amused by the quarreling, but she knew it was difficult to reason clearly with these people. Unless she took action to suppress them, which would also mean admission of defeat. I see that you are the real demons. Could it be that demons have infiltrated your homes and bewitched you? Seeing Xia Linglong out-argued by several voices, some other scholars from Hanlin Academy also started speaking up. You dare judge the Haoshan General, who suppressed the demonic threat in 3 provinces, without even investigating properly. It seems you have ulterior motives, attempting to harm a loyal official of Deu. Your Majesty, I suggest we first investigate their family backgrounds, to see if demons are causing chaos. Exactly, the merit of the 3 provinces, such great contributions, I see they deserve to be named Divine General. Would you dare to despise a Divine General? This matter is full of doubts, yet judged so abruptly. Ultimately, what are your intentions? To cause our Deu to lose a great general of 1,000 years. As others joined, the debate became even fiercer. Xia Linglong slightly opened her mouth, watching the civil officials quarreling, eventually choosing to step aside and silently observe, her eloquence good, but still insufficient compared to these folks. She turned to look at His Majesty but saw no change in his expression, neither happy nor worried. She couldn't help feeling anxious, wondering what His Majesty was truly considering. As the argument dragged on, the words became repetitive, and Chu Juyu in the court coughed lightly. Although his voice was soft, it quelled the ongoing arguments. Everyone paused and turned towards His Majesty. Emperor Yu's face was serene. He said, My beloved ministers speak reasonably, but reason is meant for the common people, for us, as we are part of the human race, but would the demons listen? Now with the external threat of demons, you suggest stripping Haoshan General of his honors. I ask, after stripping his honors, when the demons attack, who can replace him in battle? Upon hearing Emperor Yu's words, many exchanged looks. Those on Xia Linglong's side quietly gazed at those who previously denounced Li Hao. Indeed worthy of His Majesty, Xia Linglong silently praised, not engaging in arguments but discussing the most practical issues. However, she wondered if His Majesty's move was to side with Li Hao, or out of concern for the demonic threat. After a brief silence, a previous elder trembled and said, Your Majesty, I have received the Buddha Lord's plea. Buddhism promises that if Your Majesty grants fairness to Buddhism, 8 million Buddhist disciples are willing to enlist and join the war. Upon hearing this, many faces shifted, stunned by Buddhism's determination to exchange 8 million Buddhist disciples for Li Hao. 8 million disciples. Emperor Yu murmured softly and spoke calmly, I fear that's still not enough. Hearing Emperor Yu's whisper, the courtiers who had previously denounced Li Hao had a sudden change of expression. Those who had defended Li Hao were also slightly startled. When that young man gained fame in Liangzhou, some had praised him saying, "This man alone is worth 1,000,000 troops." At the time, everyone felt that this statement was an exaggeration, too dramatic after all. What is the concept of 1,000,000 elite troops? They could sweep across the borders with an awe-inspiring presence. Later they realized that it really was exaggerated, far too much so. A mere 1,000,000 troops, how could they compare to that young man? Could 1,000,000 troops save Liangzhou? Could they save Qingzhou? Could they save Yuzhou? They could not. The Li family gathered 3,000,000 elite troops from the entire state, and in Qingzhou, they were beaten back step by step, eventually forced to retreat and hunker down in Qingzhou city, barely surviving by clinging to the protection of the top-tier array. But that young man showed up for less than a day and slew the leader of the demons, killed the incarnation of the desolate god, and cut through the countless demon tide outside Qingzhou city with a single sword stroke. How could this be a strength that mere numbers could make up for? Just like the true person of the Gondao Palace, stationed in Deu, an existence that no army dared to offend. 1,000,000 or 10,000,000, or even tens of millions, it made no difference. In front of such top-notch powerhouses, the tactic of overwhelming with numbers is meaningless. Even if these tactics involved top elite troops led by 4 Stan's realm generals and the 3 immortalities as vanguards, it still wouldn't help. Thus, now with Emperor Yu's words, though quiet, they awakened everyone. The 8,000,000 disciples of Buddhism sound impressive, covering the 19 provinces, but one must consider who they are being compared to. Compared to that young man, just like Emperor Yu said, it's not enough, far from enough. Xia Linglong's thoughts circled back and she immediately felt her spine straighten, her eyes slightly sparkling. The Buddha Lord is dead, can 8,000,000 disciples trade for one Li Hao? Dream on. At this moment, the denouncing minister also came to his senses, his expression somewhat ugly, with millions and millions of Buddhist disciples spread across each state and city, with hundreds of cities in each province, the numbers vast. If it were anyone else facing this overwhelming power of Buddhism, they would surely bow and make way, but not that young man. His status had become akin to that of the true person of Gondao Palace, transcendent and detached. Your Majesty, although the 8,000,000 Buddhist disciples might not match this youth, his actions are not just. The previously denouncing minister gritted his teeth and continued. Even if his power is great, today he dared to kill the Buddha Lord, tomorrow he would dare to kill us. Such a character, on the contrary, is like nourishing a tiger that brings calamity. That's right, under heaven, all land is the king's. If we retreat from his strength, then facing the demons we could also choose to avoid and retreat. What's the difference? Upon hearing this, Xia Linglong almost burst with anger, her divine soul nearly rocketing out of her skull in rage. A bunch of scoundrels. What nonsense are you spewing? Really, for the little benefits given by Buddhism, do you disregard everything? Do you really want to summon the true person and order him to kill the Haoshan general? Let a hero who saved 3 states be removed by your flattering words. When corrupt officials dominate, it truly is ignorant and laughable. Some great scholars also laughed out of anger. They knew, these people weren't stupid, they were conniving. Statements that sounded utterly foolish were actually full of malice, each harboring their selfish motives. If they didn't speak this way, how could they maintain their own interests? General Xia, this is in court, you openly insult us. I'm at least a third-class marquis, not someone to be insulted lightly. A minister furiously stated. Xia Linglong's eyes gleamed fiercely. Were it not for being in court, with her nature, she truly wanted to chop these people down with one sword. To say you are foolish truly insults you. I must ask now, with the foreign threat of demons still unresolved, if we strip that young man of his honors, with your critiques of the youth, since he's so incorrigibly bad, taking his honors, wouldn't he rebel against the court? Xia Linglong's gaze was icy, she spoke word by word. If he aids the demons, which of you dares to take responsibility? If that's the case, then we can only call the true person to execute him. A minister said. Xia Linglong wanted to laugh with anger, yet her expression was even colder, saying, "Is that so? Let's see if you can prompt him then." He managed to slay the Buddha Lord, his power unknown, but at the very least he's a top grand Tao of Peace realm, very possibly already at Tao Comprehension realm, comparable to a true person. Whether a true person can suppress him is an unknown, yet you all seem quite confident. Since you stand speaking without back pain, as if killing is as easy as cutting grass, that's quite simple. Today you propose to strip him of his honors, then let his majesty announce it to all under heaven, that it's your idea. I suppose entering the imperial city as a grand Tao of Peace realm is not much of a challenge. Later on, finding your residences, you can explain it well to him. Hearing Sha Linglong's words, the faces of those denouncing Li Hao suddenly changed. Joking, a madman who dared slay the Buddha Lord, who would dare provoke him? To guard the imperial city, that's precisely the duty of your divine general mansion, yet you push the blame cleanly. We too speak for justice, the Buddha Lord can't just die obscurely like that, otherwise how are the Buddhist disciples to view it? If chaos erupts everywhere, who will quell it? Someone continued speaking. Sha Linglong coldly laughed, ready to speak, when Emperor Yu's voice rang out. Enough. Those two simple words stopped the argumentative squabble. Among the Buddhist disciples, is there anyone who could replace General Hooshin in slaying the demons? Emperor Yu calmly asked. The ministers condemning Li Hao looked at each other. How could this be? The Buddha Lord was the supreme leader, yet he had died. Right now, demons are eyeing us covetously, and it's summer. Jizhou is experiencing drought, and Kangzhou has refugees. Emperor Yu's voice revealed a piercing calmness, unhurried as he said, "My dear subjects, your opinions must consider the practical needs of the world. Without the world, where would justice be?" Hearing Emperor Yu's words, Sha Linglong and others felt secretly overjoyed. The faces of those condemning Li Hao were unsightly, but they also understood the reasoning in what Sha Linglong and her companions had said. That young man's current status and power were not to be easily trifled with. But under the iron hooves of my great Deu, all who break the law or cause chaos shall be punished. Emperor Yu's tone then took a sudden cold turn. He said coldly, anyone who offends the national laws shall be dealt with according to Deu's legal codes. No one shall be spared, even if members of the royal family commit crimes. Those who should be beheaded will be beheaded, and those who should be killed will be killed, without leniency. Credit is given where credit is due, and negligence is acknowledged as such. Merit can compensate, but it does not cancel out wrongdoing. Hearing this, Sha Linglong and others were startled, their faces turning somewhat pale as they looked at Emperor Yu in shock. Previously, those who had condemned Li Hao were stunned for a moment but then showed delight. Emperor Yu scanned the faces of the crowd, slowly saying, "The Buddha Lord has been murdered, and my heart grieves. Starting today, I will personally lead the court in abstaining from meat for 7 days to mourn the heroic spirit of the Buddha Lord. In 7 days, I will visit the temple of holy virtue and offer incense. His Majesty is wise." Previously critical people could not help but shout loudly. Sha Linglong's face turned pale, and she abruptly looked up at His Majesty. Emperor Yu noted her gaze, but his expression remained unchanged, and he slowly continued. "My esteemed subjects need not worry. The Buddha Lord has immeasurable merit. I cannot allow his death to remain unresolved. I will entrust the Monster Suppression Department and the Ministry of Punishment to jointly investigate this matter. There are many doubts that demand a thorough investigation." Quote. Upon these remarks, the entire court was stunned. The shock and indignation in Sha Linglong's heart had not even been voiced when she heard this, and she too was startled. Quickly, she came to a realization, her expression turning odd as she glanced at His Majesty. Indeed, it had to be you, such skill in twisting words. Those who had previously shouted were dumbfounded. What did this mean? What was the intention of those words? The Buddha Lord died conclusively, and there were so many disciples of his sect who witnessed it. Did it still need an investigation? Your Majesty, the Buddha Lord was murdered in front of everyone. So many disciples of his sect saw it with their own eyes, how could there be any falsehood? Someone couldn't help but say. Emperor Yu said nothing, but a minister in the crowd stood out and coldly said. Are you speaking too absolutely? This case is full of doubts. Is seeing with one's own eyes necessarily the truth? What is your level of cultivation? Do you know the capabilities of someone from the Ping Dao realm, let alone the demons from the Dao comprehension realm? Do you know the demon arts that even minor demons possess, and how they can cast blinding spells to deceive mortals? I think His Majesty is wise. Why would General Hooshin kill the Buddha Lord for a thief? Can you provide a reasonable explanation? If the demons impersonated General Hooshin, wouldn't it just play into the demons' hands, causing us to turn against General Hooshin and then attack us in our weakened state? Moreover, could General Hooshin truly kill the Buddha Lord? The Buddha Lord had cultivated for 2,000 years, how formidable he is. General Hooshin only cultivated for 16 years. If he could kill the Buddha Lord, wouldn't that be strange? Are you implying that General Hooshin is a genius of a generation? Hearing this minister's words, those who had previously condemned fell silent, as if something vile was stuck in their throats and they couldn't speak. Sha Linglong and her companions, however, were excited and nearly burst into applause. That's damn well said. You pretend to be just, we also pretend to be just, let's see who outdoes the other. As it turned out, His Majesty was indeed the best at this act. Indeed, there must be justice. Sha Linglong immediately said, since His Majesty has promised us justice, I believe in His Majesty. We cannot allow the Buddha Lord's death to remain unresolved, it must be thoroughly investigated. Quote. Previously condemning people's faces twitched. The Buddha Lord's death was unresolved. That was clearly a very clear death, wasn't it? Is His Majesty serious, or is he showing partiality? Many looked toward Emperor Yu with eyes of doubt and suspicion. They came here to lodge complaints, but did they not also harbor some motives? Could Emperor Yu truly not suspect or fear such a formidable young man? Being close to the monarch is like being close to a tiger. Once suspicion arises, the charges will be established. Thus, their coming to take sides was merely adding fuel to the fire. But it seemed they had not gained the favor of His Majesty's heart. Were they concerned about the young man's strength, and thus hesitant to confront him? Or did His Majesty really trust the young man so much that he could forgive such a grave mistake? Could it be that His Majesty was unconcerned and continued to indulge him, fearing that the world might change its allegiance? Their minds flickered in confusion. They could not make sense of it, but, combining what Emperor Yu had previously asked, the 8 million disciples of the Buddha, perhaps Emperor Yu feared the young man too much to confront him. If that was the case, could they continue to add weight to give His Majesty confidence? Among the varied thoughts of everyone, Emperor Yu said to the leading elder, "My minister, you may tell the Buddha Lord that I will definitely bring justice to their sect. Once the true culprit is revealed, no matter who it is, I will bring them to justice and hand them over to the Buddha Lord." The elder's face was sullen, his body trembling weakly. "Your Majesty, this matter. I see that today's ministers seem only to plan to report this issue. If so, let's end the court for today. Don't forget, my ministers, there is drought and demon trouble in various places, and many commoners waiting for the court's relief. Tomorrow I expect to see your written reports." Emperor Yu declared. Chu Juyu immediately announced the end of the court. "Your Majesty." Those who had denounced were reluctant to leave and wanted to speak further, but Emperor Yu had already risen and departed. Many among them began to fear, feeling they might have chosen the wrong side. Could this result in His Majesty bearing a grudge? In the back garden of the Imperial Palace, Chu Juyu was following Emperor Yu for a walk. This little fellow really is troublesome, his actions are too bold. Emperor Yu sighed lightly, casually picked a petal, gently crushed it, and then threw it into the pond, where a goldfish leapt up and ate it. His lips curved slightly upward as he sighed while walking with his hands behind his back. Shortly after they arrived in the back garden, a eunuch came to report that a minister requested an audience with His Majesty. Chu Juyu looked at Emperor Yu, who waved his hand at him. Chu Juyu immediately understood and followed the eunuch to the garden's gate, where he saw several ministers who had denounced Li Hao earlier. Now 4 or 5 of them gathered here, apparently still harboring ulterior motives. "Chu, about the Buddha Lord's matter, we still want to." Chu Juyu hurriedly gestured with a silencing finger. The men were stunned. Chu Juyu glanced at the back garden, lowered his voice, and said to them, "Don't mention the Buddha Lord anymore. His Majesty once went to Mount Wuliang and discussed the Tao with the Buddha Lord, their friendship is profound. His Majesty is also heavily grieved today, having just opened the court while mourning." Quote. The men looked at each other, somewhat taken aback. "Really? Is it true? They say a sovereign should not be frivolous. Is that really the case?" Seeing their doubtful eyes, Chu Juyu frowned and said, "What's with those expressions? Do you not trust me, or do you not believe in His Majesty's affection for the Buddha Lord?" "But the Buddha Lord died so clearly." Chu Juyu quickly blocked him, lowering his voice, "Don't bring up the Buddha Lord again. His Majesty is already very distressed. He didn't even eat dinner last night upon hearing the news. You want justice for the Buddha Lord, doesn't His Majesty want the same? But without a thorough investigation, if the real culprit remains at large, is that the result you wish for?" The men looked at each other. "Let's go, let's not sadden His Majesty any further." Chu Juyu waved them off. Seeing this, the ministers had no choice but to leave. One of them asked before departing, "Is His Majesty truly grieving?" Chu Juyu's expression hardened. Realizing his mistake, the minister gave a wry smile and could only leave helplessly. Chu Juyu watched them go, a slight cold smile playing on his lips. These people had no idea the deep affection His Majesty held for that child. Grieving. Indeed, he was grieving so much that he could hardly keep his smile constrained. When Chu Juyu returned to the back garden, she saw Emperor Yu sitting in a pavilion, savoring some pastries. Emperor Yu had sensed that the several people outside had already left, glanced at the approaching Chu Juyu, and thought, this fellow was getting more and more eloquent. Shionner has also come, convincing her several brothers to come and plead for that child. Emperor Yu sighed lightly. Ever since Li Junye died, she's borne a grudge against me, her father emperor. Yet, for the sake of this child, she's made exceptions again and again. Chu Juyu spoke softly. It shows that the little princess has grown up too, knowing that Li Junye's matter can't be blamed on your majesty. Emperor Yu's eyes drifted off into a trace of reverie, then he smiled gently, as if his mood had brightened a little. That child's wild nature has indeed garnered strong connections. Even the Shah family came to plead for him at the risk of offending Buddha Lord, while the other three divine general mansions remained silent, not making a sound. Chu Juyu silently smiled bitterly in her heart. If the other three families of the divine general mansion had also come to plea, it would probably backfire. After all, if the 5 great divine general mansions pleaded for one person, whose world would this remain? Not to mention Emperor Yu, any emperor would probably feel fear and apprehension. The Shah family owes that child a favor, so it's normal for them to come, Chu Juyu spoke in a low voice. If they had not come, it would seem like they were deliberately trying to avoid suspicion. The avoidance, naturally, was of your majesty's suspicion, which wouldn't appear straightforward. That ancestor from the Li family is indeed able to remain calm, truly a worthy old general who followed the previous emperor to battle, knowing what is right and wrong, what is beneficial and harmful. I wasn't planning to move against this child at this critical time. Emperor Yu tapped his fingers gently on the table, his eyes bearing a smile. This Buddha Lord, too hasty, even colluding with demons, too eager to fight for Dao Tong and become a saint. But in this world, we speak of reason, it's the reason of the Tao, not the reason of Buddha. Chu Juyu's eyes flickered, not surprised. The matter of Buddha Lord colluding with demons was extremely secret, but the emperor had known it already, and she knew it too, not a surprise at all. After all, where is there paper that can hold fire? Even the light of the Kasaya cannot contain it. That child also helped us solve a major concern, a pity, it was done too crudely. However, there are benefits to crudeness too, it's like setting up a piece for my next move. Emperor Yu's mouth carried a light smile. Chu Juyu remained silent. On this day before the court, she couldn't be completely sure if His Majesty would forgive that child. Even though what the child had done was beneficial for them, those ministers weren't entirely wrong either. The child's growth rate was simply too fast, fast enough to make one apprehensive. Fast enough that his threat far exceeded that of Buddha Lord. Although she was one of the people closest and most trusted by Emperor Yu, she could not say she completely understood the heart of this emperor. After all, when the previous emperor died, and the princes fought for the throne, this emperor's ruthlessness and decisiveness were there for all to see. He was certainly not one to be soft-hearted or weak-handed. After a brief silence, Chu Juyu looked at Emperor Yu and finally voiced the doubt in her heart. Your Majesty, this old servant has something I do not understand. Speak. Why do you trust that child so much? Chu Juyu's gaze became slightly intense. This was the point she had always found incomprehensible in her heart. Was it merely over a game of chess by the Willow River? Or did he feel that the child's talent was so exceptional, that he might become a saint in the future and was unlikely to seize the royal power? But if one becomes a saint, it would be difficult to overcome the barrier of incense fire. Moreover, people's hearts are unpredictable, and the mightier generally prefer to have control in their own hands rather than to pass it to others, relying on the fragile trust alone. Hearing Chu Juyu's words, the smile on Emperor Yu's face slightly faded, and without answering, he looked up at the late-season peach blossoms, petals like fallen leaves in the wind, drifting away. The summer sun scorches hotly, and the spring flowers have already withered early. I think I'll go play a game of chess, Emperor Yu said softly. Chu Juyu was taken aback. But Emperor Yu had already stood up, saying, you don't need to follow. Tomorrow at dawn, just say that I've been deeply contemplating the Buddha Lord and am feeling unwell. Chu Juyu's pupils shrank slightly, but she quickly concealed it and spoke softly, but Your Majesty, if the disciples of the Buddha sect are not content and cause trouble again. When I come back, I'll have an answer. Emperor Yu said. Then his figure vanished in the back garden. Chu Juyu looked at the pavilion that had become empty in an instant, petals falling onto the still warm stone bench. She stared, slightly lost in thought. Gan Dao Palace. This Taoist palace, standing atop Heavenly Gate Mountain, majestic and towering, had originally been a modest and quiet place, but becoming too close to the royal imperial palace and receiving too many rewards, golden hues had been added, and it appeared more splendid and dignified. At the moment, within the calm secret hall, lit only by a sliver of light, Emperor Yu, dressed in a black dragon robe, appeared quietly behind the Taoist seated on the cushion, who was emanating an aura of antiquity, and before him knelt the Dharma aspects of the Taoist sect saints. I plan on taking a long journey to see that child. Emperor Yu said in a low voice. The Taoist on the cushion slowly opened his eyes and after a long while, spoke softly, "Have you decided then?" Emperor Yu fell silent for a moment before saying, "I'll decide after meeting him." The Taoist also fell silent for a moment before speaking, "My lifespan is drawing to a close, not much time left. I had planned to take the Buddha Lord with me before I died, but didn't expect a child to resolve it first, saving me the wait." Emperor Yu nodded slightly. He had originally planned to wait for the Immortal Gate to open again, for the people from the Zhang family to return, to purge thoroughly. Buddha Lord had already sensed this and thus was racing against time, 800 years ago secretly harming his own power to clandestinely cultivate demon Luo. Regrettably, he did not perceive it in time to catch Buddha Lord at his weakest. He colludes with demons, racing against time, also because he sensed that I had sent a message to the Immortal Gate, to the uncles and old 18 and others. They were thinking of ways to contact the saints over there to open the Immortal Gate again. Sadly, inside the secret realm of all saints a year passes, but it's 10 years in the mortal world. Originally when they returned, it marked the funeral period of the Buddha Lord, taking back the incense fire of the Zhang family, and in the end, it was supposed to revert fully to my family, with interest. But now, this place has been discovered by people from the Immortal Gate, and behind those three desolate gods, there likely are powerful manipulators, their actions not mere slaughter. Emperor Yu's eyes were piercing. No one can prevent my Zhang family from resurrecting the ancestor, perfection is imminent, and no mistakes can be allowed. The Taoist nodded slightly and sighed. Their foundation in the Immortal Gate is too shallow, and their situation is difficult, not to mention whether they can build good relations with the saints. The reopening of the Immortal Gate might take a while. Hearing this, Emperor Yu also fell silent. If you choose that child, I will support the Dayu divine dynasty for another 10 years, giving that young man another 10 years. The Taoist's voice was aged as he said, "Before I leave, I will take away all the dust. If you have not made a choice, then choose between Chun Sheng and the wielder of the bright moon sword to be the next Dao Tong. I will entrust them with this Taoist palace." The two he spoke of were among his direct disciples, carefully selected once more. Emperor Yu glanced at him, his thin and gnarled body having protected the Dayu divine dynasty for over 3,000 years. He bowed slightly and said, 10 years are enough for that child." The Taoist fell silent for a moment, realizing the other had already made a choice. "Do you have confidence?" he asked. Emperor Yu did not respond. The Taoist sighed deeply and slowly said, "I hope you have not chosen wrongly. Wait for me to return." Emperor Yu said softly. In a chamber shrouded in millennium darkness, a single lamp illuminated the space. He knew what burning a long-lasting lamp entailed. After speaking, he bowed slightly, and his figure immediately disappeared with a flicker. This faint light illuminated the clean secret hall, where the dust fluttered in the light, unable to hide. Liangzhou, Heavenly Gate Pass. Since slaying the Buddha Lord and returning from Mount Wuliang, Li Hao had brought Candle Flame God, Xian, and Feng back to this familiar Heavenly Gate Pass. Ren Qianqin learned that Feng's soul was compromised, tears streaming down her face, the girl who seemed cold on the surface but was intensely emotional with people she knew. Li Hao consoled Ren Qianqin, returning to their normal lives. He knew that the old man in the imperial capital must be troubled by his matters. He, too, was waiting for a result. It wouldn't be long. Even if it was not the ideal outcome, he would hold no resentment. After all, that old man had given him much assistance. "Feng, it's been a long time since you've had my barbecue, try some." In the courtyard, the rich aroma of meat wafted, and Candle Flame God and Xian were already drooling from the smell as Li Hao grilled. Feng inhaled deeply, his slow expression relaxing a bit as he took the barbecued meat from Li Hao and started to eat heartily. Li Hao smiled and passed him the wine gourd. The scent of food and fire permeated the courtyard. 2 days later, an old man in a black long robe arrived alone at this border of Liangzhou. Looking up, he saw the majestic walls and the Haoshan flags fluttering mightily in the wind atop the fortification, imposing and majestic. The elderly man looked up and then leisurely walked into the city. After showing his pass, he moved unhindered through the city. The inspecting soldiers recognized the extraordinary demeanor of this old man, realizing he was either wealthy or noble, and seemed to hold some power. Inside the city, a variety of stalls lined the streets, and young nobles wandered around the city, which looked prosperous and thriving, not at all like the scene expected in a border city. The elderly man casually admired the various sights of the city and soon made his way to the center of the town. There stood an isolated courtyard surrounded by a fence, with an open environment and soldiers patrolling around. Nobody dared to approach rashly. From inside the courtyard, the elderly man heard the drifting sound of a flute and couldn't help but smile faintly. This fellow, having killed the Buddha Lord and still leisurely playing his music here, was oblivious to the chaos this act had caused all over the world. He went straight to the entrance of the courtyard, where he was immediately stopped. An old friend is visiting, the elderly man said. The guards were strong, belonging to the 15 Li realm, and wanted to ask more questions but felt an indescribable sense of intimidation. Despite the calm expression of the old man, their minds seemed preoccupied, and they nodded subconsciously before immediately turning to inform others. Please let the honored guest in, came the voice of Li Hao from inside the courtyard. The 2 guards quickly escorted the elderly man inside. Inside, Li Hao stopped his fingers on the strings of his instrument, and his eyes showed a hint of surprise. Despite not intentionally probing, he recognized the old man instantly from just a wall away. He hadn't expected, with such a significant event, this old man who should have been in the imperial capital to appear here. It was truly shocking. By now, if Li Hao couldn't recognize the identity of the old man, he would be too obtuse. Quickly rising to his feet, Li Hao went to greet him. The old man and the young man, who had once met randomly by the Willow River, were once again meeting in this fenced courtyard. Li Hao bowed slightly, about to greet formally, but the elderly man raised his hand, and a force lifted him up, no need for formalities. With just a few words, Li Hao immediately understood and also recognized that he hadn't mistaken the man's identity. The environment is nice. The old man looked around, noticed the young girl practicing swordplay nearby, saw Feng Boping who was somewhat slow and senile, and the dominator of the Great Void Realm, Candle Flame God, sitting aside. The small courtyard was indeed filled with curiosities. The old man chuckled to himself. Li Hao hesitated. Elder, how come you are here? He didn't address him as, Your Highness, as the other's actions clearly showed he did not want to reveal his identity, especially now that the Yu Divine dynasty in various provinces was fraught with danger, demons lurking everywhere, and Emperor Yu leaving the imperial palace to travel this far from the capital, which complicated Li Hao's feelings. He had just slain the Buddha Lord, and yet the other party had come to meet him personally, which was an overwhelming show of trust. I had the itch to play a game of chess. The elderly man chuckled, observing the courtyard filled with painting boards, ancient zithers, and chess boards, commonly used items, and couldn't help but find it amusing, adding, Do you spend your days playing these without cultivating? That is my way of cultivation, and I'm working hard. Li Hao thought to himself, but merely grinned awkwardly outwardly, as this was not something easily explained. Moving here must have been hard. Has your skill at chess rusted? The old man chuckled while strolling through the courtyard. Seeing the young girl stop her sword practice and curiously tilting her head to look at him, he smiled back. It's not so tough. The borderlands have their scenic beauty as well, all part of the mortal world's finest. Li Hao lightly laughed and invited the elderly man to sit inside the courtyard. He then asked Ren Qianqin to bring some tea to serve. Ren Qianqin was astonished internally, unsure of the old man's identity, but obeyed Li Hao's instructions obediently, quickly bringing in the tea to steep for the elderly man. Emperor Yu lifted his teacup and took a sip. The taste was decent, not as exquisite as the Imperial Palace's exclusive cloud mist tea, but it possessed a sweet freshness from the mountains and wilds. You sure take it easy, Emperor Yu said with a light chuckle. The ways of the world are now familiar to me, my heart roams freely everywhere, Li Hao replied with a casual smile. Poetry and book experience +66. Emperor Yu was momentarily taken aback, glanced at Li Hao, and thinking about the young man's situation, his eyes flickered slightly. No wonder that stubborn group of old bones in Hanlin Hall like you so much. He seemed to sigh, and then to lament. Li Hao was somewhat surprised. Wasn't Hanlin Hall the haunt of scholars and literati? He hadn't seemed to have much interaction with them. Come, let's see if your chess skills have improved. Don't just pretend. Emperor Yu lifted the hem of his robe and sat on the cushion, half joking as he spoke. Seeing this, Li Hao also sat upright and respectfully. He knew that His Majesty's visit wasn't just for playing chess, but he had also brought with him the answer Li Hao had been waiting for. Only this answer was deeper and heavier than he had anticipated. This made him feel rather ashamed. They put away the scattered pieces on the chessboard and slowly began to play. Li Hao took the white pieces. Don't let me win. I don't need any charity, Emperor Yu said as he picked up a piece. Li Hao nodded. I wouldn't dare. Soon, on the chessboard, the white pieces launched a fierce assault, quickly taking the offensive. The formation was as solid as a fortress, with the black pieces forced to retreat, surrounded by the white and unable to escape. You little, Emperor Yu slightly grinned. The kid said he wouldn't give an inch, and he really meant it. Li Hao coughed lightly, perhaps taking it too seriously. Nowadays, with his chess path 6th stage, although he had just reached the 6th stage and his experience wasn't fully matured, he could easily defeat His Majesty when he was at the 5th stage. Again, Emperor Yu clearly didn't like to lose, or perhaps, he had never really experienced losing, except when playing against Li Hao. After 3 consecutive games, Li Hao still subtly went easy, allowing His Majesty to enjoy some fun in the game, rather than being completely overwhelmed. Soon, Emperor Yu's craving for chess was cured. And so, during the 4th round of chess, when Emperor Yu's demeanor wasn't so serious and focused, while making his move, he seemed to casually say, "Have you ever thought about the consequences of killing the Buddha Lord?" Li Hao was more than capable in his chess playing, and as the old man brought up serious matters, his expression became slightly more solemn. I have. Oh, and what are you thinking? Emperor Yu placed a piece and looked at Li Hao with interest. I think, the senior will probably have a headache and have to deal with the mess, Li Hao said with a sigh. Emperor Yu was slightly startled, then inquired, and what do you think I will do about it? Li Hao shook his head slightly. I haven't thought it through. Not thought it through. Yes, whatever the decision, I am prepared to accept it. Li Hao said this and then added, as long as it's not my life that's taken. Quote. Emperor Yu stared at the serious young man for a couple of seconds, and with a mix of laughter and tears, said, You really are carefree, aren't you afraid that the Buddhist sect will pressure me, and to quell the anger, I will strip you of your titles and take back the 3rd-class peerage you worked so hard to obtain? If it's just that, then the Buddha Lord's death is still worth it, Li Hao said. Emperor Yu was lost for words, and said with some annoyance, You really are willing to let go. One sacrifices a moment of glory for an eternity of freedom. Li Hao smiled. I'm just a passerby in this mortal world, nothing to cling to. With wine, food, and friends, I have enough. Poetry and book experience plus 166. These words sound like Zen Buddhist teaching. If the Buddha Lord had managed to understand it, perhaps he wouldn't have been killed by you. Emperor Yu shook his head and sighed. Perhaps his cultivation wasn't sufficient, Li Hao said. Emperor Yu glanced at him. Their eyes met, and they both burst into laughter. After the laughter subsided, Emperor Yu said to Li Hao, If I were to take back your titles and honors, would you resent me? Li Hao shook his head and quietly placed a piece. How could I? They were a reward from the senior. But you earned them through hard work. Without those titles, I would work just as hard, Li Hao said. Emperor Yu looked at him, a faint smile on his lips. He bent down to place his piece, but when he finished, he saw that Li Hao had previously moved a piece that blocked another path for him. This cunning kid. Emperor Yu was a bit annoyed. They were discussing serious matters, and this kid was still fiddling with the chessboard. Enough playing. Emperor Yu threw the piece he was holding into the chess box and said as he flicked his sleeves. Let's talk about the serious matter. I should probably thank you. The Buddha Lord had already fallen into demonhood. Your action was also removing a hidden danger for Dayu. Li Hao was startled and asked with surprise, Senior knew that the Buddha Lord's incarnation was Demon Luo. Emperor Yu nodded slightly and looked at Li Hao, it seems you also knew. Why didn't you say anything earlier? I forgot, Li Hao coughed lightly. Emperor Yu slightly pursed his lips, but his eyes were deep, as if something was stirring within. Forgot. This kid clearly didn't want to make it more difficult for him in dealing with this matter. Emperor Yu shook his head slightly and said, This time, the remnants of the Buddhist sect are pressuring me to revoke your peerage. This is most likely driven by demons attempting to divide us and strike when we're vulnerable. There is a method now, to temporarily put you at a disadvantage. I'll announce to the world, strip you of your titles, and imprison you in the royal dungeon, feigning a break. This will lure the demons into attacking, waiting for the Buddhist sect to cause trouble, turning a passive position into an active one. Li Hao listened quietly, and slightly nodded. It was indeed a good strategy. But this way, the act must be thoroughly convincing, and you will suffer a great deal. Emperor Yu looked at Li Hao. Li Hao nodded. It's possible. Emperor Yu looked at him intently and asked, what compensation would you need afterward? Compensation? Li Hao thought for a moment and said, if possible, give me some calligraphy and paintings from famous masters, musical scores, or chess manuals to admire, and some recipes. He was counting on his fingers one by one. Quote. Emperor Yu remained silent. Calligraphy, musical scores, chess manuals, what is all this junk? To a wealthy merchant, perhaps they are valuable, but for someone with Li Hao's power, wealth, and influence were easily within reach. These items could only be considered garbage. Besides these, do you desire nothing else? Emperor Yu asked, fixing his gaze on him. Li Hao thought for a moment, then slightly shook his head, not for now. Seeing this, Emperor Yu gave him a deep look, said nothing more, and stood up. It's getting late, I should be heading back. I'll see you out, Li Hao hastily said. No need. Emperor Yu glanced at Feng Boping in the courtyard, his eyes flickered slightly. He is that thief saint, isn't he? It seems he learned many of the Buddha Lord's secrets, was tampered by the Buddha Lord, and this is a case of missing soul. Li Hao felt a pang of pain in his heart and said in a low voice, exactly. Emperor Yu patted Li Hao's shoulder, I will speak to the Wang family. They manage the Mo River across the world, and as long as it is within the Great Yu dynasty, almost all can be found. We'll see if we can locate his missing soul and in which Mo River, and then try to facilitate a connection. Li Hao was startled and quickly said, then I will go now. Emperor Yu gave him a look, saw the excitement in his eyes, and couldn't help but smile wryly. Going now won't help, you'd just be waiting there. The Wang family has many Buddhist disciples, and if they get wind of your news, it might unnecessarily cause offense and add to the conflict. It's better for you to wait until I inform you that there's news, and then you can go directly. Li Hao pondered for a moment, then said, that could work. Don't worry, I will ensure they search thoroughly. Emperor Yu said, then turned and walked out of the courtyard. Li Hao watched his figure disappear, and shortly after stepping out of the courtyard, he vanished as if teleported. That trace, it wasn't drawn by Taoist charm nor was it from Tao domain, but rather, the aura of the great Tao. Could His Majesty be in the Tao comprehension realm? Li Hao was momentarily stunned, but then he quickly came to terms with it. If the Buddha Lord could remain so deeply concealed, what else was everyone else hiding? As the gate of the courtyard closed, Ren Qianqin curiously approached and asked, young master, who was that? An old man who plays chess. Li Hao looked towards where Emperor Yu had disappeared. Is he good at chess? Ren Qianqin was surprised, as the previous little chess saint had never been so praised by Li Hao. His skills are average, but his sportsmanship is very high. Doesn't that mean you always win? No, I'm always losing. In the imperial palace in the imperial city of Deu State. As Chu Juyu anxiously waited, Emperor Yu returned. He first went to the Gondao Palace to confirm the answers, then sent people to inform the Wang family to search in the Mo River for Feng Boping's residual soul. Simultaneously, he summoned various secretive individuals to the imperial palace. These figures, silent as specters, were generally unseen by high officials on normal days. Among them was one who descended like a bird to the imperial palace, folded its wings, and transformed into a young girl. As one command after another was issued, with the imperial palace as the hub, all the unseen forces of the divine dynasty quietly began to operate. Your Majesty, a secret agent from the Buddhist faction reports that they plan to stir up trouble in various cities, making a big uproar to coerce Your Majesty. Chu Juyu relayed the news she received. Previously, although Emperor Yu had temporarily suppressed the Buddhist faction's defiance on the court, their current agitated state demanded a vindication. Hearing Chu Juyu's words, Emperor Yu's expression remained unchanged, as if he had already anticipated this, the corners of his mouth revealing a slight cold smile. Let them make noise then, they will soon get the response they are satisfied with. Chu Juyu looked at Emperor Yu and asked in a low voice. Did your majesty go to play chess with General Hoshin? Yes. Upon hearing this answer, Chu Juyu couldn't help but give a bitter smile, although he had anticipated it. If the Buddhist disciples were to find out, they would probably be infuriated to the point of having a stroke on the spot. About General Hoshin, Emperor Yu glanced at him and chuckled lightly. I offered him a solution, the kind that the Buddhist sect has been hoping for. Chu Juyu's expression slightly changed, and he said hopefully, would General Hoshin agree to it? Emperor Yu's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded. He agreed without hesitation. Chu Juyu was taken aback and let out a sigh of relief, revealing a smile. If General Hoshin can understand your majesty's difficulties and intentions, that would be the best outcome. Emperor Yu smiled faintly, his gaze fixating on the character, Buddha, on his desk, yet his eyes gradually grew colder. But I don't agree. Chu Juyu was stunned. He is willing to endure this hardship, but I do not wish to see him suffer. Emperor Yu turned to look at Chu Juyu and said, didn't you ask me earlier why I was so confident in him? Chu Juyu was at a loss. Because I like him, Emperor Yu said softly, that boy is pleasing to my eyes, that's all. Chu Juyu was shaken. He didn't expect Emperor Yu's deep expectations for that boy, which exceeded his imagination. As the Buddhist disciples in the temples of the 19 provinces were about to incite unrest, an imperial decree came out from the imperial palace in Dayu State, revealing the true culprit behind the murder of the Buddha Lord. The Ministry of Punishment and the Monster Suppression Department both corroborated, having investigated and discovered the murderer. The murderer is none other than the desolate god behind the 7 top demonic forces. The demon emperor from the great wilderness heaven. The battles in Qingzhou, Liangzhou, Yuzhou, and others were all orchestrated by the demon emperor. The demon emperor infiltrated Mount Wuliang, disguised as General Hoshin, and battled the Buddha Lord, slaying him. As the imperial decree was issued, this news also spread throughout the provinces, causing shock across the realm. Previously, the Yu dynasty had been covertly clashing with demonic forces, but now, Emperor Yu had brought this matter to light, directly pointing out the existence of the desolate god. Demon Emperor. Desolate god. I knew it. How could General Hoshin, for a thief saint, go and kill the Buddha Lord? It turns out it was all the work of demons, too devious, using such methods to frame General Hoshin. General Hoshin is a genius who has saved 3 provinces, the future hope of our Dayu divine dynasty. How could he have done such a thing? Buddhist disciples claim to have seen it with their own eyes. How ridiculous is seeing believing? What about demon art? Not to mention demons, even a person in the divine travel realm could use a blinding spell to toy with a martial artist from the Zhou realm. Nonsense. Clearly the emperor is covering for him. There are no demons. I think your Buddhist sect is the demonic one. Why would General Hoshin kill the Buddha Lord? What reason does he have for doing that? The prestige of the Dayu royal family is profound, and although there are still some who question it, mostly they are Buddhist disciples, while most of the common people, noble families, and the like, already believe it was the work of demons. The common people's belief stems from trust in imperial authority, a trust based on Li Hao's previous deeds. And for the noble families, some trust the imperial power, while others believe in sheer self-interest. They cannot see the benefit in General Hoshin killing the Buddha Lord, which forces them to believe. Meanwhile, the news reached the upper echelon of the Buddhist sect, which was nearly exploding in anger. Not only did the emperor not help their sect denounce the criminal, but he also tried to use their sect as a tool, leveraging the death of the Buddha Lord to let them subdue demons and eliminate evil. Too cruel, the emperor is far too ruthless. And naturally, this news spread to the demonic forces as well, reaching the secret hall outside of Dayu State. When the 3 desolate gods, including the old man with the walking stick, heard this news, they were stunned, and their faces soon turned grim. These humans only see how the emperor cunningly shifted the hatred from the Buddha Lord's death, but they knew, this imperial decree was not merely to absolve that dreadful young man, but it was a direct declaration of war against them. This meant the opportunity they had been waiting for did not exist. They had previously anticipated the possibility of a feigned fallout by the emperor and had prepared countermeasures, planning to fight fire with fire. But this emperor didn't even bother with pretense, not giving them any loopholes for attack but rather redirected the Buddhist sect's wrath towards the demons, using the Buddhist sect to spearhead the defense of Dayu. Damn it all. The old man with the walking stick's face looked grim. He thinks he can turn black into white with just an imperial edict, as if it were that easy. Let those Buddhist monks stabilize their people and spread the truth. This is the perfect opportunity to undermine the imperial authority and extinguish the Zhang family's incense fire. The old man with the cane bit his teeth as he spoke. Spreading the truth. The woman with purple patterns felt that these two words together seemed somewhat odd. Nevertheless, she quickly agreed and left with the young man in the black robe. However, just as they were about to retaliate, suddenly, traces of top-tier demonic forces appeared in various states. These demonic forces raised their banners high, commanding spirits of mountains and rivers and other demons, bypassing the border towns, infiltrating into the states, and attacking the cities where Buddhist disciples gathered. The Buddha Lord is dead, Deyu shall fall. Your Buddha Lord has been slain by our demon emperor, surrender at once. Kill, exterminate them all. Among these demonic forces were remnants of Dragon Gate, leftovers of the Holy Palace, the ancient Demon Palace, and the Star Moon Academy, which, like Dayu Hanlin Hall, was widely influential among demons in teachings and fostering demons. Star Moon Academy had always remained neutral among the demonic forces. Unlike the Great Void Realm, which secluded itself, the Star Moon Academy never involved itself in conflict, not offending Dayu Divine Dynasty and vice versa. But now, they had come down from the mountains to wage war against Dayu. Leading these invading demons were great demons of the three immortal realms, second in status among the top demonic forces only to the elder demon kings. Raising their flags high, they commanded the assault with a formidable force. As city after city fell to devastation, with the demons' onslaught, those previous allegations from the high-ranking Buddhists, accusing His Majesty of cronyism, were shattered in an instant. An imperial decree could only win the trust of the world, but the ravaging demons before their eyes made many Buddhist disciples realize that their Buddha Lord had indeed been killed by demons. After all, the demons were flagrantly proclaiming it. They couldn't help but believe it. In Yuzhou, the Shah family. Numerous secret reports arrived from various states and cities. In the council hall, Xia Linglong, having received a heart-calming pill from the eunuch, had returned from the imperial palace. At this moment, the demonic forces were causing chaos everywhere, raising their banners high, seemingly ready to launch a full-scale attack on Dayu, causing widespread fear and panic. Was it really the demon emperor who struck? In the council hall, many from the Xia family were surprised. They had thought it was the young man who had killed him, not realizing there was more to the story. Xia Yuanwu and several other elders had a look of shock in their eyes. Their family had done many things for His Majesty, and that elder sister-in-law was skilled at taming demons. There were some secrets they had only heard through the grapevine and could not reveal. But now, the current events seemed to validate the rumors they had caught wind of previously. Xia Linglong was somewhat lost in thought. The heart-calming pill the eunuch had given her reassured her, but the current situation. Was this the safety net that His Majesty had prepared for the Haoshan general? Her thoughts were interrupted until the discussion below concluded, and someone asked how to deploy troops to deal with the demons invading the cities where Buddhist disciples congregated in Yuzhou. Xia Linglong snapped back to reality, her mind rapidly turning over the situation before finally speaking. With the demonic forces causing chaos, we need to be wary of other places. Have the city guards there cooperate with the Buddhist disciples to hold out, send your troops to protect the other cities, and don't let the demons cause misdirection. The crowd was astonished and gave puzzled looks at Xia Linglong. Not aiding the cities under attack but instead reinforcing other unaffected cities. The decision seemed odd and unlike the kind of poor strategy Xia Linglong would come up with. Someone hesitated, sparking a dispute. Before Xia Linglong could speak, Xia Yuanwu glared and said, "Didn't you hear clearly? Do as the family head says. Do you know more or does the family head know more?" Seeing that the elder generation also felt this way, those who had been skeptical fell silent at once, realizing that there must be another reason. After all, the intelligence they saw was different from what the family head had. And as someone with a military background, he knew that having the right intelligence was having the advantage, and only decisions based on intelligence were the right ones. Otherwise, rushing to help merely on passion might disrupt the upper echelon's strategy and ruin everything. They had experience in warfare and had heard countless military cases, such as using thousands of soldiers as a bait in a desperate situation, counter-attacking from the city, etc., ultimately securing a complete victory. In war, there were always sacrifices, not just in charging into battle but also in baiting, ambushing, and employing dead soldiers, among other tactics. Hence the saying goes, the first requirement in the military is obedience. With no further objections in the council hall, as everyone left to carry out their orders, Sha Linglong exchanged glances with a few uncles and saw the thoughts in each other's eyes. Sha Linglong said nothing but went to the deeper part of the Sha family to meet the old lady living in a farmhouse. There are indeed His Majesty's spies among the demons. This old lady, sitting in a rocking chair with a face full of wrinkles, shockingly revealed this secret to Sha Linglong. She had had a hand in the matter but had not disobeyed the emperor's orders, and had never disclosed it even to Sha Linglong, the current family head. It wasn't that she mistrusted Sha Linglong, but first because the matter was a secret command from the emperor himself, not to be leaked, and she did not wish to secretly contravene it. Second, knowing this would do the Sha family no good, only harm. Because when one knows about something, pretending to be ignorant is quite taxing, and the reactions made during the long-term military commands would eventually reveal some flaws. The third reason is, although she knew that among the demons there were those who had surrendered and were controlled by His Majesty, she did not know which ones they were, so speaking of it was meaningless. Hearing the old lady's revelation, Sha Linglong, despite having had her suspicions, could not help but have her complexion greatly change when they were confirmed, and her shockingly beautiful cheeks were filled with astonishment. It was actually true. Who would dare believe this? If the word got out, many a person's worldview would shatter. The emperor of the human race, to have dealings with demons, put nicely, some demons are undercover, put harshly, it's collusion with demons. This assault was clearly His Majesty's own doing. Those demons who attacked the Buddha Lord were also commanded in secret by His Majesty. If not for having access to ample intelligence, feeling something fishy, Sha Linglong would have thought the Buddha Lord truly died at the hands of demons, with the Haoshan general having nothing to do with it. Now, for that child, His Majesty has even deployed dark chess pieces that had been hidden for 1,000 years. That truly is deep affection. The old lady rocked her rocking chair, let out a slight sigh, and a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. Under the entire heaven, who could receive such favor from the emperor? Perhaps not even his several brothers and those princes have ever been cherished as much. Sha Linglong was somewhat dazed and did not respond. The old lady glanced at her and said softly, "Do you find it unbelievable? When His Majesty summoned me to discuss this matter, I was just as shocked as you are now, but soon after, I was left with nothing but admiration for His Majesty." Sha Linglong gazed intently at her. The old lady continued, "Can all demons in the world ever be exterminated? Obviously not. If we say the Dayu divine dynasty is a piece of succulent meat, then there will always be flies coveting it. But if this piece of meat is already surrounded by flies, will more new flies join? No, they won't." Sha Linglong was stunned, feeling goosebumps rising, her whole body's hair standing on end. Is this His Majesty's grand scheme? Those demonic forces, she said, slightly opening her mouth. If I'm not mistaken, they mostly have His Majesty's spies. He can always keep tabs on demons' movements. His Majesty's plan is for the spies to one day directly replace the demon leaders. If I'm not wrong, that Star Moon Academy must be the deepest chess piece His Majesty has placed, the old lady said softly, with a gleam in her eyes. Sha Linglong felt her scalp tingle. She had never imagined the emperor could be so terrifying. Since His Majesty has such spies, then why, in recent years with the wars waged every year, has His Majesty never? Sha Linglong's thoughts churned. She slightly opened her mouth. If His Majesty had utilized the information from these spies, their casualties could have been greatly reduced. It should be noted that among them was the fall of strong warriors from the 5 great divine general mansions. The old lady shook her head slightly and said, "It is precisely because the losses were so heavy, that's why these spies were buried so deeply. I fear even the Buddha Lord would never have imagined His Majesty's heart could be so ruthless." Sha Linglong was taken aback. If it weren't for that 9th son of the Li family, being naturally unbending and loathing evil, breaking through alone and forcefully making his way out of the border, he wouldn't have fallen. That time His Majesty showed traces of having moved his dark pieces, but alas. The old lady slowly shook her head. She had always paid attention to these matters, especially when she knew some of the inside stories. Observed again, many traces invisible to ordinary people would come to light. So, it means the Buddha Lord truly was killed by the Haoshan general, but His Majesty still favors him, even now going so far as to expose these millennium-old dark chess pieces for his sake. Sha Linglong felt it was unbelievable. What kind of favor could warrant such action? To slay the second strongest powerhouse in the world without suspicion or fear, instead exposing many years of hidden spies for him, even the most favored crown prince of the current court might not receive such indulgence. A trace of complexity flashed through the old lady's eyes. It is indeed an extremely biased favoritism, but besides that, it's also because that youth is irreplaceable. With such talent, if he doesn't become a saint, then no one in the world can attain saint status. The hard to understand part is, how can the emperor trust so easily to leave this world in the hands of that child? He must be treated by the emperor as the future of Dao Tong. The future Dao Tong. Xia Linglong's pupils contracted, her blood seeming to surge throughout her body. The weight of these few words was immense. The Buddha Lord had schemed for 2,000 years, spreading Buddhist halls across all cities, all for a single stick of incense. The years of contention between Buddha's path and the secular world were all just to become the Dao Tong of Deu, inheriting all the Deu's worship and incense fire. Now, the Haoshan general was to replace the true person of the Taoist palace, becoming the future object of worship for the entire world. The old lady glanced at Xia Linglong, the complexity in her eyes not fading, and spoke in a low voice. Do you know what this also signifies? Xia Linglong came back to her senses, looking at the hint of sorrow in her eyes. She paused, then abruptly came to an understanding, feeling like her heart sank to the bottom of a valley. With the emergence of the future Dao Tong, does it also mean that the current true person is about to be no more? Beyond Yuzhou, in various other places, many figures were also observing the chaotic demon attacks across the land. A few old-timers, cryptically contemplating the traces behind the demons, didn't dare to be certain. Perhaps only by inquiring with the Xia family could one confirm, after all, they are well versed in locking onto the demon's lifeline. But this kind of testing was obviously not to be dared. Dragon whiskers cannot be touched lightly. While demons were attacking the Buddhist congregations in various places, the arhats within the Buddhist communities were both shocked and enraged, seething with frustration. The Buddha Lord had just perished, and these demons actually dared to attack, and their Buddha Lord had indeed been killed by these very demons. Many who had escaped from Mount Wuliang and witnessed Li Hao slaying the Buddha Lord now wavered, with an imperial edict before them and demonic forces raising their banners in assault behind them, compounded with the long history of demon wickedness and treacherous demon arts that had sunk deep into the hearts of the human race. Kill. Avenge the Buddha Lord. Our Buddha is merciful, I will vanquish demons. Many Buddhist monks cast off their kasayas, donned their armor, and joined the fray against the demons. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace court, the ministers who had previously condemned Li Hao were trembling with fear, some even declared severe illness to rest at home, daring not to attend court. Emperor Yu sat sternly on the dragon throne, flinging the investigation records gathered by the Monster Suppression Department and the Ministry of Punishment. Before the truth is revealed, do those who previously clamored to strip the Duke of his title and military rank have anything else to say? His majestic words, though not loudly spoken, nearly made many legs give way. Question. How to question? The Monster Suppression Department and Ministry of Punishment were both extremely influential departments. While the Ministry of Punishment was controlled by the Li family and might be biased, the Monster Suppression Department belonged directly under His Majesty. Moreover, the chaotic news from various cities had already quietly reached the imperial city. Now that the truth was forthcoming, who dare persist in their argument? Emperor Yu looked at some ministers whose faces had paled, snorted coldly, and had Chu Juyu relay the command. Soon, wailing and weeping echoed in the great hall. One by one, those who had been entrusted by the Buddhist sect, received benefits, or were believers themselves, were dragged from the hall. They wanted to defend themselves, but this emperor clearly had no intention of listening. When an emperor is enraged, corpses lay for 1,000 miles. In front of Xuanwang Gate, heads rolled one after another, blood splattered everywhere. As the other ministers went home from court, they saw some eunuchs cleaning the blood. However, the more the blood was washed with water, the more it spread, becoming more visible and startling. Elsewhere, the two enchanting women in purple who were about to contact the Buddhist sect to spread the truth, upon receiving the news from Tianji Palace, were stunned and hugely shocked, promptly ordering Tianji Palace to command those demons to retreat. Who allowed them to represent the demonic forces and take the blame for this mess? They had wanted to use this incident to crush that troublesome young man. However, with conflicts arising everywhere and though the elders of various demonic forces hurriedly sent out summonses, it was already too late. Great Emperor Yu's counterattack was too swift and too fierce, without warning, yet quickly shattered their schemes without following their desired path. They say the human heart is unfathomable, prone to suspicion, but the emperor did not play into their hands, even at great cost, he protected the youth. We thought we were the only ones infiltrating the human race, never expected that these damned humans had also secretly planted their spies among us. The young man in the black robe was so angry that his face turned red. By now, the Buddhist sect as a weapon was thoroughly useless. Even if the two bodhisattvas and some Buddha children could still be of use, by themselves, they were weak and could be easily suppressed by just any divine general mansion. In the face of Dayu divine dynasty, they couldn't stir any waves. Without the lower-ranking Buddhist disciples inciting the public to rebel, there would be no chaos. To forcibly summon now would only lead to beheading. The high-ranking bodhisattvas and Buddha children, and a few arhats, could believe in the truth, but those below had already turned their spears against the demons. These useless things of the Buddhist sect. The enchanting women in purple also had unpleasant expressions. In the end, they chose to give up on further communication with the Buddhist sect and return to a secret hall outside Dayu state. After the two women explained the situation, the old man with a cane also fell silent. The downfall of the Buddha Lord, such a major event, was effortlessly diffused by the emperor, and the countless agitated disciples of the Buddha Lord in the 19 provinces became the sharpest spear in His Majesty's hand, their rage now directed against the demons. Too ruthless. Report to the Saint Heir, and let him decide. The old man with a cane also revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. If they want open battle with us, we can certainly seize the opportunity to fight back. Upon hearing the words of the man with the cane, a chill went through the hearts of the two listeners. Attack forcefully, but at present, they were not yet ready. The man with the cane did not say much but took out 3 sticks of incense and went into the temple of the secret hall to light them. He burned the incense with devout sincerity. Not long after, a golden light appeared in front of the temple, and the Saint Heir, dressed in a snowy vestment robe, stepped out and glanced at the 3 demons inside the secret hall, his expression darkening. What has happened, Your Highness the Saint Heir? We originally intended. The man with the cane quickly bowed and knelt, revealing their initial plan and then explaining the current situation in Dayu. So, you plan to directly attack the Gondao Palace, but you're worried that damn boy will mess things up. The Saint Heir understood as well, his expression becoming icy cold. Originally, he had not planned to cause a big stir. This Zhang family was secretly reviving an ancestor quietly, though the divine dynasty had spanned over 3,000 years, but in the sanctified enclave of the Immortal Gate, it was barely 300 years. And to the saints, 300 years were but a fleeting moment. His plan was to steal the Zhang family's incense fire treasure without any noise, hence he had arranged for these 3 demons to scheme here, gradually usurping the dynasty over hundreds of years. Within the land of all saints, this was equivalent to just a few decades. He could afford to wait. But now, after hundreds of years of planning, a monstrous boy unexpectedly emerged. The national fortune which had been eroded over hundreds of years was now upheld by a single individual. Facing the current situation meant dealing with 2 powerful entities. The Buddha Lord was also a threat. Although they superficially collaborated, they also speculated about each other's intentions. The Buddha Lord wanted to use them to attain the Dao Tong, accumulate enough incense fire, and achieve sainthood in one fell swoop. And they, too, wanted to utilize the Buddha Lord to assimilate the Zhang family. Their aims and desires were one and the same. It was merely a temporary cooperation, and after dealing with the Zhang family, they would see who would truly gain benefit. Both were very confident in themselves. Now that the Buddha Lord was dead, it also represented the removal of a competitor for the end game for them. But now, there was an even more troublesome individual involved. I have investigated Mount Wuliang. The traces of Dao power are profoundly deep there. The person who killed the Buddha Lord is very likely to possess the combat power of the Dao Law realm. The man in black robes reported softly. The Buddha Lord couldn't wait to become a saint and advance to the Dao comprehension realm beforehand, but it seems his power exceeded the True Man realm, lying somewhere between True Man and Dao Law realm. As he spoke these words, a chill ran through him as well. If not for another more horrifying guess, he even believed that the Buddha Lord might have stepped straight from the Grand Dao of Peace realm into the Dao Law realm, bypassing the True Man realm altogether. Unfortunately, they were not present during the Great Battle. Investigating afterward, based on the traces on the battlefield, it was impossible to discern specific details. And those disciples of the Buddha sect who had witnessed it firsthand were not to mention. Their realms were too low to comprehend the battles of the Dao comprehension realm. A mayfly gazing at the sky only knows the vastness of heaven but does not know how high it really is. Dao La Realm. The Saint Heir's face looked troubled. Among the 3 demons, only the man with the cane was of the Dao La realm, the other 2 were in the True Man realm. That true man from the Gondao Palace, according to the Buddha Lord, was very likely of the Dao La realm. The Buddha Lord had once met him years ago as a way of testing him. Had it not been for that test, the Buddha Lord would not have contentedly remained second best. Do you mean to imply that you need reinforcements? The Saint Heir asked, staring at the man with the cane. The man with the cane chuckled bitterly, having just received the gracious gift of the incense fire treasure, and now asking the Saint Heir for help seemed a bit like admitting his own incompetence. But there was no choice, the situation had changed beyond their plans. Previously, Li Junye of the Li family had been born with exceptional talent, and they had plotted to kill him. The monsters born to other families, they had also secretly intervened, either manipulating from behind the scenes to ensure that these prodigies of the human race dynasties perished prematurely. But this monstrous boy had appeared out of nowhere, initially under the disguise of a useless person, while they had commanded the Holy Palace in northern Yan to restrain the Li family and continue to erode the power of the Divine General Mansion. They had heard that the Holy Palace also sent someone to assassinate the boy. And worried about his potential disguise as a useless person, they had sent an assassin who was supposed to be infallibly thorough. At 6 years old, facing an assassin from the Zhou Tian realm, the most challenging part was infiltrating the Divine General Mansion. Once inside, if one could get close, it was almost a guaranteed kill. But it had failed nonetheless. The monstrous level of the boy exceeded anyone's imagination. At just 6 years old, barely at the age of cultivation, who could match someone from the Zhou Tian realm? Moreover, the situation was so shocking that the Holy Palace even thought the assassin had been foolish, choosing the wrong moment for the attack, with a powerful member of the Li family secretly protecting him. After the mishap, several more assassins were dispatched, but with the Divine General Mansion closely monitoring, they were caught before they could even get close to the boy. And barely caused a ripple. By the time they realized what was happening, the boy had grown in just a few years into a being that they could no longer contend with. Hopes of throttling such a prospect had become delusional. Utterly useless fools. The Saint Heir's expression was grim, his heart seething with frustration, yet he knew that under the current circumstances, there truly was no way to deal with these 3 demons. Aside from the old man with the walking stick who could fight, the other 2 true persons were no match in front of the Dao La realm. The initially bestowed incense fire treasure was meant to counter any potential incense fire treasure the Zhang family might possess, but the advantage was not significant. I have no backup now, I must take action myself. The Saint Heir took a deep breath. Originally he didn't want to make a big deal and attract others to fight over it, but now he had no choice. Hundreds of years of planning, he had also waited and cultivated in the land of all saints for decades, his patience nearly exhausted. Now facing a major shift, he couldn't wait any longer, unsure of what changes might occur in the future. Saint Heir, you are going to take action personally. The old man with the walking stick was stunned, looking at him somewhat incredulously. The initial secret scheming was out of fear of causing a great disturbance. If the Saint Heir took action now, would their centuries of planning be in vain? Leaving it to you again, could you manage? The Saint Heir said, annoyed. The old man with the walking stick was speechless. As all the saints are busy with a major event and have no interest in spying on the mortal world, this is a rare opportunity. We just need to resolve this quickly and decisively. The Saint Heir said solemnly, his decades of waiting almost in vain, which only added to his annoyance, but his mind was decisive, knowing he couldn't hesitate with a begrudging heart any longer. The 3, including the old man with the walking stick, exchanged glances, realizing the Saint Heir was suppressing anger, and they anticipated no good outcome after the event, their faces pale. I'll deal with that boy personally. We need to act swiftly. Once the Merit Treasure Vault emerges, the martial artists within the Dayu realm will grow stronger with the aid of the Mo River's merit, and furthermore. The Saint Heir's expression was dark as he said, if the sacred clans of the Great Wilderness Heaven learn that a Merit Treasure Vault has emerged within the royal confines of the Zhang family, they will surely intervene, and things will become even more tumultuous. At this point, he was extremely irritated. Everything was supposed to proceed smoothly and orderly, but the sudden emergence of a monstrous youth in the Merit Treasure Vault disrupted their plans completely, both incidents having significant impact and beyond their control. They had to attack Qingzhou swiftly, eliminating the Li family, accepting huge losses and risks out of desperation. He could already feel that the situation here was gradually slipping from their control and needed decisive action without further delay. Prepare yourselves and coordinate with me, don't disappoint me again. The Saint Air glared at the three demons. The old man with the walking stick trembled, bowing his head. This subordinate is incompetent, but I will atone by slaying that old Dao. The black-robed young man and the woman with purple patterns both bowed their heads. Liangzhou, Heavenly Gate Pass. Within a small courtyard, successive messages were reported. When Li Hao learned of Emperor Yu's imperial edict, he was somewhat astonished, as it didn't quite match their previous discussion. Subsequent demon attacks and other incidents made Li Hao realize that His Majesty might not have chosen the path they had initially discussed. But by doing this, too many of his cards were revealed. Was it worth it? Li Hao fell into silence. It seems my good brother views you as the future of Dao Tong, said Zhang Liken, sitting in the courtyard, leisurely eating and drinking from a wine jug. Besides, after more than 3,000 years of propagation and incense fire, our family's ancestors should be about to be resurrected. The future incense fire could assist you in becoming a saint. Seeing him so at ease, Li Hao asked. You said earlier that you were going to strike him with a sword. Why did you run away when he came? Shortly before Emperor Yu arrived, Zhang Liken seemed to have sensed it, and left early claiming he would take a walk outside. Only after Emperor Yu had left did he quietly return, piquing Li Hao's curiosity. I will strike him with that sword sooner or later, but like I said, I told you I'd bring you back from Mo River before I strike him. That means, you have to be in dire straits, I save you, then I can strike. Otherwise, I'm not like him, who has a thick face, my word is my bond. Zhang Liken said proudly, but to Li Hao, these words sounded a bit like a child pretending to be capable. You probably just didn't dare to strike. Li Hao looked at him skeptically. You must have realized His Majesty's realm, right? What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Liken burst out angrily. Li Hao chuckled. Calm down, calm down. What's there not to dare? He personally promised to let me strike, why wouldn't I? Zhang Liken said irritably. Li Hao thought for a moment and replied, that's also true. Zhang Liken's expression relaxed and he snorted coldly. When my sword Dao reaches great accomplishment, I don't need incense fire. I can make a sacrificial Dao with my sword. What of the saints? I will still strike as you watch. You still have quite a way to go. Li Hao spoke bluntly, then asked, you just mentioned resurrecting the ancestor, what's the situation? Is that a secret of your royal family? You just blurted it out so easily. What's the big deal? What if it's exposed? How does that concern me? I've said it before, the people of the world have nothing to do with me. If it can be used to sharpen my sword, even if I have to kill everyone under the heaven, I wouldn't blink an eye. Zhang Liken scoffed. Li Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. No wonder they say he is a sword demon, he truly is mad enough. While waiting for news from the Wang family, Li Hao began his daily cultivation. Despite now being able to slay those in the Daola realm, it was a situation where he had to give it his all without reservation, which was still too reluctant. This also aroused a sense of crisis in his heart. Currently, his martial arts attributes. Physical body Dao at the 8th stage, control Dao at the 7th stage, body path at the 6th stage, sword Dao at the 6th stage, fist skill at the 6th stage. And for artistic skills, chess Dao at the 6th stage, musical rhythm at the 4th stage, poetry and books at the 3rd stage, carving at the 3rd stage, cooking Dao at the 7th stage, artistic path at the 7th stage, and fishing Dao at the 5th stage. Remaining skill points. 1. Currently, only cooking Dao and artistic path have achieved spirit entering, while the most promising ones are chess Dao and fishing Dao. Should he manage to achieve spirit entering, the quality of his body path and sword Dao, among others, could transform greatly. But chess Dao had just reached the 6th stage and was far from perfection, and fishing Dao was even further behind. Fortunately, there was no bottleneck from the 5th stage to the 6th stage. As long as he had enough experience, it could naturally occur. Li Hao had been slaying demons and enemies everywhere these past days and hadn't really taken the time to calmly cultivate. Now that he had a rare opportunity, he took Feng along with him, along with a chessboard and Ren Qianshan, and traveled thousands of miles beyond the border to find a lake. His strength condensed into a line, cast into the lake in an imperceptible manner, demonstrating the hidden line techniques of fishing. The front of the line penetrated a small fish demon's body, following its meridians like acupuncture. Painlessly, the little fish demon, unaware it was entangled by Li Hao's line, still frolicking playfully in the water, none the wiser that it had become Li Hao's bait. Feng, you should give it a try too. Li Hao said with a smile to Feng beside him. Although his soul was damaged and Feng Boping's movements were slow, years of fishing seemed to have become muscle memory, and without waiting for Li Hao to finish, he vibrated his chi force into a line stretching into the lake. Seeing this familiar set of maneuvers, Li Hao could not help but smile. He casually took out a tea table and chessboard from heaven and earth space. Ren Qianqian made tea for Li Hao and silently meditated by the shore. Li Hao spoke of the principles of the sword as he fished, as a way of discussing the chess Tao with her. A light breeze passed by, mingling the low voices of the youth by the lake with the intermittent sounds of cicadas in the distance. While Ren Qianqian was deep in thought, Li Hao taught Xian how to play chess. Since he had brought her to experience the bustling life of the mortal world, naturally, he also intended for her to taste all kinds of joy. At least in his opinion, playing chess was quite joyful. Xian was very intelligent, and after memorizing the rules, she began to play quite well. What is he doing? In the distant woods, two figures stood there, a girl and an old man, who were Ying Xiaoxiao and the tea stall elder from the Qingzhou official road. If I'm not mistaken, he seems to be playing, the tea stall elder said with a wry smile. Ying Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes slightly. I know, but isn't he supposed to be cultivating? She looked at the young man by the lake, who seemed as free as a cloud or a wild crane, sipping tea, playing chess, fishing leisurely, showing no sign of sword practice or martial arts cultivation. Was this the daily routine of the peerless genius? The occasional relaxation might be just fine, but it seemed that during the time they followed him, they never saw the young man cultivate. He was able to slay a Buddha Lord in the Tao Law realm while being in the Grand Tao of Peace realm. Although that Buddha Lord's union of Buddha and demon had some defects, being a forced fusion, it was still considered a presence in the Tao Law realm. He must be comprehending the Tao. The tea stall elder's eyes flickered as he spoke softly. They had followed him all the way, and when Li Hao had slain the Buddha Lord, they were in a very distant place and had witnessed that battle. Comprehending the Tao, huh? Ying Xiaoxiao murmured thoughtfully. Indeed, given the young man's current strength, he should be at the bottleneck limit of the Taiping Tao. As long as he comprehended his own Tao, he could step into the Tao comprehension realm. But his way of comprehending the Tao is really strange. Ying Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered. She had seen many talented cultivators comprehend the Tao, but most of them would seek cave mansions to close up, or else gain experience in the mortal world. Unlike this young man who didn't seek worldly experience but instead spent days with people close to him, leisurely enjoying their company. By the lake, Li Hao's eyes slightly brightened. He quickly tightened the line, and the frolicking little fish demon was preyed upon by a great demon, nabbed in one bite. Hooked. Li Hao tugged swiftly, the lake water splashed, and the great demon was shocked, trying to spit out the little fish demon. But Li Hao's line, like a spiritual needle, had already pierced through its body, yanking it out of the lake directly. Fishing experience plus 6-8. The demon was at the heavenly human realm. Seeing the young man on the shore, it exclaimed, "Ignorant boy, how dare you fish your grandpa? Die." But as soon as it finished speaking, it was dead. The fishing line swiftly moved within its body, severing meridians and bones, and by triggering the 1% lethal attribute, the demon's eyes filled with horror, quickly fading. Li Hao casually flicked it onto the shore, collecting it into heaven and earth space. Lunch for today was settled, they would have grilled fish. Li Hao cast the fishing line out again, extending it even further into the lake, several thousand meters away. He continued to wait quietly, using another small fish demon as bait, following the same process as before. Even with his current strength, a mere gesture could cause great upheaval, emptying this lake and killing all demons within, but that would ruin the fun of fishing. He took a sip of tea, placed a piece on the chessboard, and seeing Xian with her whiskers tilted as if deep in thought, Li Hao smiled slightly, his gaze drifting far away, looking at the quiet blue sky and floating clouds. The mist seemed to form the appearance of a chessboard, with each cloud puff resembling a piece. He was so absorbed in the sight that he had an epiphany. Mountains and rivers, adhering to heavenly principles, resembled the crisscrossing lines on a chessboard. The concept of layout originated from this small chessboard. Mountains and rivers as the board, all creatures as pieces. When Li Hao's gaze fell on the lake surface, the wind-swept expanse transformed in his eyes into a vast chessboard. Beneath the deep waters of the lake, demons moved like chess pieces wandering within those squares, autonomously shifting their formation. Chess. Having previously played against His Highness, Li Hao gained a deeper understanding of chess Tao and now seemed to have advanced further, touching another state of mind. Several days later, outside Heavenly Gate Pass, a snowy white figure streaked towards the city. Surrounded by flowing Dao light, his form was indistinct, flitting through the void unseen. As he approached the city, he stopped, looking at the flag-waving fortress. The two-character banner ignited a killing intent in his tranquil eyes. It was this devilish young upstart who had repeatedly thwarted his schemes, now leaving him in an extremely awkward situation, at risk of being exposed and contested at any moment. To kill Buddha Lord, even with the power of Dao Law Realm, one must die. The newcomer was the Saint Heir. His eyes were cold. Although he too was of the Dao Law Realm, having studied under a saint since his youth, he possessed divine skills which were far beyond those in this realm, transcendent abilities that enclosed the ultimate principles of the Tao. His divine thought surveyed the city, quickly spotting a fenced small courtyard within. In the courtyard's open area, a youth was peeling fish while a red-bearded vine demon prepared the firewood. Another girl was practicing swordplay, and a disheveled individual was instructing her, occasionally growing agitated and stepping in to correct her. Such an odd scene momentarily startled him, making him wonder if he was mistaken. However, judging by the layout within the city, this courtyard was clearly at the city's center, heavily guarded. Each person in the courtyard had cultivation levels. The vine demon building the firewood especially was a demon king of the Four Stands realm. The only inscrutable one was the youth whose energy eluded him. Undoubtedly, he was the target of this mission. Just as he was about to strike, his gaze shifted momentarily towards a tea house not far from the courtyard. At the window of the tea house, an old and a young figure were also looking his way. The Saint Heir's expression shifted slightly. Were there other masters present? In the next moment, the elderly figure abruptly vanished from his spot. Following several rapid flashes, the tea vendor emerged in the high sky just outside the city, both figures standing not far above the city walls, yet the guards on the city seemed oblivious to them. Saint Bloodline. The tea vendor looked at the Saint Heir, his eyebrows slightly raised, a hint of malice surfacing in his eyes. However, upon seeing the aura the other revealed during his instantaneous movement, the Saint Heir's pupils shrank dramatically, exclaiming in horror. Demon race. The tea vendor, hearing his identification, curled his lips in a sneer and mocked. Did you come here for us, or for that youth? The Saint Heir gazed at him in shock, unable to believe that the demon race would emerge in this world, particularly here. Quickly, he recalled legends about the demon race, which were said to be able to summon disasters. Whenever there was turmoil, the demon race would appear, bringing further carnage and calamity. Moreover, their methods were brutal, capable of suppressing incense fire, a different, vicious cultivation method. The tea vendor observed him casually, but his eyes slowly narrowed into a dangerous glare. Feeling the faint aura emanating from the figure across from him, the Saint Heir grew both alarmed and enraged. The demon race, too, was of the Dao Law realm. How could this tiny Dao have attracted the attention of the demon race? Furious, he had thought dealing with a troublesome young upstart was challenging enough, and now a demon race had appeared, completely derailing his plans. So, you're in collusion, very well. The Saint Heir clenched his teeth and, without lingering, promptly turned and withdrew. But the old man at the tea stall wouldn't let Li Hao leave so easily, and suddenly began to chase after him, both of them speeding away over 1,000 miles. How dare you? The Saint Heir was suddenly furious, wanting to leave, yet someone dared to hold him back. With a loud bang, the two exchanged blows palm to palm, their fearsome Dao power reverberating, sharp cries undetectable by ordinary people resonating through the air. You're ruthless, I'll remember this. The Saint Heir struck out with a palm, opting not to engage in a prolonged battle, and sped away using the force from his strike. Apart from the old man, there was also a young girl and a young man present. He didn't want to make too much noise and attract their attention. The old man at the tea stall glanced briefly, didn't pursue further, raised an eyebrow, snickered, and watched attentively for a moment until the other disappeared without a trace before turning back. Upon returning to Kangya City, the old man at the tea stall went back to the tea house and briefly informed his young mistress about the situation. No wonder those demons were so bold, it seems they were drawn here by the incense fire detected by the Saint clans. Ying Xiaoxiao slightly raised her eyes, somewhat surprised, yet not too surprised. It was quite normal for the Saint clans to covet this place's incense fire for their cultivation. However, it's none of our business. If they provoke us, we'll just kill them. After all, the grudges of our ancestors haven't been settled yet. Ying Xiaoxiao's voice was slightly cold. The old man at the tea stall nodded subtly, picked up his tea and took a sip, feeling a slight burning sensation in his palm. That youth from the Saint clan seemed to have something about him. While the two were eating and drinking, a young man's voice reached their ears. Would you two like to come over and sit? Ying Xiaoxiao and the tea stall old man looked at each other, recognizing it as the voice of that young man. The movement from the old man's earlier intervention had obviously been detected by the young man. Miss, the tea stall old man said, looking at Ying Xiaoxiao. Though they were unafraid of the young man, their clan preferred to walk the world without getting involved in disputes. It's all right. Ying Xiaoxiao waved her hand slightly, the golden bells on her wrist jingling pleasantly, attracting sneaky glances from the table beside them. What a beautiful girl. But then, those sneakily peeking eyes suddenly bulged out, as they saw the old and the young at the tea-drinking table disappear right under their eyelids. They've gone mad. In front of a small courtyard, the old man and his young companion appeared. The guards at the door didn't stop them, and the two entered the courtyard. How fragrant. Noticing the fish roasting over the firewood, Ying Xiaoxiao's nose twitched slightly, her eyes lighting up. Li Hao, seeing this old and young pair, immediately remembered they were the two from the official road. He had always felt like he was being followed, but couldn't detect it until just now when he sensed the disturbances from the small tea house, realizing his hunch was right, that indeed, he was being followed. Senior, aren't you selling buns anymore? Li Hao looked at the tea stall old man with a mix of a smile. Hearing Li Hao's words, the old man's face turned slightly red, and he coughed lightly. Made enough money, taking my granddaughter out for some fun. Li Hao smiled, not wanting to probe deeply, and simply said, you two have been following me for quite some time now, what brings you here? Ying Xiaoxiao's gaze shifted from the roasting fish back to Li Hao, her eyes bright and clear, and she smiled gently. Nothing much, just felt like interesting things happen around you, so I followed. What kind of reason was that? Li Hao raised his eyebrows, but seeing her pure and bright eyes, completely straightforward, he felt she might not be lying, otherwise, the reason was too far-fetched. What interesting things have you seen then? Li Hao asked. Just saw a member of the Saint clans who seemed like they wanted to trouble you, would you say that's interesting? Ying Xiaoxiao said with a light laugh. Li Hao slightly raised his brows. The commotion in the tea house had just ceased, and there were two more movements outside the city revealing auras that were pursuing and leaving. He naturally noticed. Ancient Holy Clan. Li Hao's eyes moved slightly, thinking of the Ji family and other Saint clans in Great Wilderness Heaven. His thoughts whirred, and he asked. Were they scared off by you? Sort of. Ying Xiaoxiao smiled, aren't you going to invite us to sit down first? We haven't eaten yet, anyway. As she spoke, she glanced at the fish roasting over the fire. Please, take a seat. Seeing they meant no harm, Li Hao also invited them to sit and asked, is that member of the Saint clans here for your trouble or mine? Clearly here for you. Ying Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and smiled, he wouldn't dare to trouble us. Are you two also from the ancient Holy Clan? You guessed right. Ying Xiaoxiao replied with some surprise, then helplessly said. Li Hao glanced at her, feeling this young girl's acting was a bit exaggerated. But aside from the ancient Holy Clan, he couldn't think of any other possibility for now. The two hid their breaths well, he couldn't investigate their specifics, but not being able to figure it out was tantamount to figuring it out. Obviously, the strength of these two was somewhat terrifying, and they were most likely beings of the Tao comprehension realm. How about, I paint a picture for you too? Li Hao suddenly suggested. Ying Xiaoxiao looked at the nearby drawing board with interest, can you actually paint? If it's too ugly, I might have to tear it up. I guarantee it'll be beautiful. Li Hao said. The tea stand elder spoke, paint me first. Old Zhonggu are always cautious. Li Hao thought to himself and agreed immediately. The tea stand elder was obviously on guard. He had heard of demons luring souls through paintings and other demon arts. Although such things would definitely be ineffective against them in the Tao comprehension realm, he could not guarantee there wouldn't be other strange tricks. After he was seated properly, Li Hao also readied the ink and swiftly began to paint. Before long, a lifelike painting was sketched out. Artistic Path Experience plus 18790. With the prompt on the painting board before his eyes, Li Hao was momentarily stunned, then inhaled softly. Good grief, what a bounty. Painting a single picture gained him nearly 20,000 experience. Currently, his Artistic Path attributes. 7th stage of Artistic Path, 38,279 500 thousandths. He needed 500,000 experience to advance to stage 8. Although accumulation over time would surely be faster than mere cultivation as long as he kept painting, to amass 500,000 experiences would still require at least half a year's work. After all, painting ordinary landscapes, even if the artistry was exceptional, would only yield a few symbolic experience points. Only by painting beings with Taoist charm or powerful creatures could he gain a large amount of experience. Is it finished? The tea-stand elder inquired. Li Hao came back to his senses, showed the painting to him, and then when he looked at the two again, they seemed like living experience treasures. Oh, it's actually quite good. Ying Xiaoxiao peered over and was a bit surprised. She could tell that this was not a simple reproduction but contained a certain charm. The tea-stand elder examined it and was also very satisfied. He quietly checked himself to ensure nothing like a curse or soul calling had occurred during the process, or that any hidden rules or other techniques were at play. Only then did he relax. Shall I paint another for you? Li Hao turned to the young girl. Seeing the tea-stand elder didn't object, Ying Xiaoxiao happily nodded her head. Soon, Li Hao focused and started painting once again. Artistic path experience plus 15832. Tisk. Li Hao marveled internally. This young girl was truly not simple, 15,000 experience. Even if the experience per painting declined with each subsequent attempt, he could still gain around 100,000 experience from painting her 10 times. If he worked them to the bone, painting 100 or so pictures, he could at least harvest over 200,000 experiences. Combined with the elders, the two could add up to nearly 500,000. With these two, he could close the gap to reach stage 8. Earlier, His Majesty had left, and Li Hao was so caught up in serious discussions that he missed his chance to harvest. Next time he was free, he would go paint for His Majesty, and the true person from Gondao Palace should be good for another 4 or 500,000 experiences. Then the jump from stage 8 to 9th stage would be cut in half. Tisk. The more Li Hao thought about it, the more delighted he became. He suddenly recalled they had just driven away a member of the Saint clans. Wasn't that a missed opportunity for an experience bundle? Is it done? Ying Xiaoxiao, seeing Li Hao stop, immediately asked. Li Hao nodded, handing over the painting of the young girl to her. In the painting, the girl in blue-green clothes swirled gracefully, the golden bells on her wrist seemed to flutter in the wind, her cascading black hair, and her dazzling eyes and teeth overwhelmed with beauty. With astonishment sparkling in her eyes, Ying Xiaoxiao examined it closely and then said to Li Hao, "Can I keep this?" Of course. Ying Xiaoxiao's face lit up. I will treasure it. Li Hao smiled. If you like it, I can draw more for you, different poses, like walking, flower picking, and so on. Sure. Ying Xiaoxiao quickly agreed. Li Hao chuckled inwardly and immediately started on a second painting for her. From the experience gained, Li Hao could also roughly surmise that the two were beings of the Tao comprehension realm. After all, even when he painted the candle flame god, he didn't get such a bountiful amount of experience. Yet these two Tao comprehension realm beings were here for no reason, claiming to be from the ancient holy clan. Who are they trying to fool? Having previously visited the Ji family, which was not considered the most declining clan among the ancient holy clans, the Tao comprehension realm members were already war god level existences within the clan, only 2 or 3 people in one clan. Even if the other ancient holy clans doubled in number, they wouldn't be idle enough to come here and track him down. However, aside from the ancient holy clan, were there other powers? Li Hao was curious. Perhaps he would have to ask His Majesty to know more, as his current knowledge was only limited to some intelligence controlled by the Divine General Mansion, and it did not include the secret affairs that only the true dragons of the family could manage. Master, the grilled fish will be ready soon. Shall we eat before continuing with the painting? Ren Qianqin came over and asked. Li Hao nodded, finished the painting in front of him and then called over the old man and the young girl to dine together. Ying Xiaoxiao readily agreed before the old man could stop her, and could only transmit his message secretly. Miss, we are really not that acquainted yet. Don't worry, I have an iron stomach, I can digest even poison. Ying Xiaoxiao's response almost made the old man from the tea stall spit out blood. He chuckled bitterly in his heart, and could only comply with the miss. Nevertheless, when it came to dining, the old man was quicker than Ying Xiaoxiao, quickly grabbing the pieces of fish Li Hao handed to him and swallowing them speedily. After confirming they were not poisoned and wanting to let the miss know it was safe to eat, he saw Ying Xiaoxiao already devouring her meal, her mouth greasy. It wasn't that she completely lacked ladylike qualities, it's just that they were scarce. The tea stall old man secretly chuckled bitterly, seeing Li Hao eating carefreely. He felt he was perhaps being overly anxious. If he was by himself, he wouldn't care much, but having the miss with him always made him overly tense. Following a meal of grilled fish, the group chatted idly, transitioning from food and drink to cultivation. The conversation about cultivation was started by Zhang Liken, quickly moving from Dao domain to Dao comprehension realm, and the existence of the Saint realm. Li Hao was just listening, while Zhang Liken began discussing the path to becoming a saint with Ying Xiaoxiao. Having personally witnessed the Buddha Lord trying to leapfrog the Dao comprehension realm and become a saint in one step from the grand Dao of peace realm, Zhang Liken harbored the same thought. There are three paths to becoming a saint. One is through incense sainthood, one is through sacrificial Dao, and the other is through extreme path to saint ascension. Ying Xiaoxiao, thinking of Zhang Liken as someone from Li Hao's side, explained to him, the path you choose, the sacrificial Dao to become a saint, is the most difficult and heavily reliant on perception. Zhang Liken hummed while eating, I like challenging the most difficult. Once my sword Dao is cultivated to its peak, to ascend through a sword ritual, I will definitely slay everything in the world. Quote. Ying Xiaoxiao talked a bit more, feeling that the old man's mind wasn't quite there, and stopped paying him any attention, instead turning to Li Hao. Which path do you plan to take? Li Hao had already understood the differences between these three paths while listening to their conversation. Incense sainthood, the most mainstream way of becoming a saint, was chosen by nearly 99% of all saints. Next was the toughest path, sacrificial Dao to become a saint, the path Zhang Liken knew of. By cultivating one's Dao to the extreme and using the sacrificial Dao to ascend, transcending through Dao. Without relying on incense fire, but by using the sacrificial Dao to overcome the saint's three disasters. This path places significant importance on perception. And the required perception is terrifying, extraordinarily so. After all, what level of perception can equate to the power of billions of incense fires? It's the most challenging path, one that no one chooses. Rather than racking brains over this path, it's more efficient to ponder how to gather some incense fire. It's akin to the difference between getting into Qingbei and earning $1 million. Earning $1 million, with some effort and luck, can be accumulated over decades. If insufficient, seeking connections or borrowing from parents would almost suffice. But getting into Qingbei, it's not something achievable just by hard work. Without the brains, no amount of studying helps. Unless one is reborn with a new mind. As such, incense sainthood was generally chosen beyond reaching the Dao comprehension realm, as all were considered prodigies of heaven, and no one would admit to poor perception, but throughout history, countless have failed on the path of sacrificial Dao to become a saint. Thus, gradually, the path was less chosen, with only those exceptionally stubborn trying it but ending up wasting their time without achieving anything notable. Therefore, incense sainthood gradually became the main path. After all, those existing within the Dao comprehension realm had some connections, to borrow, to amass, and to patch up, just about making it. If still not enough, then only time could grind it out. Although incense fire was perpetually scarce, much like money, making an effort still held some hope. Besides these two paths to becoming a saint, the third path, as Ying Xiaoxiao had mentioned, the extreme path to saint ascension, was somewhat unorthodox. Similar to the incense sainthood, the difference lay in that the extreme path to saint ascension gathered not the incense fire power but grudges, killings, and other negative forces. Compared to being praised, instilling fear seemed simpler, especially with power at one's disposal. This path would have suited Zhang Liken, who behaved without restraint, but unfortunately, he was too single-minded, insisting on sticking to the sword Dao. However, according to Ying Xiaoxiao, this secret technique was exclusive to their clan. How it was controlled was not disclosed, and outsiders, even if they learned it, couldn't use it as their bodies weren't conditioned for it. We'll see when the time comes. Faced with Ying Xiaoxiao's inquiry, Li Hao thought for a moment and said. According to her, he could choose between the incense fire and the sacrificial Dao. Li Hao had not yet reached the Dao comprehension realm, so exactly how, he would have to wait until his panel points increased before he could see. He felt, considering the way of adding points to his panel, he might choose the ritual path to saint ascension. Physical body sainthood. In their casual conversation, the relationships among them had also grown significantly closer. Although Zhang Liken appeared crazy, after talking with Ying Xiaoxiao, he secretly transmitted a message to Li Hao. They might be from the demon race, be careful. Demon race. Yes, the extreme path to saint ascension is a long-lost method and also the most evil one. Once detected by a saint, it will certainly bring great disaster. Li Hao was somewhat surprised, not expecting Zhang Liken, who indeed hailed from the royal family, to know quite a lot. However, whether they are from the demon race or the divine clan, it doesn't really matter, at least they bear no malice towards us, Li Hao transmitted back to him. Zhang Liken thought for a moment and replied, that might be true. Then, he continued to look for Ren Qianxin to teach her swordsmanship. Li Hao, having eaten, continued painting for Ying Xiaoxiao and the others, his artistic path experience growing significantly. Time passed quickly. There were now an old man and a young girl in the small courtyard. The yard was not large, but everyone seemed to have their own amusements. 2 days later, news arrived from the imperial city about the Wang family having information on Feng. After reading the message, Li Hao became somewhat excited. Feng's missing soul was indeed in the Mo River. Qianxin, practice your sword well in the yard. 9th Prince, I'm going to the Wang family, do you want to come along? The Wang family. No, no. Zhang Liken impatiently waved his hand, saying, go quickly and come back quickly, I'll properly teach your little disciple here. She's not my disciple. What's the difference? Just go. Quote. Really? How to curse someone properly? Li Hao then looked towards Ying Xiaoxiao and the old man at the tea stall, now also knowing the old man's name, although unsure if it was real or fake, named Ying Lizong. Do the two of you still want to follow me? Ying Lizong looked at the eager Ying Xiaoxiao, shook his head, and said, Miss, the area around the Wang family is surrounded by the Mo River, let's not join that fray. Ying Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and said, all right, then we'll wait here for you to come back. Good, then I'll trouble the two of you and the 9th Prince to take good care of Feng. Li Hao nodded. Although they hadn't known each other for long, a friend with a shared drink doesn't require long to recognize. Trusting them with Feng, Li Hao felt quite reassured. After saying farewell to several people, Li Hao took Candle Flame God and Xian, and headed for the Wang family in Yunzhou. Traveling day and night, crossing mountains, rivers, and Jianggu, despite taking a direct route, they still had to cross 6 or 7 great states, a distance of nearly 1,000,000 miles. But this time, Li Hao had no mind to enjoy the local customs or sightsee along the way, he was in a hurry. Candle Flame God galloped all the way, its hoofs of flame streaking across the sky. A day later, they arrived at the borders of Yunzhou. Over Yunzhou, many powers and sects stood tall, but all had the shadow of the Wang family behind them. Since the imperial capital stripped away the border guard's military power, the Wang family's influence had deeply penetrated these Jianggu powers, using the sects as a cover for military training. Should the day come when demons invaded Yunzhou, one would see a Yunzhou united as one. Those seemingly disorganized sects could produce armor and weapons of such quality it would make the demons retreat. As for whether that old man in the imperial capital turned a blind eye, well, no one could say for sure. Candle Flame God descended, landing outside the divine general mansion of the Wang family. This resplendent and majestic divine general mansion was positioned in the center of Yunzhou city, as if it marked the absolute dominion of its occupants. Inscribed with the 5 characters of heavenly illuminating divine general mansion, its golden brilliance was dazzling and awe-inspiring. Seeing the demonic aura emitted by Candle Flame God, the guards outside the divine general mansion were startled, but they quickly realized something and hurried inside to report. Before long, a mighty sound of footsteps approached. Headed by family head Wang Yongji, who appeared to be in his 40s, followed by many influential figures of the Wang family, most of whom either held titles or official positions, people of great distinction on any normal day. But at that moment, they hurried along, their expressions filled with curiosity and tension. There had long been rumors about the extraordinary bearing of the young man, but they had never seen him with their own eyes. Although the young man had been ennobled and promoted, he had not yet met the saint in the court, which was quite a rare occurrence. Soon, as they reached the entrance, they immediately saw the youth seated on Candle Flame God's back. The young man's complexion was fair and handsome, with deep, dark eyes as lustrous as polished jade, devoid of the arrogance and superiority they had expected. Instead, he seemed restrained and profound, possessing a loneliness and grace as if seated atop an empty mountain peak alone. Wang Yongji narrowed his eyes slightly, then immediately bowed and said, "You must be Haoshan General, right? Master Wang." Out of respect, Li Hao also dismounted from the powerful and strong Candle Flame God. Immediately afterwards, Candle flame god transformed into a blaze, taking on the appearance of a young man with piercing eyes, and stood coldly behind Li Hao. Beside Wang Yongji, two elderly members of the Wang family fixed their gaze heavily and felt a chill in their hearts. Although there were rumors, seeing with their own eyes that the ruler of the Great Void Realm had indeed been subdued by this young man was quite something. Since the battle at Liangzhou, the ruler of the Great Void Realm revealed his strength to be that of a half-step Dao realm existence. Greetings to Hoshan General. Many influential figures of the Wang family also saluted Li Hao politely. Everyone was very courteous. Although they had previously heard that Li Hao had slain the Buddha Lord, they weren't much concerned. But as time passed and more detailed intelligence came back, especially secretive reports from their people placed within the Buddhist community, it seemed the Buddha Lord might have been ascending to the Dao comprehension realm when he was killed by Li Hao. This made them feel a bit alarmed. After all, the strength revealed by the Buddha Lord had always been of the grand Dao of Peace realm. Though sufficient to deter others, compared to the Wang family's long accumulated heritage, and considering that a group from the Wang family entered the Immortal Gate 1,000 years ago, they're monsters. Though they were polite to the Buddha Lord, there was no real fear or awe. The Wang family also had strength comparable to the grand Dao of Peace realm. Moreover, if the monsters from the Immortal Gate returned one day, they would surely not be far behind. But the Dao comprehension realm was different. It represented the strongest under the saints. The true person of Gondao Palace made the four corners of the world's demons not dare to act rashly, because the strength he exhibited was already of the Dao comprehension realm. And no one had seen him fight with all his strength, so how much hidden power he truly had, no one knew. For all the matters that required his intervention were resolved cleanly. Hoshan General, please. Wang Yongji invited Li Hao with a smile on his face. Li Hao also courteously exchanged pleasantries and followed them into the mansion. Along the way, Wang Yongji took the opportunity to introduce many of the Wang family's powerful figures to Li Hao, clearly aiming to form connections. The two elders nodded at Li Hao, one with a smile and a gentle demeanor, while the other had a calm expression, appearing neither warm nor cold. The latter was Wang Junping, Wang Yongji's uncle and the father of Wang Shangru. He remembered all the various remarks his daughter had sent back to her family, along with complaints from his grandchildren, so he had no favorable impression of the young man in front of him. However, he knew that this young man was now different from before, with formidable strength and illustrious military achievements, so he would not provoke trouble unnecessarily. When they reached the grand hall of the Wang family, Li Hao asked impatiently. Master Wang, you mentioned earlier that you had found Mr. Feng Boping's soul. Hearing Li Hao refer to Feng Boping that way, Wang Yongji thought of how the latter, in a fit of rage, had killed the Buddha Lord and felt a mix of emotions. He said, Hoshan General, there is no need to worry. His Majesty has already explained it to me. The thieves' saint's soul might be fragmented, with not much lingering will, and is now trapped in a netherworld level Mo River. When we found it, we had already had my second uncle Wang Zhendong personally attempt to clear it. Netherworld level, Li Hao inwardly let out a sigh of relief. It was not at the Yudu level. His previous venture into the Dragon City Mo River had been a narrow escape. Even with his current strength at the Grand Dao of Peace realm level, he could not say for certain that he could clear any other Yudu level Mo River, as the rules of each Yudu level Mo River varied. Though the Dao domain could suppress rules, even ignoring the rules of the Yudu level Mo River, if no method was found, it would only destroy the Mo River, not complete it. Can I give it a try too? Li Hao asked. The Ming domain level Mo River, though relatively easier, had different requirements for completion and suppression. It demanded a solution. Although Li Hao wasn't sure about completing it, trying several more times might just work out. As long as the Mo River wasn't destroyed, he could keep trying to conquer it. Hearing Li Hao's words, Wang Yongji was initially startled, somewhat surprised yet expected, and he laughed. Hoshan General, don't you trust our Wang family? Rest assured, we won't just put on an act. Although the thief saint has a notorious reputation, we don't dislike him. After all, he has helped us solve quite a few Mo Rivers in the past. Li Hao looked at his calm smile, slightly startled, and suddenly recalled the first time he entered the Mo River, checking the merit list and seeing Feng's merits. Over 3,000 points, ranked in the 30s. And the Sword Saint from the Sword Cottage, who only ranked around 80 or 90, back then completing a Mo River came with no rewards, done purely out of love. Do you know his Mo River name? Li Hao asked in surprise. Bu Luxing, right. The saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed and leaves no name behind. Hence, the thief saint leaves no trail. We've long known it was him, Wang Yongji said with a smile, followed by a light sigh. Good and evil aren't just a matter of a few words. The thief saint has, indeed, targeted our Wang family too, but we could only blame our poor guardianship and even weed out some moles along the way. Ha, I don't care about others, but based on his ranking in the top 50 on the merit list, our Wang family respects him as a real man. Li Hao looked at him thoughtfully, not expecting such openness from the patriarch of the Wang family. Then he thought back to that merit list, with nearly 20 Wangs in the top 30. It was a task entrusted by the court and a wall of honor for the Wang family. But now, it's different. Those saber saints and sword saints, all climbing into the top 50. With the merit treasure vault appearing, Mo rivers are not disasters anymore but treasures, haha. Wang Yongji started laughing, but his eyes showed a hint of sarcasm. Back when there was no merit treasure vault, those titles of sword saint and saber saint were generally at the bottom of rankings, some not even listed. Cleaning Mo rivers. Better to meditate and practice. Even when engaging, it was more worthwhile to slay demons at the borders. Both were tough tasks, but slaying demons could earn merit and ranks. Mo rivers, mysterious and complex, offered little benefit, and it was unknown what unexpected dangers might arise. Slaying demons was simply more straightforward. Previously, the Wang family had personally visited these powerful figures, hoping they could help share the pressure of high-level Mo rivers, with precious treasures as rewards. Yet, nobody cared, and those who did demanded exorbitant prices, making them grind their teeth. But now the tables had turned. Having been treated with disdain and indifference, they held no bias against thief Saint Feng Boping. Reputation might deceive, but actions do not. Everyone has their own story. Unless from the beginning, Feng Boping knew that the merit treasure vault would open in the future and positioned himself accordingly. But that was utterly impossible. After all, it took 100,000 merits to open the merit treasure vault, something even the Wang family, who had studied Mo rivers for hundreds of years, did not know. With my uncle in action, Haoshan General, rest assured, if not the first time, then the second or third. Nowadays, these Mo rivers are not destroyed anymore. Wang Yongji told Li Hao. Destruction meant disappearance, the completion of Mo rivers granted 100-fold merit. Now, every Mo river, big or small, had become a scarce resource. Previously, no one responded to requests for destruction. Now, secretly destroying Mo rivers had become a crime, a sign of changing times. It's fine, the more, the merrier, I can try too. Li Hao said, aware that Mo rivers could erode the soul, the longer one stayed, the riskier it became. Li Hao was worried that if it took too long, even rescuing Feng's soul might face the risk of dissipation. Haoshan General, crossing the Mo River is not like exorcising demons. High realm alone won't guarantee a passage, it often depends more on experience and intellect. Nearby, Wang Junping commented indifferently. Yes, Haoshan General, though your strength is formidable, the Mo River is perilous. Others were also advising him, but their expressions were earnest. They knew Li Hao was strong, but he was far too young after all. The Mo River was a different matter from slaying demons and more challenging than military campaigns. It's okay, let Haoshan General give it a try. Has General Haoshan entered the Mo River before? Wang Yongji discerned Li Hao's deep affection for Thief Saint, otherwise, he wouldn't have slain the Buddha Lord in a fit of rage. He knew persuasion would be futile since the man had come all this way, possibly not just for pleasantries. I've been once or twice, Li Hao said. Haoshan General does have a kind heart. Wang Yongji gave a slight smile. Before entering the Mo River, I want to brief you about it, General Haoshan. Get acquainted first. Li Hao nodded. The Wang family, having researched the Mo River for hundreds of years, knew far more about it than he did. Soon, Wang Yongji briefly described the Mo River to Li Hao and then led him away from the Great Hall. Seeing Li Hao's decision, others no longer attempted to dissuade him. For Li Hao, the netherworld-level Mo River wasn't dangerous, it wasn't a bad thing to gain some experience. Many young members of the Wang family, hearing of Li Hao's arrival, gathered from various places, watching from a distance. As that Haoshan General, made a noble at 16, a role model for our generation, tisk. Haoshan General is quite handsome. Miss, look, that's Haoshan General, one of the two people you wanted to meet the most. You've finally seen him. Outside the crowd, a stunningly beautiful woman stood silently, an attendant holding an umbrella above her. Hoshin General is so young, I wonder what Mr. Chong-er looks like. Probably an old geezer. Don't be absurd, you've never met him. The woman frowned and chided softly. The attendant giggled, clearly not afraid, obviously used to playfully teasing her mistress. Before long, Wang Yongji and others brought Li Hao to a secret area in the Tianzhou Divine General Mansion. The many young spectators from the Wang family were kept at a distance, not daring to approach closer. This was a critical location of the Wang family, not to be entered lightly. Before them was a mountain, hollowed out inside and immensely vast. The mountain lay like a cap on the ground. A shaft of light shone down from the summit onto a pitch-dark statue. This is the Saitagarbha Buddha statue. Wang Yongji brought Li Hao here and explained, this unusual artifact was brought from the Mo River by one of our Wang family's ancient ancestors. We later deciphered its clever use. By feeding clay from the landlord temple outside the Mo River to this statue's mouth, it can directly connect to that Mo River. That means from here, we can enter any Mo River under my Wang family's control. Though the Saitagarbha Buddha was a peculiar and bizarre artifact, it was hardly a great secret and had already been reported to His Majesty. Li Hao was somewhat surprised. He had always found the origins of the Mo River extremely mysterious, but he hadn't expected such a strange artifact to exist. Hoshin General, if you've entered the Mo River before, you must already have the Mie River register, right? Wang Yongji smiled at Li Hao, you can simply enter from here, choose the Mo River you wish to enter. The map will be shown on it. I will inform you which one it is. Li Hao nodded and then moved as Wang Yongji instructed, standing before the half-human high Saitagarbha Buddha. The Buddha's expression appeared benevolent, but in the play of light and shadow, it took on a sinister aspect, its narrowed eyes seeming to sneer. A golden light emerged in Li Hao's palm, and the Mo River gold paper floated out. Then, golden light also radiated from the Saitagarbha Buddha, a book flew out, continuously turning its pages. Li Hao's gold paper was drawn in and submerged into the book. After a while, as if confirming his identity, the gold paper flew out from the book and returned in front of Li Hao. Wang Yongji watched clearly, the floating gold paper in front of Li Hao recorded his Mo River information. Name, as well as Mo River merit, incidents, and others. When he saw the two simple characters on the gold paper, Wang Yongji was suddenly startled, his body shaking. You are Chong-er. Wang Yongji nearly blurted out in a lost voice, echoes resonating within the quiet mountainside. The many elite figures of the Wang family who followed them inside were all stunned for a moment, and then felt as if a chord had been struck at the bottom of their hearts, suddenly experiencing a quickening heartbeat. Chong-er. For the Wang family, even the name of Hoshin General wasn't as resounding as this. The crowd looked towards Li Hao in astonishment, their gazes immediately focusing on the gold paper. Though the gold paper was only palm-sized, everyone present had such profound cultivation that they could count the number of legs on a fly a kilometer away, let alone the gold paper right before their eyes. Name, Chong-er. Merit, 100,100. Their eyeballs nearly burst out in amazement, it really was him. Chong-er, Li Hao was actually Chong-er. The crowd gaped slightly, looking at Li Hao in shock. They had never imagined that the extremely mysterious Chong-er, who even declined to claim his title as a divine general bestowed by His Majesty, turned out to be Li Hao, the one who caused so much upheaval. But soon, like a flash of enlightenment piercing their minds, everyone had a dawning realization. Oh, so that's how it is, no wonder. When the battle in Liangzhou erupted, Li Hao, alone, attracted the three great demon kings and was driven to the Mo River across the border. That Mo River was also mentioned in the Wang family scrolls, the Dragon City Mo River, Yudu level, difficulty, top-notch. Clearly, Li Hao had returned unscathed not because he was a member of the Li family and protected by the obsession of heroic spirits, but because he had completed the Mo River challenge. The timeline matched up. It really was you. Wang Yongji came back to his senses, staring at Li Hao with a face full of amazement. Previously, when the Merit Treasure Vault opened, the name, Chong-er, reverberated throughout the entire Dayu. They hadn't failed to suspect Li Hao, but he had delayed showing himself, and the difficulty of the Dragon City Mo River was simply too high. Ever since their Wang family sacrificed many soldiers there without being able to overcome it, they reported it to His Majesty, and His Majesty reluctantly abandoned that stretch of territory by removing it from the border. Since then, they had stopped paying attention to that Mo River. However, In the archived scrolls, that Mo River was one of the top 5 in difficulty among the dozens of Yudu-level Mo rivers explored by the Wang family. Forced into ceding territory, it was clear how unsolvable it was. The Saber Saint Li Shaoran, after many years of attempts, had also not completed it. Although they suspected Li Hao, they eventually dismissed the idea. After all, at that time, Li Hao was being hunted by the master of the Great Void Realm. As everyone entered the Mo River together, the difficulty would only increase, making it even less likely to complete the challenge. But against all odds, the impossible had become possible. And the evidence was irrefutable. The information on the gold paper about the Mo River would not deceive them. Currently, they didn't know of any power that could influence the Mo River, unless it was like the Saitagarbha Buddha statue brought from the Mo River, which might be able to affect it somehow. I knew it was him. When we discussed it initially, I said it was. Who denied it? Who told me to come here? Stand up. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted loudly, a middle-aged man, his face flushed with excitement. But the person next to him nudged him with an elbow, mouthing, it was the family head and Uncle Feng. ... 2 pairs of icy gazes swept over him simultaneously, and the middle-aged man's fire was instantly doused. In the midst of the scorching summer, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, sweating. Well, it's a bit crowded in here, I'm going to step outside to get some fresh air, the middle-aged man said resentfully. This remark, within the vast and empty mountain hall, was hardly persuasive, but nobody spoke. He bowed to Li Hao. Congratulations to Haoshan General. Oh no, I mean Haoshan Divine General, congratulations, congratulations. Having said that, he really went outside to get some air. When others heard his words, they showed not only shock on their faces but also a mix of complexities. Indeed, a divine general, this young man before them was no longer simply a general but equivalent to the founding divine generals of their 5 great divine general mansions. With his own strength, he initiated the era of the Merit Treasure Vault and then heroically saved 3 provinces. 2 such astonishing acts of merit, combined in one person, it was hard to imagine what shockwaves would be set off in the outside world once Li Hao's identity as Chang'er became known. Among the crowd, Wang Junping, with his aged face, also showed a hint of astonishment. Looking at the gold paper, his eyes squinting, he scrutinized it over and over, ensuring he was not mistaken. Instantly, he thought of the words spoken earlier in the main hall, and his cheeks immediately burned with a sense of acute embarrassment. Experience and intellect. The Wang family's experiences in the Mo River were indeed rich, harboring many secrets unknown to outsiders, such as the Saitagarbha Buddha statue. But while it might be alright to flaunt these things in front of others, discussing them before the person currently ranked first on the merit list seemed a bit ludicrous and self-deprecating. Divine General, Li Hao, hearing the middle-aged man's words, was a bit puzzled. The man was of the same generation as Wang Yongji and was unlikely to speak nonsense. You didn't know. Wang Yongji looked at Li Hao in surprise, then suddenly realized. No wonder you didn't go to the court to claim it. His Majesty said he would reward you with the title of Divine General. The impact of opening the Merit Treasure Vault has been too profound, with an extremely significant influence on Daewoo's future. It has not only helped to solve the challenge of cleansing the Mo River but has also raised the limits of martial artists, truly a benefit for generations to come. Li Hao blinked, he was to be given the title of Divine General. Such a great honor, and he hadn't known. But then again, he had just returned, so this matter would probably be considered old news by now. Moreover, no one knew his identity. Apart from the title of Divine General, is there any other reward? Li Hao asked curiously. Wang Yongji paused, then said, there might be, yeah, something else. You'll probably have to see His Majesty to know the specifics of the rewards. All right, Li Hao nodded, then immediately looked at the illusory map floating above the Saitagarbha Buddha's head, on which there were golden light points. Which one should we pick? Wang Yongji also came back to his senses, looked at the map, and suddenly thought of something, laughing cheerfully. I just remembered, I'm free right now, I'll accompany you on this trip. Family head, I'm also free, I'll go and help out too. I miss Uncle Zhendong, I haven't seen him in a long time, I want to go and see him. The others were also quick to respond, each offering their assistance. Only 2 elders, one Wang Junfeng and one Wang Junping, remained silent. But Wang Junfeng was all smiles, his face full of mirth, looking at these usually steady fellows now playing the fool, which was a form of entertainment in its own right. Whereas Wang Junping was silent, seemingly a bit heavily struck. You guys. Wang Yongji glared at them, then immediately turned to Li Hao, Haoshan Divine General, you don't mind, do you? Not at all. Li Hao shook his head slightly. Wang Yongji let out a sigh of relief and then a gold paper appeared in his palm, on which was recorded a dense array of messages, reports of his participation in the destructions of various Mo rivers. Li Hao glanced at it. Although the amount of merit was only over 5,000, much less than his own, the number of events he participated in was extensive. This merit had been accumulated bit by bit. The others also took out their gold papers, and Wang Yongji pointed out the golden light on the map to Li Hao. Here, just sense it with your divine thought. Li Hao did as instructed, and quickly, his consciousness seemed to be sucked into the golden light. With his Dao domain instinctively covering his body, he immediately felt his body lift off, following the golden light into another world. After the disorienting sensation of transit faded, Li Hao could see clearly, he had appeared in a dilapidated small town. The town was silent, with banners fluttering, but the buildings on both sides of the streets were in ruins. There were also charred corpses lying by the road, motionless, with their backs to Li Hao. The whining wind stirred, and the entire town appeared dead and eerie. Before long, golden light began to appear around Li Hao, and Wang Yongji, among others, gradually entered the Mo River. Is this the place? Li Hao asked. Wang Yongji glanced around and nodded, that's right, this is the Mo River. Let's see where Uncle Zhendong is. As he spoke, his divine soul suddenly emerged from the soles of his feet, plunging into the ground, but quickly, his divine soul burst forth from the ground again. He looked surprised and said, what's going on? Why do I feel the strength of the rules in this Mo River has increased? In the netherworld level Mo River, simple rules already existed. Before coming in, Wang Yongji had already shared information about this Mo River with Li Hao. Rule. Hands and feet reversed. In simple terms, if you wanted to use your feet, you had to think of using your hands, treating hands as feet and feet as hands, to maintain normal walking. But after all, it was only a netherworld level Mo River, the restrictiveness of the rules wasn't that strong, limited only to the body. But now, Wang Yongji found that even his divine soul was affected. He intended for his divine soul to rise into the air, but instead, he unexpectedly plunged into the ground. Li Hao frowned slightly. Feng's remnant soul was here, and he did not wish for any accidents to occur. Be careful everyone, it seems like some kind of change has happened here. Wang Yongji's face was tense, his eyes extremely solemn. According to past experience, changes in the Mo River were often not good. Soon, his divine soul soared into the sky and found a figure on the edge of the town. He immediately said, I found Uncle Zhendong, follow me. While he spoke, his body seemed to pause for a moment, then he stepped backward before realizing, and then slowly walked forward, but his movements were somewhat uncoordinated. When the others heard his words, although they were prepared, many of them still retreated in unison at the beginning. It's not just the limbs that are reversed, it seems like everything is reversed. To move forward, you have to step back. Wang Yongji immediately reminded everyone. The others had already realized what was happening, their expressions turning solemn. The Mo River's rules were strengthening, which could likely mean an anomaly, an upgrade of the Mo River. Could it be that this Ming domain level Mo River was transforming into a Yudu level? After a momentary stiffness, everyone slowly got used to the situation, but they could only manage to walk with great difficulty. In the midst of fierce conflict, they would quickly become confused and distracted by their usual way of thinking. Seeing them struggle even to walk, Li Hao simply extended his Dao domain, enveloping them within it. Before long, the group was continually stepping back, taking several steps before realizing what was happening. Let me take you there. Li Hao said. His expression was grave, his divine thought had already covered the entire town. He had seen Wang Zhendong, whom Wang Yongji mentioned, but what concerned him more was a pitch-black rift outside the town, slowly advancing toward it. His divine thought couldn't penetrate that darkness, and as he approached, he felt a coldness that seemed to pierce to the bone, instinctively sensing danger. Dao Domain. Feeling Li Hao's extending Dao Domain, the Wang family members felt some envy. That was the grand Dao of Peace Realm for you, utterly unreasonable. Whatever the rule, it was blocked out. Soon, Li Hao led the group to the edge of the town. There, 4 figures sat. An old man who looked robust, with a face like a chiseled stone, his eyes fierce, surrounded by 3 others, a young man and a young woman, and another middle-aged person. Uncle Zhendong. Wang Yongji, seeing the elder, became extremely respectful. This was the current pillar of the Wang family. The old man's face was very ugly as he said, "Why have so many people come? Uncle Zhendong, what's the situation here?" Wang Yongji hurriedly asked. One dared not joke in the Mo River. This Mo River is about to be fused. Wang Zhendong's expression was grim, his gaze fixed on them. He had noticed them as soon as they arrived, and now his eyes turned dark and angry. "Who allowed all of you to come in? Do you all wish to die?" Wang Yongji and the others' faces changed drastically. They rarely saw Uncle Zhendong so out of control and angry. Fusion. Has it collided with a Yudu-level Mo River? Wang Yongji couldn't help but say, but there aren't any other Mo Rivers next to this one, are there? It's one that stretched over here not long ago, not a Mo River visible in this world. Wang Zhendong's gaze slowly swept over them. It's a hell-level Mo River. Hell-level Mo River. As these 5 words were spoken, Wang Yongji and the others all felt their hearts jolt violently, their faces turning pale with shock. A hell-level Mo River. That was the most terrifying kind, where even someone from the Grand Tao of Peace Realm could easily perish. It was classified at the highest level and deemed taboo. This netherworld domain level Mo River had actually collided with a hell-level Mo River and was about to be fused. No wonder the rules here had become so much more intensified. Wang Yongji felt his entire body's hair stand on end, including himself. Everyone else who had followed in felt the same, shuddering all over. Being part of the Wang family, they knew too well how terrifying a hell-level Mo River was. Its name alone implied that upon contact, one would almost certainly face death and fall into hell. How can this be? Quick, let's get out of here. The exit is gone, and my Mie River register can't summon it. The people from the Wang family who had followed Li Hao inside quickly tried to figure it out, growing increasingly nervous, not just out of fear of death, but because many of them held real power within the Wang family. If all of them were to perish here, it would deal a tremendous blow to the Wang family. The merging of the Mie River was an incredibly rare event, yet they had encountered it, almost as if they had seen a ghost. "Uncle Zhendong, why aren't you leaving?" Wang Yongji had also tried calling the Mie River register but to no avail, so he turned to Wang Zhendong. The presence of the sea-calming divine needle from the Wang family still provided them a sense of security. "Of course I want to leave, but I plan to observe here a bit longer to see the merging situation of this Mie River and that Hellming River." Wang Zhendong frowned. This is a rare opportunity that comes once in 1,000 years. If we leave now, and come back next time, this place might have been completely merged by the Hellming River. By then, without the simpler rules of the netherworld level Mo River protecting us, being directly in hell, even I might die. This is a rare chance to understand closely the hell level Ming rivers. And look at you all, rushing in with so many people. Saying this, his glance at Wang Yongji carried some dissatisfaction. Wang Yongji immediately understood Uncle Zhendong's thoughts. Now with the 2 Ming rivers merging, although they were suppressed by the rules of the netherworld level Mo River, this river was also resisting the hell level Ming River, thus the rules actually protected them. Otherwise, the hell level rules would dominate, and that would be extremely terrifying, possibly unstoppable even by the Tao domain. "Uncle Zhendong, then do you know how to leave?" Wang Yongji quickly asked. He had planned to come see how Li Hao would solve the netherworld Ming River and to take the opportunity to strengthen relations. Tying them all together in the netherworld level Mo River was supposed to be a casual trip, but now it felt like they had just stepped outside and been caught in a violent hailstorm. Seeing their nervous expressions, Wang Zhendong snorted coldly, knowing this wasn't the time to blame them. Now the rules here are reversing, the original path out has disappeared, and you all have tokens on you, right? I will take you there. Hearing there was a way out, Wang Yongji sighed in relief and regained his composure, at least outwardly. "We do." Wang Yongji nodded. He had long been familiar with the netherworld Ming River and had prepared tokens on his person to ensure they could leave at any moment. He turned to Li Hao. "Haoshan Divine General, you've heard the situation. It's going to become very dangerous here quickly, we need to leave as soon as possible." Before Li Hao could respond, Wang Zhendong suddenly raised his eyebrows. "What did you call him?" He had previously ignored Li Hao, but also recognized Li Hao's status. So young and yet controlling the Tao domain, there was only one such youth in the entire Dao domain, the Haoshan general from Liangzhou. This time he had come personally on the Emperor's secret command to handle this task for that general, aiming to clear this netherworld Ming River. Understanding the Emperor's high regard for him, he could comprehend it, as any divine general mansion would be envious and regretful of not having such a son. But general and divine general were vastly different, one must not misaddress. Hoshin. The two young juniors beside Wang Zhendong were stunned, then stared outright at Li Hao. Wang Yongji, seeing Uncle Zhendong's displeasure with their rash journey and worried that he would vent his anger on Li Hao, quickly sent a message to explain. What? Wang Zhendong, hearing Wang Yongji's message, initially frowned deeply, then looked in shock and immediately turned towards Li Hao. Chang'er, the Chang'er who topped the merit list by a wide margin. The one who established 3 provinces and had unparalleled achievements, who also founded the Merit Treasure Vault. Wang Zhendong was slightly dazed, staring at that young face, somewhat in disbelief. But soon, he realized why Wang Yongji and the others had come so recklessly. They must have wanted to see if this Chang'er had any special tricks to clear the river. His anger towards Wang Yongji and the others dissipated somewhat. Putting himself in their shoes, he felt he probably would have wanted to come in and see as well. So young, yet so capable. Wang Zhendong sighed softly, but seemed much cheered, and got up, saying, "Let's get you out of here first, it's dangerous." As they talked, Li Hao's divine soul was continuously paying attention to the dark vault outside the town, sensing its approaching speed, which was very slow, similar to an ant crawling, but it was steadily moving closer. According to its current pace, it would touch the town's buildings in a dozen more 2-hour periods. Considering the Mo River's increasing decay, the merging speed might accelerate. There wasn't much time left. Li Hao looked at the Wang family members preparing to move, and said to Wang Zhendong, "Elder, do you have any clues or strategies for clearing this Ming River? You still want to clear it?" Wang Zhendong's expression changed slightly as he stared at Li Hao. "Impossible now. There might have been a way before, but now that the Ming River is merged, the hell-level laws will interfere, making it very difficult. I want to try." Li Hao looked at him seriously, "But I will send you all out first, I will try on my own." He didn't want to give up easily on this trip. If he didn't try his hardest, he would be uneasy. Wang Yongji and the others also looked shocked, not expecting Li Hao to be so determined. Could it be that the thief saint was a relative of Li Hao?